Now, Sir Ivan, if you will press this switch over, when I say now, that will open our station. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now.
That they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom!
So, hello guys, how are we all? Let me just move this over there so I'm looking into the camera better. Hello guys, how are we all? So start off with a big hello to Love Minis, who says hi all. And then Francis Adam says hi Penny, and then says hi Love Minis. We're all coming in now. Paul Jane Lewis, don't faint, I made it for the start. Yay, how you doing, Penny? I'm good, thank you. And Smith Speed says hello. Right, so basically what I thought I'll do today is I'm just going to do a little bit of hobby time, but I thought rather than just sitting there just doing hobby time on my own, I'll just do it as a little stream. We'll have a little chat with my friends. If anybody wants to join me, drop us a message and I will send you the link and you can come in and join us. Yeah, we'll just have a little bit of a chill session and then I can catch up with my new job. I say new job, I'm only spare driver and just get occasional shifts, but yeah, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to go table down. You're going to see all my mess. But one of my little plans is to have a little bit of a desk tidy up as well. I've been doing a lot of film. Well, I've been trying to get the filming done. And I've done one video today. Tuesday, Sunday, I finally got my Flixbus shift and went all the way down to London. And I think it was good because things went very wrong. We ended up 3 hours late. We were supposed to, on the Monday morning, we were supposed to get a tube to go and pick our coach up, but the tube drivers were on strike. So we had to get a coach from Heathrow into London. So we got very little rest. And the whole thing was just, it was just a whole day of alternative arrangements. But the reason I say it's good is because so many things went wrong on the first time I've ever done it. And obviously, they're all extraordinary events. So I know what it's like at its worst. I mean, it could have been worse, but generally speaking, most shifts will go a lot smoother than that. And we coped quite well with the problems we had. So I know I'll be able to handle the shifts okay. So essentially it was a 7 o'clock start on Sunday morning, get the coach ready, get it down to Glasgow, load up for, I think it was an 8:30 departure. The other guy drove first, so he drove for a bit. And then I took over from, I think it was Lancaster University. I did a few stops, then he carries on. And the original plan was that what he drove on the way down, I'll drive up. So we both do an equal amount of driving over the 2 days. That went slightly wrong because there was an accident on the motorway and he ran out of driving hours. But that's the beauty of two-man. He ran out of driving hours, so I just took over a bit early. As it happened, I ended up with enough driving hours to get us back. But, you know, if I'd have run out of driving hours, he would have taken over, and it just keeps the coach moving. So let's go. This isn't working camera wise. Let's go overhead for now. So at least you can see movement on the screen. That is my messy desk. Look, how bad is that? So I think I might actually go front camera. I did warn you that my desk's a mess, but I think that was a big mess, wasn't it? So it all went very well. We got into London 3 hours late. We got into the hotel about 9 o'clock. We had to be up at 5. So it was straight into the hotel, straight into bed. We had to get going for about 10 to 6. The hotel doesn't serve breakfast till 6 o'clock. So we left the hotel with no breakfast. And it was, it was so much learning. I mean, I've done Flixbus before, but I've never done it like that. And there were lots of things to learn. Stupid little things like, I mean, I remembered to take lots and lots of food with me. Because it's a 10-hour journey and there's no once, if you run out of things to eat, that's it. You can't buy anything until you get to London. So you need to bring everything with you. So I did a big old packed lunch. But what I did is I thought, right, I'll make sure I've got plenty to drink. So I bought two 2-litre bottles of fizzy. And you just can't drink 2-litre bottles on a coach. Even as a passenger, it's, these big bottles. So what I'm going to do is go out and buy, there's a brand of soft drink you can buy, and they come in 500ml bottles. They've got a really wide neck. It's a still fruit flavored drink. I'm not going to mention names because I'm not 100% sure on advertising rules. And I know that there's a couple of people might report me. So I'm just checking my Facebook because if anybody wants to come and join me, I'm a little bit dubious of posting. I suppose I could post a link. Right, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to share the link in the chat, but I will warn you, if I don't know you, I probably won't accept you. But we'll see how it goes. And obviously, how do I share the link? I can't remember. StreamYard broadcast. Sorry, guys. Share. There must be a link. There you go. Invite a guest. Copy. Right. So I'm going to share the link. If I don't know you, I probably won't let you in. And obviously, if things start to go a little bit funny with anyone on the stream, I'm just going to hit the goodbye button. As simple as that. We've got to have some rules. I want to extend a lot of trust to people, but obviously, you understand there's naughty people out there. So if you want to come and join me, come and join me. Click the link. I cannot remember how to set accounts up for joining StreamYard because I set mine up so long ago. But please use a recognizable name because a lot of you I won't know faces. I'd say everything went well, but by the time I got back after 2 days, other than about 2 or 3 cups of coffee that I'd got from coffee shops and things on the way, I drunk very, very little, probably about half a litre over 2 days. My throat was absolutely awful. I got up this morning and my throat, and I've just been drinking all day long to try and do a catch up. But it's all lessons learned. When I did Flixbus before, I was doing a night service and I would do about a 2.5 hour drive up, and then I'd be running around refueling and washing coaches, and I'd be visiting petrol stations, and I'd take advantage of low sell by date offers. So I'd go into one of the garages and they might have, I don't know, chicken curry reduced to £2 because it's got, it's now out of date. And then I'd take that onto the coach wash with their little canteen. Sorry, I'm just catching that message. You have Ghostbuster car. Yes, I do. I have it behind me. If you want me, I'll show you a bit later on, but I'll have to clear the desk first, as you saw from the earlier shot. I could pick up a microwave meal. I could take it to the coach wash, and then while he's washing my coach, I could chuck the meal in the microwave and I'm eating. And you know, if I wanted anything, I was only about 10 or 15 minutes away from somewhere where I'd buy it. I did certainly flag coming back. Anytime you go on a long journey, I think the last 2 or 3 hours of the journey back is always a tough one. And I remember when I took over the driving, I'd been driving for about 2 hours, and I said, oh, it only feels like about half an hour. But that once you hit Scottish border coming back towards Glasgow, that last hour and a half, that felt like about 6. And I just never been so glad to see Glasgow bus station. Once we pulled in, it's like, yay, we're finished now. And all I've got to do is take it back to depot. But yeah, I've just got to hope that I get more shifts, that they like me well enough. I'm sure they will. I can't see that I did anything really bad. So what have I been up to? Well, I only did an update last week, and I've not really done anything other than work since then. When did I do the update? Was it Thursday, Friday? Friday was my last day off, so I've not really got much to tell you. I've filmed the priming with an airbrush video, and I'm going to be filming the painting. So I've got all of these dodgy looking bits of aircraft pieces where I've just been doing priming with different colors and a few little techniques, but nothing exciting. I've done a little bit on the Mosquito. I haven't done anything on the Mosquito since, but really funny thing, actually. I've been having trouble with, as you know, the F-14. I've come up with an idea to mask that and then repaint it. And one of the methods I've always wanted to use is a guy called Max Afterburner. And what he does is he'll take these instructions and he'll measure a point, and then he'll measure another point on the actual model, and he'll work out the percentage size difference, and then he'll photocopy this on his printer, scaling it up or down. Now, I've had this printer donkey's years, and I know how to expand, how to enlarge and reduce, but it's all got loads of presets like photocopying A4 to B5 and stuff like that. And it's only today, it's almost embarrassing actually, it's only today that I figured out how to do it as a percentage. So I did some workings out, and it's actually 200%. Let's see if I can find it. So I have managed to make some masks. Oh, I've got all these bits of paper. So there's a mask for one side, and that is, I'll cut them out later on and I'll see if they fit. This is just prep I've got to do for the model. So I don't know if you can see that and then see that. That is roughly the same size. So we've got one for the rear on one side, one for the rear on the other, and then I've got one for the nose on one side and one for the nose on the other side. So I'll get those cut out, and I've just got to work out, do I want to do the grey first and then mask it off and then bring the white up, or should I do the white and then bring it down? I think because of the shape and that of the F-14, it's probably going to be easier to do the grey and then mask it off and do the white. But I think we're sticking a bit. But also I noticed it's not a solid line. So I think once I've got the main markings, maybe I can just hold a bit of paper up and then just freehand it. As long as the pattern's right, it doesn't need to be an absolute solid line. Another thing I want to do, I've been doing a lot of work on my, I just found a cup of coffee. I knew I'd lost a cup of coffee. I am trying to have non-caffeinated drinks to get the old fluid levels up, but I still enjoy a cup of coffee every now and again. So I've been doing my offline project is my Sky Raider, which I've been doing a lot on, but I've actually done nothing on the Seahawk, and I've gloss varnished it all in order to do some weathering. So now I need to matte varnish it so that I can carry on building. And it's just really being a case of being bothered to get the matte primer out. So I might get that done today, because once I get that matte primed, matte varnished, I can just go on. You know, when you get, I need to do this in order to do that. But quite often you'll have, oh, I need this, and you can get on with any one of them. But this is actually a bottleneck. I can't do any more until I matte varnish it. So that is, the matte varnish has brought that to a standstill. And this is not moving at all, and everything else is just accelerating. So, and do you know what? There's a couple of kits. I'm really trying hard to keep the number of kits that I'm working on to a minimum. I wanted to do it so that I've got one kit which I'm filming on the go, one kit that I'm doing off camera, and then the budget one, which is obviously got to be done because that's a separate video. And then I've got another kit, and now I've opened up another kit to do on, you know, the Mosquito. And I've still got the ship. Now the ship I was doing ages ago, this is an off-camera project, because I just want to see if I enjoy doing ships. And I've been putting all the little greeblies on the front, and I've done the little whatever that calls it, some kind of radar-y stuff. I don't want this to be on camera because I just want to see how it goes. And if I do this quite well, then I'll start building ships. But it's, do you know what? It's just to get this far, which is not a lot, has taken me so many hours. So on that basis, I'm really enjoying ships, because you get a hell of a lot of hobby time for your money. You know, like I've said before, you can get these little Airfix kits for like a tenner, and you can knock them out in a weekend, and they're cheap. But then you'll get like a 70 quid model, and that might take you 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 times longer to make. And in the grand scheme of things, it's actually a cheaper kit, because if you sort of look at the amount of money you've spent on the kit per hour that you've spent on the kit, these big ones, they do work out less money, but you've got to chuck all the money in to buy them. And these ships, they're inexpensive kits that take a long time to build. So you're actually having your cake and you're eating it. I mean, my Bismarck and my Tirpitz, I don't know if you can see it in the background, the Tirpitz, on the basis of that USS Hopper, the Tirpitz cost me £70, and that Tirpitz, I can see that's going to be such a bigger job than the Hopper. It's probably going to take me 3 times longer to do that than the Hopper. I think the Hopper was about 40-50 quid. So that Tirpitz and the Bismarck is going to be probably one of the best value for money kits I'll ever do. So yeah, so right, let me have a bit of a clean up. And the way I have to clean up is I have to put everything away and then take it all out what I need. Otherwise I just get in a muddle. So I've been doing an awful lot of converting paints and stuff as well. Let me do a share screen. I'll do a bit of a catch up actually. Love minis, congrats on your printer work. Isn't it funny that some of the stuff I can do, people come up to me and they go, oh, you're really clever for doing that. And I'm like, you can do it or you can't. And then suddenly you get something as simple as a printer and I ain't got a clue what I'm doing. But saying that, it reminds me, I had a conversation with, funnily enough, it was Smith Speeds, wasn't it? Someone might say, oh, I'm stupid because I don't know what you know. I'm one of my little interests is silly little irrelevant facts, and I just pick stupid stuff up, and I think it's interesting, and people go, oh, you are clever, and I'm like, well, no, because you only learn what is relevant to you in your life. Smith's Beads, they do beads and diamond painting stuff, and what they don't know about diamond painting is really not worth knowing. And you know, if some of you ask me for advice on diamond painting, really I don't know that much. They're the people who you are. So in that area I'm quite stupid and they're really, really smart. So but printers, I thought I could handle printers quite easily, and it's taken me all this while, but then I've never really needed to learn it. So right, James Mower says, hi all, how are you? Love minis. Ships and tanks with internal parts are very time consuming. Yeah, so if you're after the value for money kits, it looks like ships and tanks might be the way to go. Once I cracked on with this, it was actually progressing quite nicely. Although that was a very cheap kit. I think it was about 20-30 quid. And I think I've certainly got my money's worth out of that one. But I've been suggested a couple of tanks to start on, and I will be doing tanks at some point. The first tank I do will just simply be, do I enjoy doing tanks? You know, am I about the subject matter or am I about the building? If I'm about the building, then I will enjoy doing tanks. If it's about tanks, I probably won't. So it's also the techniques I like, looking at things, how can I do this? And obviously tanks have a completely different weathering system. And one of the things I'd love to get into is Love Minis will tell you my base work is okay, but it's an area where I'm quite weak in, and doing bases and things. And you know, it's a case of, you know, like everything, it's like a muscle. The more you use it, the better it is. So tanks is something I'd like to have a go at. If I don't enjoy it, I won't bring a second one to the channel. I'm only going to bring things on the channel that I enjoy. So Paula says, hi there, James Mower. Love Mini says, hi, James. And that's the cat. I'm getting like this. I think I'm still dehydrated from the journey. So that's the chat caught up. So, yeah, that's right. I was going to do a screen share. So, share screen. So, right, ignore this. This is my little schedules database. This is what I use for telling me helping me prioritize which videos to make. So I built this conversion chart. This is quite good, actually. So because I want to convert everything to AK Interactive, I built this. So if I've got XF02, it tells me to use AK11001, which is white. And the FS number is 37920, which is a matte color. It comes under the category of others, and it's a light color. See if I can find another color. I think red is 7. So so that's AK11088, which is deep red. Find it quite useful. And the lookup table is this. So this is a list of all. Haven't finished updating it yet, but this is a big old conversion chart for AK Interactives. And then you'll see I've got some various statuses. AK11001 white, the status being Tamiya XF2. And the reason I put that is I already own XF2. So there's no point me buying a replacement for that when, say, for example, this color hair I don't own. So once I use up my Tamiyas, I will be replacing them. But that's my lookup chart. I've got some US Navy colors Let me see if I can clear this filter. I sat there one day and I made a big list of all the various colors. So if you have an aircraft, I'm going to pick a year at random, not that late. There you go. So we've got 1966 aircraft, and it tells you all the colors. Select 1966, and now it's going to tell you the colors. So if you got 1966 US aircraft, you've got the upper area should be 36440 light gold gray, and then the lower areas and the flaps should be insignia white, and then for the rear, Arctic only is international orange, which is possibly the hardest color I've ever tried to convert, and I still can't convert it properly. But it's a good, you know, if you bought a model and it said no, paint the whole thing all over in grey, this is now gonna throw up a flag because this is telling me two-tone. There's, I think it's about 1980 it starts to get a bit confusing. There we go. Like, this is for 1980. But you've got color call outs for the A7, the A14, the FA18. You've got the F4 and the F4 in marine colors. But it's just a really useful chart. It's a bit confusing. This is my color list for the F14. You see I've got a couple of colors on order there. I had a bit of the company I normally order my paint from, it had a couple of colors out of stock. Turns out they had a problem with the website. If I'd waited a day or two, but I'm just trying to sort of order about 4 or 5 paints a week. I can't afford to go out and get all of the paints. So these are the ones I've got on order, and it's I list the stage numbers. So rather than just having the paints, you know, obviously if this color here that's on order, light sea gray, I don't need that till stage 28. So why do I need to order that one ahead of, say, for example, this warm gray, which is needed on stage 4? And then I've done another chart here for the Mosquito. So I've now got every single paint for the Mosquito. Sea Harrier, which I'm working on next, I've got 3 paints. And then there's a couple of projects I'm planning, probably planning way too far ahead, but I really, let me stop the screen share. The one I really want to do next is 2, but I really want to get on with this one. I really want to crack on with that. I absolutely love it. 2 reasons. It's a choice between that and the Hawkeye. And I've been watching some videos on YouTube about it, and there are problems with it. But it all seems to be external fit issues. So I think I watched Max Afterburner's video on it. And yeah, he just gets on with it. He says there's a lot of fit issues. Flory Models done it, and the way Flory Models seems to have done it is like chucking in lots of glue and then filling the gaps, which is fine if you know what you're doing. It's fair enough. The Greyhound, because it's a similar model, the aircraft is similar. I think that the fuselage is a bit of a different shape. It hasn't got the dome on the top, and the front is a different shape. It's made by the same manufacturer as a Kinetic. I think it's Kinetic. Yes, a Kinetic model. Now, there's very few actual build videos on YouTube, so I think there's a lot of value in doing the Greyhound. But at the same time, when you're making a model that's not already on YouTube, you're not being made aware of the problems. You're helping other modelers, because then you can show them the problems. So it's probably not going to be a kit for the inexperienced person, but we'll just see how it goes. If I do the Hawkeye, it'll probably be a more successful job, but I'm not adding anything. I'm just doing an additional video on something that's already out there. But then again, that can help a channel grow, because, you know, I actually discovered Flory models because of Max Afterburner's video of the Hawkeye. Because as you know, when you watch something on YouTube, it then gives you suggestions. And I've been a subscriber of Max Afterburner for donkey's years. I love his builds. So after I watched his Hawkeye build, it's then come up suggestion for you, Flory models. And that is actually how I discovered his channel. So if I did the video, someone might watch either Flory models and then they'll go, suggestion for you. Come and see Penny's Pit Stop, cock it all up. Or not. So Dave Welshie Welch, hi Penny, how are you? And James Mower says it's the mindset with tanks. You'll either enjoy them. Yeah, I've never had anything that I've not really enjoyed. I've had things that I've enjoyed more than others, and I do like a challenge. I'll give you a good idea of a little tiny challenge I had. Nothing major. On my Sky Raider, I don't even know where it is. I think it's this one. That exhaust pipe snapped off. I think it's this one. And I thought, well, on the one hand, I could leave it. If I can find... So I could probably have left it. I've just dropped the front nose on the floor. Right, we'll try that little speech again. Right, so on the one hand, I could have left it, because once you get that nose on, are you really going to notice one exhaust pipe missing? Probably not. But then again, I'm one of those people that go, I know it's done. So the challenge is how can I do that? So what I did is I got a little bit of sprue, and I just I warmed it up with the lighter, and I stretched it just a little bit. First attempt was a little bit too thick, and then I did it again, and the next one was a little bit too thin, and that was a third attempt at making that, and I cut a bit off, and I just got my pin vise, and I just drilled a little bit of a hole in the end. And I honestly don't think you can tell the difference. Well, you can if it doesn't focus. There we go. Yeah, I don't think there's much difference. So I'm really happy with that. But that's one of those little challenges. So, I mean, would you guys have done that? Would you have just left it? Or are you a bit like me? You know it's there, so you need to get it done. So, as I say, I know tanks will be a new challenge. And that's, to be honest with you, I probably think I will love the first one that I do, because it is going to be different. So I need a new box for my AK Interactives. This is getting a bit full now. So I'm trying to save up a few pennies. And I'm going to let me show you what I'm going to buy, guys. As you know, I do absolutely love EMBA hobbies. This is the EMBA's is who made all of my drawers. But this is, oh, where's it gone? Have I still got the screen? No, I haven't got the screen. Sorry, guys, I'm a bit slow with this. So this is EMBA Hobbies, and this is a drawer set that they make for, this particular one is for Tamiya paints, and I'm not so desperate for Tamiya. My lodge is just about to walk in. Hello, Do you want? Yeah, go on. I'm just going to stop my camera, guys, because my my lodger wants to just go and get his washing. So off you go. There's no camera on there, but I am still streaming.
Sorry.
That's all right. Not a problem. So yeah, I mean, this is a nice little drawer set for the Tamias. I'm not desperate for this one because I've got all my Tamias in a drawer. But one thing I do want is this one, which is the same version. This is primarily obviously designed for well, it's for the smaller bottles. And I had a chat with the guy who does it, and he says it does actually fit the AK Interactors perfect. I was just a little bit worried about the top, so I need to start buying some of those. And there's tons of stuff that I need, but the trouble is I'm like a bit of a kid in a candy store there with all of that. I want to buy it all, even if it's no good, even if it's not useful for me, I still want to buy them all. That sheet store, I have that, and it is absolutely amazing. And the construction on it is absolutely, it's genius. Genius is the only word I can use. I'm going to put my camera back on now because my lodger's got his washing out. It's the only drawback with this house now is there is the balcony, and I've put a washing line out, and with it being summer, obviously we're going to a lot more laundry outside. Guys, can anyone recommend me a good putty? This is the putty that I use, and the reason I love it is obviously it's good sound and that, but you can put the putty on and then you can get yourself a damp cotton bud and just wipe over it, and you've done half of your shaping before it's even dry. But this just dries so hard in the tube, I just feel like I'm wasting half a tube on it. And I want a putty that's going to work as well as perfect plastic putty, but doesn't dry out in the tube. It's absolutely crap for that sense. Or have I not screwed the lid on enough, or should I clean the lid out more? Or I don't know. From what I gather, it's a common problem. But the actual putty is fantastic. But I don't want to have to buy a full tube of it every 3 or 4 months because it's knackered. But yeah, so right, okay, let's get a bit more cleaning up done so that I can get a bit of hobby done. So there's my Tamias. I just chucked them in a spare drawer, and I got a little bit of an obsession with having them in order. But I know Sue Ice Queen, she did a thing the other day, or was it Paul ISM? They were talking about how people store paints, and I was truly, genuinely surprised at the way people sort their paints out. I think somebody, was it you, Paul J, said that you sort yours by colour? I know there were a couple of jokes and people said, oh, I sort mine by smell, which I thought was amusing. But I always sort mine by number. I just always thought that's the only way to do it. So, oh, lovely. Right. So, Love Mini says buy a smaller tube. There's always that. Amanda Blackshaw. Hello, Penny. Thanks for Joe's shout out. Absolutely no problems. I promised you I would do a shout out on the next video that I made. And because I said that I'll do a shout out. The trouble is a lot of my videos have been made ahead. I mean, let me show you. Where's my thing gone? Right. So stop screen, share screen, share screen. This is my little schedules database, and anything in green is a video that's already been made. So as you can see, look, I've done the fire truck is already done all the way up until July. So if I said you'll get a shout out on the next video that I make, it's going to be 19th of June. And after tomorrow it'll be about 26th of June, maybe even later. So obviously another video would come out, and obviously she said, oh, you didn't give me my shout out. And I'm like, yeah, because I'd already made the video. So obviously when I did the live show, the monthly update, then obviously, you know, I made a promise. I've got to keep the promise. But absolutely no problems. I'll shout out anyone who deserves it. And yeah, you deserve it. Everyone deserves it, but you did on that day. So right, so we've got James Moore. Perfect putty, plastic putty is good, depends on how you store it. So I think what I'm getting from this at the moment is buy smaller tubes and then store it maybe better. I mean, I don't mind saying, oh, it's probably my fault, I've done something wrong. I mean, it may well have not been, I may not put the lid on properly. But what I'm having to do, what I'm effectively having to do is get a cocktail stick and kind of pump it. Paul Dennis, I sort my paints by number, except, that's right. So I don't use zero paints. Why do you sort your zero paints by? I presume that zero as in a brand. I've not heard of that one. Amanda says, Joe's coming on there to say thanks. And Joe says, hello, Penny. How are you doing? I'm absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much. How are you? Paul, as for putty, I've used Mr. Hobby. Mr. White putty for decades. Never had. Right, I'm going to stop everything. So Mr. White putty. Problem is, I've just spent all my money for the week, so I can't buy anything until Friday. That's if the bad bill people don't come along and take my money first. I do seem to have that issue at the moment. I haven't spoken to them, but I'm a little bit upset with not Eagle Moss, whoever does the Ghostbusters. They're supposed to so I've just seen the next message. They're supposed to take my direct debit every 3 months, and they've taken my direct debit. They seem to be taken every 2 months. Right, Mr. Putty White. Oh, why is that not doing that? Mr. Don't know if I'll get it from there, but right, I think I've seen this before. Now, I've used this before, and I'm not overly impressed with it. This is the one you're talking about, is it? Mr. White Putty. So what I'll do is I'll have a look at my usual scale model shop, which is where I normally go. Not advertising on purpose here. Mr. White Putty. But the only problem with these... Oh, wow. Okay. All right, fair enough. This is what you got to watch out for. I do love Scale Model Shop, but they do charge postage. Now, as I've learned from Smith's Beads, that's actually a fairer way to do things, because if they give you free postage, you end up paying postage on everything, and you end up overpaying postage. Now, this item, if I bought that for £4.85, I would pay, it's about £3 postage. If I bought 2 of those, it's then going to cost me almost a tenner plus £3 postage, which is about £13. This is £8.33. If I bought 2, it's going to cost me £16.33. So if I bought a lot of things, Well, actually, that's just cheaper anyway. But the trouble with scale model shop is it's not worth me buying one item. I try and buy sort of about 5 or 6 items, but if I chuck that in my cart, bought it on Friday. So is that one all right, Mr. White Putty? I'll certainly give that a go. And I'm not, yeah, I do quite like the size actually. This one I've got, I can't see how big it is because I've rolled the end like toothpaste and now I can't see how big it is, but I think this is definitely bigger than 30 mil. So maybe I should be looking at 30 mil at a time. Is this sealed in when you buy it? Do I have to break the seal with a cap? The reason I'm asking that is if I bought 2, will the second one last long enough so long as I don't break the seal? I like to try and buy 2 of things, and then when I finish the first one, I haven't got any time to, I haven't got to wait around for it to arrive. I'll just go, oh, I'm using my last one. I'll buy another one. Amanda Blackshaw says, we miss you on the bus. Do you know what? Funnily enough, I asked to come off that service. It was doing me head in, and shifts were awful. And I asked to come off it, and I've been off it just over a week now. I am coming back on next week. For how long, I don't know. But actually, I miss the route as well. But if you're interested, I'm doing the usual duty that I normally do, because I don't know what it is with that duty. There's one particular duty that, I mean, I've been doing it for a few weeks now. I'm not trying to make out I'm a fantastic driver or anything like that, but I used to do the duty 2 or 3 times a week. And when I didn't do it, I got it in the neck the next day from the other driver going, oh, thank God it's you. The other driver who does it is always late, and it makes me late. And I'm like, well, I don't understand. Because the trouble with that route is that trip back from Glasgow, you will run up to 20 minutes late. It's a horrendous, really badly timed run. But you get a 20-minute layover at the other end. So instead of coming in and having a 20-minute break and then going out again, as you should do, you'll end up coming in and then you're straight out on time, which is fine. And I've never kicked up a stink because I wasn't expecting to be doing the buses from the Guilds this long. Oops, I accidentally said the company name. Didn't mean to. I apologise. So I've been doing buses now for a company based in the Glasgow area for, I thought I was doing it for about 2 months. So I never kicked up a stink because I thought I was coming off it. And I might be coming off in a week or 2 anyway. But obviously that won't be the end of me with that particular company, because when I've got days off, I mean, sometimes we get like 4 or 5 days off. And also I've got holiday, and I always like to pick up a little bit of work when I'm on holiday, because when you're on holiday, you get paid for 5 days, and you get paid your average from your last 13 weeks. So I'll get paid 55 hours because that's going to be my average hours a week. If you then work 2 days, you then get your 55 hours plus 2 days work. So you end up with an equivalent of 7 days pay, but you've only worked 2 days. I can't see why. I mean, some people go, I'm on holiday, I'm keeping away from work, and that's fair enough. But 7 days pay for 2 days work, we wouldn't want that. So Paul says, yes, it has a seal. Amanda says, you're probably one of the best. Oh, thank you very much. Maybe my bosses need to know that. My bosses think I'm a troublemaker because I'm always moaning. But my argument is I don't moan about things I don't care about. So if I'm moaning, it's because I care about my job. So I'll keep that tab open. Thank you very much, Paul. I appreciate it. This is why I do streams, you see. these people who do these streams that with some attitude that they're the best thing since sliced bread and they're going to teach you everything, I probably learn as much from you guys as you might learn from. In fact, I learn more from you. So anyway, let's get this table sorted out so I can show you me Ecto. I need to do a big thank you to P40F20. I told you I was really struggling with this Spitfire, and I was having a bit of trouble with the base because I'm getting brush marks, and I painted the base black because I thought it looks a bit like a shadow, but he suggested to do the camouflage scheme on the base exactly the same as the top, so it looks like you've got two aircraft flying together. And I thought, wow, isn't that a brilliant idea? So this is why I love comments, you see, guys. So who wouldn't know the Chinese buses would crack you up? Do you know what? I know our buses are Chinese made, but actually I don't want to hear a bad word said about them. I think they're great. I hated them at first. I hated the concept of electric buses because obviously one of the issues that we have as drivers, especially with modern headphones and people are on their phones all the time, people just walk out in the street without looking. And when you had big, massive, loud engines, people go, oh, I can hear something. Oh, there's a bus coming. I won't cross the road. Now they can't hear you creep up behind them. And I've genuinely had so many near misses, but the actual buses, if I'm in a bit of a mood and I get a car wants to have a bit of a race, I can beat a lot of the cars on the road. You know, people think buses are slow and they're not. And I've outpaced a BMW before, one of those small BMWs. I've outpaced it before. And we were kind of like, yeah, I know he wants to get in front of me there. I'm going to make sure he ain't getting through. Put my foot down. All the passengers are like on the back of the bus and and he ain't got through. And I know that's very unprofessional driving. The doors haven't been closing properly and the drivers were getting their heads having to get out and shut it. Yes, now there is a problem with the doors on some of them, and the problem is when you're uphill, because of gravity, that the doors should close together. And what happens is a seal on them. And if anything triggers that seal, the doors will open again. And it's designed, you know, if you shut the doors as a passenger's walking in, and it shuts the passenger in the door, it detects it and then it opens the doors. Well, if the seal catches in the wrong place, the one should shut slightly before the other, so the seal kind of wraps around a little bit. Sometimes if you're parked uphill, the weight of the hill and the gravity will shut this door first. And sometimes it might take a couple of presses. So the way to get around that is if you've got, sometimes you can get away with it by maybe dropping a little bit long on the bus stop or a little bit early, and then the gradient, don't go into a pothole. Some of our bus stops have got potholes, and you can use that pothole. It's a good one at Govan. If you just creep in and then wait for your wheel to drop in the pothole, what it actually does is it brings the bus down to curb level, so you haven't got to waste time lowering the bus for old people, because now the floor is level with and they just walk on. And if you do it really, really properly, you don't even, if you get a wheelchair, you don't even need to pull the ramp out for the wheelchair, because your floor and the curb is there, and they just wheel straight across, and it is. You can really use it as a good time saver. So Joseph, thank you for the shout out. Appreciate it. So Mum, thank you very much. Not a problem. It's absolutely fine. I'm guessing you're saying your goodbyes because you've got to go to bed soon because it's nearly 10 o'clock. So yeah. Right. So I'm trying to have a cigarette. I meant to say at the beginning, because this is going to be I don't know how long I'm going to stream for. I'm literally going to stream until I'm tired and ready to go to bed. But obviously it means I'm going to be doing things like drinking coffee, smoking cigarettes, nothing illegal, but sometimes I might do things that people frown upon. And if you're not happy with that, then I'm really sorry. My answer to that is go and watch another channel. I know that sounds harsh, but I'm not going to suffer. So let's actually do something, shall I? Why is my airbrush not working? My airbrush is working. Right. I think I thought it was switched on, and I just switched it off and then switched it back on. So next week, I'll tell you what, let me check my calendar if I can find my phone. Right, I am on what was my usual duty Thursday. I've got today and tomorrow off because it's a little bit complicated because I've just been doing coach work on tachograph. So I can't drive the same hours that a domestic, like a service bus driver drives, until I've had a 45-hour break. So I'm on my 45-hour break so I can go back onto domestic hours. I might be working Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday, I'm working on the 26ers, but obviously weekend duties are different from midweek duties, so I will be around. And yes, I do not take exception to people bringing me cakes and think, no, I'm not going to have to do that. Right, guys, I've been drinking an awful lot today. Do you mind if I just take a quick break for about 2 minutes? I'll see if there's anything I can play you. Not really. Right, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to stop the camera. I'm going to have about a 2-minute break. I'm just going to nip to the toilet, and I'll be back shortly. So this is the point where you can all entertain yourself. So I do apologize, but I'm not holding it for the next 3 hours. Oh dear, maybe I should have shut that living room door. I suppose I should have done, but right. So yeah, this is part of the reason why I'm asking if anybody wants to pop on, because then I can get you to just take over and keep everyone going while I nip off. So dinner it next week. Don't worry, I stay up till 11. See, kids these days, they stay up so late. I had to be in bed for about 9 up until about the age of 15, 16. And I was allowed up till 10 at weekends. And once I hit college, Mum was always persuading me to go to bed early. And I could get away with staying up a little bit late because I had an important assignment to do. And, you know, you work very hard when you go to college. And I just need to get this assignment done. All right, give it another hour or two. So I wasn't obviously doing assignment because Mum would often say, well, does the assignment involve having the TV on? Oh, yes, definitely. It's research. Okay. So I don't know how the latest little blockbuster video was research for herbs and spices, but there you go. Right. So yes, I'm going to get some priming, and I keep calling it priming, varnishing. So yeah, this is my little bottleneck, which I'm going to unbottleneck. I just want to get these, because I've done a little bit of very light weathering in there, and I managed to glue. I don't know why I glued that roof on. It's going to make it so much harder, but I just want to get in there. The matte varnish will seal that. This is my first ever attempts at weathering with oils, and I don't think I did an awful job. It's not the best, far from it, but if I did the best ever work on my first ever attempt, I think there's something wrong there. So it's meant to look where the crew have been walking in and out, and they've been tracking crap in, and I've tried to sort of vary the colour, because that's not all from one person walking in once. Let's get some. I've been very, very naughty with my airbrushing lately, because I only do a little bit of airbrushing. I just use a bit of kitchen roll just to catch the overspray. But I used to use a cardboard box. I am looking at investing in a proper spray booth. I used to have a proper spray booth, and I loved it. But if I start investing in things like lacquer thinners and lacquer things, then obviously I'm going to need it. So my varnish of choice is this Mecca varnish. I bought it. When I bought it, I was just desperate for some varnish, and this is the one I picked up, and it's always done all right by me. So I know there's probably better varnishes out there, and a lot of the things that I bought have always been like I used to use Vallejo primers, and I was doing some I'm going to give you a bit of a naughty what's the word I'm looking for. The video I was making on priming, I did a bit of zenithal highlighting, and that's the result, and that's just a primer. There's no paint on there, and the white bit, it came out a little bit speckly, and I took a picture and put it on YouTube. And in all fairness, I think it was speckly because the airbrush had just started to get a little bit clogged up. I think that's why it was speckly. And one of the girls on this group said, "Oh, get Stylerex." I can never pronounce this. Steinlerex. I don't know, how do you pronounce that? But anyway, you know what I mean when I say that. And they said that the white is a little bit smoother, and it is. You know, even if you've got a slightly blocked airbrush, you still get a nice white, smooth white. So yeah, right. So I apologise. We have an alert. We have noise, and that's because my compressor is right next to me, and I do apologise, but it has to get done. Don't like airbrushing primer varnish, because you can't really see. You know, it doesn't make a difference to the colour, so you can't see if it's going on well. But the only way to really tell is the surface after it's been done. So obviously I'm going over this with matte varnish. If it comes out glossy, you know it hasn't gone on properly. But once I've got that varnish done, then I can get on and actually build some helicopters. So what's everybody else got on their workbench, if anything? Well, that is definitely wet, not glossy, so. Obviously the varnish will protect the decals as well. Yeah, I really shouldn't put the roof on, should I? It would have been so much easier to do with the roof off, but it's glued on now and I can't snap it off without risk of damage. And all the weathering I did on that seat, all the colours and that, it's not going to be seen, but I'm one of these, I like to put the absolute best in as much as I can because I know it's there. Decal there. That decal will never be seen. I can almost guarantee it. That's going to need a couple more coats to rate up there on. I think this needs painting as well. I think I left all the metallic colours because I knew I'd be cutting stuff on top. Oh, I didn't like it all. Oh, that's working, isn't it? Oh, that's a lot better, isn't it? I was expecting to have to put 2 or 3 coats on for that. Oh, guys, don't put a glass right next to a compressor because it has a tendency to ring. So I had a bit of exciting news today. Well, I say exciting. My, as you know, I've upgraded I've got this device for the broadband, and it throws the signal from the box through the electrical cables. I think it's voodoo science myself, but it throws the signal through the power sockets. Now I've got in my front room, I've got BT, and it's got a top speed of about 12 megabits per second or something like that, and it's absolutely useless for streaming. And I keep moaning at them because I told them I don't care what speed I have, I just want it suitable for streaming. And they keep telling me, oh, it's good enough for streaming. I'm like, no, it's not. It really is not. And I used to run it with the Ethernet cable, and you know, I would get not too bad, just about usable speeds. But now I've moved my PC, I can't run it on the Ethernet cable, and on Wi-Fi it's just totally useless. And so what I've done is I've tried to extend the signal from the Virgin, which is 50 megabits, but it's in the bedroom. But the walls are so thick that you're getting 50 megabits in the bedroom, but you're getting about 2 or 3 in the front room. And it's absolutely dreadful in here. So I got this this box, Netgear or something like that it's called. And it's managed to boost the signal in the front room to about 12 megabits, which is about the same as the BT with the Ethernet cable, which is no worse, so I'm all right with that. But the unexpected bit, it isn't the download. I just realised as soon as I'd done it, it's not the download speeds for a streamer, it's the upload speeds. Because there was a video I'd uploaded. It took me like 2.5 hours to upload. It was only a little bit, really tiny video. And on the new broadband, the extended, that same video, despite going the same download speed, it's taken about 10 minutes. And I suddenly clicked what it is. The BT was giving me an upload speed of about 0.4, whereas the Virgin is getting an upload speed of about 400 or 40 or 4 or something like that. That's about 4. It's about 10 times faster. So it's the same speed on the downloads, but it's uploading 10 times faster. And of course, it's the upload speed. At the moment, I'm not downloading, I'm uploading. My stream is being uploaded to the internet, and it's, you don't think about that. So these internet companies, they go, oh yeah, we did get guaranteed download speeds. When you're streaming, it's not the download speed you're after, it's the upload. And I just never thought about it. And but anyway, so getting on to the bit that's the news. I will eventually be running a cable from my modem into my front room, so I will get 50 megabits Wi-Fi from the front room. But I've had an offer now. I'm on a minimum contract. I pay like 50 quid for 18 months. Then the price goes up, but obviously I'm free to leave, aren't I? Right, Joseph saying, is that the plane I requested? No, this is a little side project that I'm doing. The plane that you've requested is here. It's a Tamiya Royal Navy Sea Harrier. However, I'm not doing the decals. I've gone out. I'll see. I'm trying to find them. Because I put things away and I can't find them because I put them away so well. Somewhere in my life, don't know where. Right. Anyway, so I have bought as an aftermarket part a special set of decals. You're too young to remember this, Joseph, but look up Brian Hanrahan, Falklands War. He did a very, very famous broadcast. And on this broadcast, he said, he was standing on the HMS Hermes, and he said, oh, I'm not allowed to tell you how many planes left, but I counted them all out and I counted them all back. And it's extremely famous quote. So I really want to do a Harrier from the HMS Hermes. So I've gone out and I bought a decal set for the Falklands War. And I have a choice of doing HMS Hermes versions or HMS Invincible. So I will be doing HMS Hermes just for that quote. And it then gives me further options. For example, I could do a little display case, and then I could embed into a wooden plaque a little button with a little Arduino, and I could do the recording of Brian Ham. I'm not going to, but it just opens up possibilities of things like that. But yeah, when I do a model, I would rather have some link with me. So I remember the Falklands War. So by doing a Falklands War version, it actually changes it just from a scale model kit to something with a connection with me. A couple of kits. I'm going to be doing the F-15 at some point in the future, and I'm going to be buying RAF Lakenheath decals because I was born at RAF Lakenheath. I'll be doing RAF Lakenheath F4s because the F4s were based there when I was born. It was in all likelihood quite possibly the first aircraft I would ever have seen. Would have been too young to remember it, but I think I just blocked my airbrush. No, I have not. If you're wondering, I have my own thinners. I will be doing a video at some point, but I do my own homemade thinners and I do my own homemade cleaners. And I also use Medina airbrush cleaners because when things get a little bit too much for cleaning the airbrush, Medina will sort it all out for you. But Medina is so expensive. And I've just gone out and invested in a 1 litre bottle of it because it's cheaper per milliliter. But I try to use it as little as I can because this is so cheap to make. The main ingredient is alcohol and screen wash, and it's about 50p a bottle. So you don't mind flooding your airbrush with it because it's so cheap. But I think I've got a blockage there. The only thing I regret doing with this, I watched the video on this. Yeah, tell you what, let's, for the benefit of Joe, let's play this clip. Do you know, I'm going to have to look at it on YouTube. Sorry, bear with me. I can't copy. Here we are. Right. Sorry, bear with me a sec, guys. Here we are. This is the one. Right, so if I stop that and rewind it, hopefully I won't get a copyright strike. So share. What I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to just play the first few seconds. And then I'm going to ask you, can you hear it okay?
It is a chance to redistribute the units and their equipment.
Can you hear that okay, guys? I'll just wait for a response. There's no point me playing a 12-minute video and we end up just with 12 minutes of silence. In fact, actually, I think I might want that other one you just quoted me. On that other one you just quoted. Oh God, there's me. I can hear me. That's awful. Right. Yeah, very clear. Right, that's good. Right. So here we go.
I'm not allowed to say how many planes joined the raid, but I counted them all out, and I counted them all back. Their pilots were unhurt, cheerful, and jubilant, giving thumbs up signs.
So yeah, that's, you know, it's
giving thumbs up signs.
Oh God. So yeah, that's, you know, it's
giving thumbs.
There we go. Right. So this is, I think it's a documentary, early BBC documentary,
when the moment for
report
invasion arrived. It also gave the troops a chance to train and relax. It had been declared, but that made it no less real.
So obviously this happened in my lifetime, and I remember watching it, and you know, if in my opinion, you know, if in World War II the most significant speech is Winston Churchill saying we fought them on the beaches, you know, the Falklands equivalent version of that is I count them all out and I count them all back. Now there's a comment that worries me. James Mower saying you're very brave doing the Tamiya Sea Harrier. Please expand on that. Why am I very brave? Is it a bad kit? Is it fit issues? Am I going to end up smashing it with a hammer? I think I blocked this airbrush, you know. Yeah, that's blocked. Oh, don't you hate when that happens? Oh, sorry, I was going to play it, wasn't I? So, yes, it's all the history that goes with it.
Out at sea, it was a tense 40 minutes before the planes returned, with everybody watching, counting, wondering if they'd all make it back safely.
Right, I've got a problem with my airbrush. That's typical, isn't it? My airbrush has been absolutely fine all day. And now all of a sudden it's all...
Reconnaissance photos of the airfield showed that the Vulcans had made a trail of bombs and got one on the runway. Other low-level pictures of the raid showed the effect of the Harrier bombs. But was it enough to close the runway and close the air blockade? Pictures
that's bad work. Medina to the rescue.
There was substantial damage, but enough of the runway was intact for transport planes to keep on flying.
That's the Black Buck raids, wasn't it?
So far, most of the military activity had been confined to aerial attacks and naval bombardment on Argentine positions round the Port Stanley airstrip. But on the night of May the 2nd, an action took place that fundamentally changed the course of the conflict, put it on quite a different level. The British nuclear-powered submarine Conqueror normally patrols the waters of the North Atlantic on routine NATO missions. The nearest US to action station is on the various exercises against other friendly ships pretending to be the enemy.
Right ahead on that ferry. 355-ish. No. So much within 5 stars if we can.
Sort that out tomorrow, give it a bit of an overnight soak. I'm done with my airbrush anyway. Right, guys, I'm going to stop this and switch the camera back to me.
Shadowing the movement of the Argent.
So, Joseph, when you start watching this stream, did you know you'd get a history lesson? But I don't know about you guys. I would rather learn in a setting like this. When you learn in a classroom, it's quite boring, isn't it? But when you're sort of having a chit chat with friends, and it's like, oh, did you know so and so? You're like, no. Right, I've got to find the instructions for this now, haven't I? It's been so long since I worked on it that I can't remember where the box is. Little bit of a tip for you: it doesn't always work. If you lose instructions, Scalemates is a fantastic place to go, because you can quite often download the instructions, and it looks like let's have a look. Right, let's check that. So I'm chucking screens all over the place. Right, yep, very clear. That's right. I didn't have any problems. Apparently other models did. Say you need tons of filler. I built the real Harriers, so I know they have fit. Right, is that the real Harriers had fit issues? Because I bet you couldn't use Tamiya Putty on real ones, could you? So do you think you having experience on the real ones helped you with the kit? I suppose actually that raises a question. My Mosquito, I was watching a video and I don't even know where I put it. What? Here it is. So, right, a guy I was watching on YouTube decided he's had to put loads of putty where the wings and where the nacelles fit. He's ended up filling that. And I've looked at mine. Now, I'm assuming mine has come from the exact same mold and there shouldn't be any issues. Now, there is a gap, but there's a wing flap there. So you would have that gap, wouldn't you? So I'm not going to be filling that. But look, big gap there. But look, flaps on the wings. So you need that gap, don't you? I don't know, that's my thought anyway. So did the guy have an issue unique to that particular kit, or did he think, oh, I'm going to fill that gap because there's a gap? I know sometimes people go into auto mode, don't they? Anyway, let's find this kit, this instruction. So I don't think there's many scale modelers don't know about this site, but let's get the keyboard out. So Scalemates. When the first time I found this, it was like, I don't know, it was like I found something totally amazing. Looks like I haven't put it in my stash. That's a nice little kit, a nice looking little kit actually. I'm looking forward to building that. SH60. I've also got a problem with my tracker ball because I took the ball out to clean it. You'll like this. I took this little ball out to clean it, dropped it, and the plasticky bits come off. So once that bit catches on, it sticks. It's a pain in the butt. Right, 1 to 48 full kits. It's this one. So here we are, instructions. So just download the instructions. And there they are. So I don't have to worry about the fact I've lost my instructions. So that is all I'm up to. Oh, I remember this now. Actually, I'm going to have to find the kit. That's another reason why I'm not doing it, isn't it? Because I can't find the freaking box. Which means I can't find the sprues, which means I can't build anymore. But didn't I? I knew I did. I knew I had the window for it. I didn't want to lose it, so I blue tacked it to the side of the aircraft. I don't know if that was a good idea, but judging by the looks of this, it's not an awful idea. Right, so more blue tack for my stash. Right, so let's get this put in, and that is step 2 finished. And then I can perhaps paint. Oh, I haven't done the rotor yet. Okay, right. That means I've got to find the box, because I need to make the rotor, because once I've glued those wing sides together, that's it. No, I'm not. Well, I've got 3 piles. There it is. I've got my boxes in 3 piles. I've got my US Navy on the top shelf, because US Navy is top shelf stuff. I then have non-US Navy on another shelf. And then I generally have the models that I'm currently working on another shelf. So, I couldn't see it on the other shelf. Right, so this should be 34B. 34B, which it is. That is big. When you look at some of the World War II propeller-driven aircraft, that's probably bigger. Let's compare it to the Sky Raider. So this is the Sky Raider. This is the Seahawk. But don't forget, this is just the tailplane. This is that little bit there. And these are the rotor blades. Bit of a difference, isn't there? Right, 37B. Oh, that's coming off. So I think some of these have got a bit of a knock. Right, sorry guys, I struggle finding these little bits. Especially when they don't put them in order. 37, there it is. It's I had an eye test recently. I want new glasses. These glasses I've got, I really need polarized lenses for driving, and excuse me, sorry, that ain't gonna go on there. I ain't convinced with that. So it goes there. There we go. No, that's not gone either. It's not so much as a jigsaw puzzle as an examination. There we go. That's done it. It's like you put it one way, it doesn't fit properly. You put it another way. Oh, I see. Okay, I got it. That's fitting. It's not so much fit issues as penny issues. Right, I think I'll put the extra quick setting on that one then. So James Mower I'm an ex-tinsmith sheet metal worker. The Harrier was hand-built. Model manufacturers and CAD have issues with double curvature work. Right, okay. I'm guessing what that means is if you're going to be doing something hand working, it effectively makes every single Harrier unique. You know, the amount of strength you've done on a hammer in one place, and CAD tries to make everything the same. I'm guessing that's what you're saying. So if you got a kit of a handmade Harrier, and then, you know, this kit is of this particular registration, and then you go out and buy a set of decals, it's wrong from the start because the two Harriers don't look the same because they've been handmade. Is that what you're basically saying? That worked. Right. Unfortunately, this is going to have to be painted before I put it on. Or will it? See, this is the things I'm not getting on with because I want to paint the exterior on this after I've towards the end. But if I put that on, it's going to be difficult to airbrush. Even right. That don't look right. That's gone in at an angle. I ain't happy with that. Am I not happy? Oh, does anyone know how England and Germany got on today? Wow, that extra quick setting's pretty good, isn't it? That's solid. I feel this is wrong. This is my first Italiari kit, and if I had my way, it'd actually be my last. I don't know. That ain't supposed to go on like that, is it? Oh, I like the way you put, but don't worry. Yes, they could vary. Most of them were pretty similar, but don't worry. Yeah, listen, if you come onto my channel expecting some kind of professional builder, you got it all wrong. The only thing I'm after is, am I happy? And if it's wrong, but I'm happy, yeah, that'll do. Do you know what? I'm going to have to look this up because that don't look right. It naturally wants to go in at an angle like that. But look, that could be right. But this is what the internet is for, isn't it? I don't know why I'm changing camera when I want to share the screen. Where am I on this one? Right, so SH60 tail. It doesn't help with all the pictures being of the rotor going. Let's go for part. Is that any good? Not really. Oh, there you go. That might help. Do you know what? I think that is right. Yeah, that looks like it's going up at a funny angle, doesn't it? I think that might be right then. Comparing these two, I think that's not. Yeah, that's a bit, you know. I mean, I'm not an engineer, and someone might be shouting at the screen going, yeah, well, that's pretty obvious why it's like that. But it's not to me. So, yeah, okay, fair enough. I'll go with that then. I mean, I know that the purpose of this is to counteract, because you've got blades going round, it's naturally going to try and make the helicopter spin, and this is just going to counteract it. And that's how they steer, isn't it? It alters the speed of this. Right, so I need to find 14B. 14 should come on the same sprue as this. So 14, 5, 4, 19, 18, and 12. 12. See, 12. 10 is between 19 and that's not going to happen, is it? Right, see, there you go. Penny rear rotors are always at an angle. Okay, I see, learn something new every day. What's it? The guy I was driving down to Glasgow with, he kept saying, driving down to London, he kept saying, every day's a school day. I'm like, yeah, you said that yesterday. Right, that's that done then. So, keep that safe. Right, so that one, this is the car. Do you know what? I'll show you these instructions. I'm so spoiled with Tamiya, because Tamiya tells you the actual color on the instruction where you use it. I need I, F, and B, so now I've got to go all the way up and find out what they are. So I is a yellow gloss. Well, I ain't got that, so that ain't happening today. F is gunmetal. That's lovely, because I like gunmetal. So that's going to be my Vallejo metal color. And what's the other one? A. B. Right, okay, that's simple enough then, isn't it? B is flat black. Oh, that's nice and easy then. So we'll go. Fortunately, my airbrush is now out of action, so it's going to have to be coats of primer with a brush. Unfortunately, my nice base brushes. Before anyone asked the question, I use Rosemary & Co brushes. I'm on a bit of a campaign with them, actually, to be perfectly honest with you. I get nothing from them, but especially the figure painters, they're like, oh, you've got to use Winsor & Newton series, whatever. And I'm like, yeah, they're like 15, 20 quid a brush. And Rosemary & Co do the same brushes, exactly the same, for a £5. People are like, no, you got to use this brush. And it's strange, because with scale models, it seems to be a lot of people are like, they spend the money. There's a lot of Tamiya stuff out there, and they're charging whatever they're charging. I'm like, seriously? You know, and it's like a bit of sandpaper stuck to a lollipop stick. Ding, £5 a stick. And I'm like, well, if you get a piece of sandpaper for 25 pence, you cut it and you get a lolly stick for about a penny, you got the same thing, haven't you? Haven't you? And with figure painters, it always seemed to be, oh, I'm paying that, I'll do this. And then all of a sudden, when it comes to paintbrushes, especially this Kickstarter, I don't know if it's all down to the name, but we've got a Kickstarter. You can buy this brush at a discounted price of £50 a bristle, and everyone seems to go, well, it must be brilliant because they're charging 50 quid for it, and that's discounted. And half the time they go, oh, it's brilliant, it's fantastic, and I'll try it, and I'm like, I really don't like it. So yeah, I'm always about, if you can save yourself some money here, you can spend a bit more money elsewhere then, can't you? And would you rather spend your money on paintbrushes, or would you rather spend your money on kits? And if you can save your money on your kits, then you can buy 2 kits. And, you know, the only thing better than 1 kit is 2 kits. Just trying to avoid that middle bit, but I want to do enough. Get that dry enough to hold, so I can get that other roller down. Obviously, you don't get quite so much air coming out of the hose as you do with the actual airbrush. I think I've forgotten to do, yeah. So I use my airbrush cleaner that I made. Obviously, I use that for hand painting as well. But it's a little bit difficult to handle the box, the big bottle. Just for you want to put 1 or 2 drops in. So I normally decant that, and I don't think I remember to decant it. There we go. That's that primed up. I'm very much like to chuck primer on everything. It's funny, the video I was making today on primer, I also covered why you prime, and of the 4 main reasons why you use a primer, none of them apply to me right now on this particular project, other than the fact that I know it's primed, so I know it's going to stick. This is more applicable to figures, but I did a experimental video ages and ages ago, and I got these Warhammer figures. What had happened was Warhammer Games Workshop had run out of primer. They used to do a really, really good brush on primer, absolutely amazing for figures. but they'd run out. It's called Smelly Primer, I presume, because it stunk, which it did. And it was just brilliant. You could get the brush, you could dip it in, you could just go, and it would just come out really well. You see how that's quite uneven? It wouldn't come out uneven. And they stopped making it. And I'd actually emailed Games Workshop. So when are you bringing this new primer out? I'm desperate for primer. And they sent me a message back saying, if you get some Chaos Black, which is their base black, which is heavily pigmented, and dilute it with a bit of Lamia Medium, which is basically thinners, they said you can use that. So I did it, and I realized that what I'm effectively getting there is I've made a primer, because their paint will stick to all the plastics. So we did a little bit of an experiment, and we painted all these figures with different paints, and we let them dry, and we saw which ones, how tough they were. And model color is useless on Games Workshop figures. Games Workshop base paints are better than their layers, but the layers are good. And then I think we tried some other paints, but the best results was Games Workshop. I know Games Workshop paints are expensive, but they make an excellent primer. So I'm going to paint this with XF1. Why can I not find XF1? Where's my XF1? Because I've already got it out. And my good brush will come out for this one. So Paul J. Lewis says, my attitude, if anyone says I should use a £15 paintbrush, then they should be prepared to pay for me, because it won't be. Yeah, I mean, look, if someone wants to go out, if they honestly feel that that is the best brush ever, then fine. But what if you spend 15 quid on a Winsor and Newton? What you're getting is Kolinsky Sable. And look, you can see what I've got for 5 quid. I've got a Kolinsky Sable. And now that I've used this brush, the difference between that's a good sable and that's Kolinsky Sable, and that is a hell of a difference. I would pay 4 times more for that than that, and this is twice the price as this, and I would pay 4 times the price for it. It really is a good brush, but I wouldn't pay 15 quid for it. All right. So double check me instructions. So repeat again, if anybody wants to join me, you are more than welcome to. If anybody wants me to repost the link, it is in the chat somewhere. I can't be bothered flicking up and down between these color codes, so I'm going to scribble them on my little pad there. So I've got I, B, F. I think B is black and F is the gunmetal, but B is black and F is gunmetal, and that's yellow. Saves me keep looking then. So I is just the wing, is just the tips. It's just the safety bits, isn't it? So people don't go walking into them. And then of course once the rotors are going, you get that nice pretty yellow circle then. So there we go. I'll see if I can find that link. Just put the mute back on. There we go. Right. Oh, the trackball ball is stuck right in dodgy position again. Oh, right. There we go. Right. I think I might have to click it. Right. There we go. Got my keyboard. Sorry guys, I'm just posting the link again. Find it first. Right, there you go. So if you do click that link and decide to join me, Like I say, if I don't know you or I know you as a bad person, you won't get on the stream. And please try and use a name that I know. If I don't know you, I probably won't accept you. I'm just waiting for that primer to dry in the middle. It's just a little bit wet, so obviously it's not a good idea painting over wet primer, is it? If this was done with an airbrush, this would have been dried by now. I think what I'm going to end up doing is, actually it might be better I did do the middle bit first. Also, these metal colours, they are designed for airbrushes, but they do brush on really well, actually. Come with a little shaker ball. Right, I just want to give that a couple of minutes. I'll start on the black. I'll do the black, then I'll do the gunmetal, and then I can do the tidy up then. But the metal colour might probably going to need a couple of coats. So, and if any of you have watched my other videos, you'll know how much I cringe at bottles. Really don't like bottles because they make a mess when you tip them over. Look at that. It just feels so nice. Lovely. You can't really see the difference, but if you could feel it, it's nice. It's gliding on, and it holds the paint as well. So there you go. There's my one-person campaign to get everybody talking about Rosemary & Co. And you get a free little sticker every time you buy brushes. That's lovely. This to me it goes really thick really quick, doesn't it? I've always been a palette painter. I prefer to put the paint onto a palette. I don't know what the established best way to do it is. Is that meant to be? That is meant to be there. Don't know if it's, do you paint straight from the bottle with the Tamias, or do you put them on a palette? I think because my main more skillful painting has come from figure painting, so I've kind of picked up a lot of the habits of, well, Duncan Rhodes really. When I didn't know anything about painting, most of my learning was from Games Workshop. So you learn everything the Games Workshop way, and because that's your fundamentals, that's the way you end up doing it. Obviously, as you start mingling and watching other painters, you learn their techniques, but that's right. It's not the best finish ever, but we can do things with that to make it nicer. So, brush a bit of a clean. I wish I could. I wonder if it's worth me doing. Does anyone know if I can do double cameras on this? Settings, layouts, crop solo. No, I don't want to crop solo. I'm sure there's a way to do double cameras on this. Settings, camera. No, I don't look like it. Okay. I don't know if it's like a premium option to have like 2 cameras or something. But because I do all my recorded videos I do with OBS. So I do like the double camera. I can, in the top corner there, I can put the overhead camera, and I really do like that because if I'm working really, like if I'm doing a big model and I'm working on maybe just the door, you can see me working on the door, but you can't necessarily see where it fits on the hole. So by having the big camera in the top corner, you know, you'll see me working on a particular area, and I think it works really well. When I'm there, I'll have a look at this. Pretty sure that that's not meant to be painted in primers. It's not. Right, so we've got E and F. E and F. So E is steel, which by coincidence I have steel. Right, so I've just got to figure out where it is. Look at that, the first one I pick up. Right, so what I'm going to do, just to make my life a little tiny bit easier, right, 3 things are major factors on which brush brand you use. How do you use the paint? Gives the feel for natural hair or synthetic. What is the surface you are painting? Tight area, flat, wide. That's a really good point. Because obviously the company, Rosemary & Co, are primarily, they're making brushes for artists. So I guess a lot of their customers are going to be painting on canvas. And obviously what works really well on canvas may not work so well on the tiny engine parts of an SH60. So right, steel is E. I'm gonna use my big old I haven't got it. Right, E. I want a felt tip. See if I can get away with a coloured pencil. Coloured pen. Not really, can I? I might actually have to resort to using the label maker. I had a Sharpie somewhere. This is why I need to tidy my desk up. Because once you get to the point where you can't find things, you know it's time to tidy. Last week, I was looking for a pen, and every time I picked a pen up, all I could find was a Sharpie. And do you know what? I'm actually going to use paint. That's worked, isn't it? And steel is, or this one is F. Just then that way, when I look, I don't have to see which one is which. So, or look at what I got in my extremely expensive brush. And my favourite brush is a round point P3 brush. I've had it for 3 years. Yeah, I've had these a while actually. I know I gave up painting for a while, but I've got a friend who buys me these for my birthday, and he bought me a set. And the next year when he bought me a set, the first set were hardly used. And I think at one point I said I gave some away actually. Someone was they were new to the hobby and they didn't know. I said, well, try these brushes. So I was able to give them a good set of brushes. They loved them as well. Right, so we want F, which is gunmetal grey. And this is probably going to take a couple of coats. But this is absolutely beautiful paint. Absolutely loved it. There's a guy called Vince Venturella, and he tried them out, and he's one of those people. I know paint is individual, and if I go and tell you that a certain paint brand is great, you'll try them out and you'll go, actually I didn't get on with them, and that's fair enough. But it just seems that with Vince Venturella, he's a figure painter, by the way. He's one of those people that if he says something is good, I will like it. And if he says it's not good, I won't like it. And it's not because he said so. It's because we obviously have the same likes and dislikes when it comes to the hobby. So I do really trust him. But yeah, this particular paint, it's like water. It's got the same consistency as water, but when I finish this, I'll give you a closer look. I mean, I say it is designed for airbrushes, and you will get a better result if you airbrush it. But first time we used this, remember this, Love Minis, first used it, and when I sort of try things out, I like to try and break it. There you go, guys. Look, that is one coat of a watery paint. Now you can thin that, because we tried to break it by thinning it. I thought, right, well, let's thin it so much that it's actually not going to cover very well, and that maybe it's going to need sort of 5 or 6 layers, and it's absolutely fine. And it is quite expensive. It's about £5 or £6 a bottle. It is a bigger bottle. I can't find the quantity of it. Where is that gone? I think it's about 35 mil. Why can't? Oh, there it is. It's written there. 32 mil. It is more than twice the price of Vallejo model color, but I think it's well, if you dilute it, you don't really lose much coverage properties, and it's obviously it's going to make it cheaper if you thin it. This is why I don't buy I can't think of the word. I don't buy Model Air because it's thinned paint. You know, why am I paying for someone else to thin the paint for me? So, right, I'm going to do the steel first, because the steel is all the underneath, and then this top bit is going to be gunmetal. So I'm going to have a quick, just bear with me a sec, guys. I'm just going to top the glass up. I'm slowing down on the drinking. I'm kind of having the attitude at the moment, if I'm not going to the toilet every half an hour, I'm probably not drinking enough. So, we've got P40F20 high all. Don't know if you're doing much P40, but I'll put a link in the chat if you want to jump in and join me. I don't know how long you've been watching. This is just a penny, just having a bit of a session at the desk until I feel too tired to continue. So Love Me says hi, and Love Me says you love that metal paint. Yeah, I really do. I think it's the best paint I've ever used, even though I'm told the AK Interactive paints, I'm trying to go over to AK Interactive. I'm told the metallics are really good. I'm not even prepared to try them. I just love these metal colors. For shiny metals, you can't be, obviously you can't beat lacquers and things. You're not going to get the really nice shiny ones, but I'm a little bit, I don't use lacquers. I bought this chrome. I'm told it's really good, and one day I will be brave enough to try it. It won't be today, but I'm not. I will try it in the airbrush, but I'm saving up for a new airbrush. And when I get the new airbrush, I will try that lacquer paint through the cheap Chinese airbrush, and then that way I won't lose. I can't lose my airbrush. I love it too much. So am I drinking wine now? No, I'm not drinking wine now. So hello, P40.
Hey, how you doing, Penny?
I'm fine. I can tell what stream you were on last by the name. Also not Chris. So yeah. P40F20, who is my absolute font of knowledge and ideas. I don't know how much of the stream you've caught.
I just happened to stumble on it.
Oh, that's brilliant. You know you're always welcome. No, I mentioned your idea about the Spitfire, where I've got this bit, and the intention was to paint this black as a silhouette, but you came up with the idea of doing the camouflage pattern so it looks like two Spitfires flying together, which I think is an absolutely awesome idea.
Yeah, I just thought as long as Airfix went to all the trouble of giving you that airplane-shaped base, why not? Make it a little interesting.
That was similar thought process to me. You know, they'd given me an aircraft-shaped base. And both me and a friend of mine at work, we both came up with the idea independently, paint it black so it looks like a shadow one. But yeah, you've taken it one step further and said, well, why not camouflage it? And I just think that's an absolutely brilliant idea. So, and it also solves the problem that I put that black on. The colours seem to go on a little bit better. I think I'm just not a fan of brush paint and Humbrol paints. But
they got to be mixed really, really, really good.
Yeah,
I think properly.
I think half the issue is that I've not thinned them enough. You know, you use one brand of paint and you know the exact consistency, and then you use another paint and you go in with that sort of consistency and it doesn't work. And also what you thin with. I don't think Humbrol actually likes water as much as but aren't Humbrol actually designed to be used straight out of the pot?
No, I think that you do need to thin them if you're going to.
You do need to thin acrylics, but I remember the old enamels. I don't remember thinning enamels as a kid, and obviously where I'd been using acrylics, and I watched a friend of mine doing a model car, and he just dips his brush straight in the pot, the enamel, and he paints this car. And I'm looking at him with a horrified look. Oh my God, you just might as well tip the whole tin on. And he's going, that'll be all right. And I'm going, no, it's not going to be all right. And then when it all dries, he's got this absolutely beautiful finish. And I said, I don't know how you do it, but it just works.
Yeah, some people do strange things, but it works for them. So
yeah, yeah. And here's me trying to thin my paints properly, and sometimes that doesn't even work either.
Yeah.
So I am doing going to try and close. I've just all I've really achieved today is just put the matte varnish on this. I'm going to try and close up the fuselage, but I've got to do the rotor blade, the what do you call this, the tail bit first, because that's going to be glued inside this, which is a bit of a problem because it's going to make painting this bit harder, but you know, that's what it is. And then obviously I want to paint this before I put it on. So, and then Italiari, they're not nice to us like Tamiya. They don't give us codes, they give us letters, and you've got to interpret the letters. So So yeah, so I'm doing an E and then I'm doing an F. And that's as exciting.
A lot of the manufacturers do that, and the first
Yeah.
thing I do with the instructions is I'll write down all the color names next to the
Yeah.
letters, so I don't have to keep referring back to the chart.
Well, yeah. I think the worst one is I've just put gunmetal on. I did want gunmetal. Oh, so I've just cleaned my brush up, then put down the same color paint because I've got to do. This bit is I want to get it's an F, and I've just do you know I've completely lost where I was. Right, yeah, that's the bit I've just done in F. So I think I've just done that in the wrong color. Yes. No, I see what I've done. F, I have done it in the right color. No, it's the right color. Yeah, that's me. I got my color call outs round the wrong way. So, do you know I was going to thin that, wasn't I? Just to show you guys that this is the paint. This is probably my favorite paint in the world. This is an airbrush ready metal color, and it's got the consistency of water, but it just brushes on so well. I hate this focus.
Yeah, it looks really good.
It's absolutely amazing. And I was just saying earlier on that when I did that stream and I tried to break it. When I see something new, I try to push things as much as I can and try and break them. And we thinned these 50-50 with thinners. And do you know what? They were just as effective with a brush. And they're not even meant to be used for brushes. And obviously, if you use a good brush, a brush of your choice, they paint even better.
Mm-hmm.
So are you working on anything?
Oh, I got a little something here that I've been
what you
working on and off.
You always have amazing things.
This is Edward's A6 M20. I got the dual combo backpack, and I'm doing two of the Pearl Harbor attackers, one from the first wave and one from the second.
Nice.
And it's the Profi pack one, so it's got all the photo etched and stuff, which I put it all in, but for some of it, it's like I can barely see it. So, but it does look nice with all the stuff in there.
See, I don't have a problem with not being able to see it. I'm very much I know it's there kind of person.
No, I'm very much, if I can't see it, I'm not going to bother.
Me and you are opposite on that sense, then.
I don't lay awake at night, fearing that I painted the wrong color red for the red cross on the medical box. That's
no, I'm not obsessed with that. On the mosquito, the more I look at it, there's some little red bits that you have to mix whole red and red.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure that I'm going to get a rivet counter come after me that's the wrong shade. And to be honest with you, I'm doing my homework, and my homework is consisting of polite ways of saying I really don't give two hoots.
Mm-hmm.
It's red. It's not bright red. It's not dark red. It looks like roughly right. And to be honest with you, by the time I chucked a load, and to be honest with you, by the time I've chucked a load of panel wash in there, it's not even going to look anything like that either. So, it's I think I mentioned it in a video that hasn't come out yet, but does it really matter if you've got FS 36111 when you actually needed FS 36150. You know, by the time you've done a little bit of wearing on it, a little bit of sun bleaching, you know how I now do my my black basing. There's very little on the model that is actually the exact color call out, but where I've been lightening and darkening bits. And at the end of the day, it's only you that matters. But
exactly.
when it comes to bits that you don't see, I would stay awake at night thinking I didn't paint the inside of that orc shield. And it's that will bother me. I'm very much I know it's there, but you know, I'll put a bit of effort in, and I'm not too, but I'll just put my best effort in, and I'll stop when I think I can't improve it. And if it's not going to win in the awards, well, you know, I like to think if I ever do enter a model into a show and I don't win, I'm not going to chase after the judge demanding to know why that one won and mine didn't. But then awards change people, don't they?
Yeah. I used to enter contests when I was younger, and it's like, not anymore.
Yeah. They serve a purpose. I watched a couple of good videos on why you should enter contests, and that's, I don't think contests are for people that cannot handle criticism. Because I think even if you win, you're going to get criticism, aren't you?
Oh, that could happen, yeah.
I had a local games workshop store, and in my opinion, the worst thing they ever did was they only gave praise out. And so they'd say things like, oh, your skin tones are really improving. Well, that's the only way you're ever going to find out that your skin tones used to be terrible, because they tell you it's got better, but they won't tell you it's not great. Or good effort on that fire. And I just don't. But then, you know, that's the sort of feedback you give a 4-year-old, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
when you've got mothers and dads coming in spending loads of money in your store, you don't want to make the child cry, otherwise the mother will stop spending money in there. But once you get to an adult stage, you wanna be told how you can improve. Right, that is the best I can do for the moment. I don't know what color I've got to do that pointy sticky bit in, so I'll just do it in this color.
I would think probably be the same color.
Probably not going to be seen because that's where the rotor blade to go on, but I know it's there. And I'll know it's not painted. I don't know why I just painted that bit. I know it's got to be painted a different color, but no problem. So I was telling everyone about my little jaunt down to London yesterday, about how everything went wrong. We ended up 3 hours late, and we had to set off extra early in the morning because we knew there was a tube strike on, and I loved every second of it. One of the bosses said, how'd you get on? I said, that was brilliant. I said, well, everything went wrong. And he went, really? And I went, yeah, but if you go down on your first ever trip and everything goes hunky-dory, you're kind of going to expect that every single time, aren't you? And then one day in the future, you're 3 or 4 hours late. You're like, well, this isn't what I signed up for. If I now go down again and we get there on time and there isn't a tube strike, it means I can have 3 hours watching a bit of telly in the hotel room. I can get up an hour later and I can have breakfast in the hotel room. So I'll leave the hotel with a full tummy rather than leaving on an empty stomach. And we'll get to our bus about an hour early so we can chill out and do things nice and gently. And that's what I call a good shift. Right, let me do a bit of a catch up. Francis Adams says, I never thinned the Humbrol enamels when I was using them. Now, I don't ever remember thinning them. The only thing I ever, I mean, it must be 40 years since I was using Humbrol enamels. But the only thing I really remember is that I used to do a lot of US Navy aircraft, and I couldn't paint white, and it came out chalky. And it wasn't until I started doing figure painting that I understood why white goes chalky. White's one of those colors where you absolutely must thin it, and it's a terrible coverage paint, and you're thinning it. So not only does it not cover very well, but you're now making it even harder to cover it by thinning it down. Mm-hmm. So you're really battling uphill with white, but you know, but then since the airbrush has been come out, I'm like, way, I love white. But I remember doing. I remember first of all when Horlicks did something, and he was asking my help about primers and things. And I do remember telling him, get yourself a grey or a white primer. And he went out and he got a black primer. And he said, I'm painting white. And I just thought, do you know what? I'm just going to keep my mouth shut here. And a couple of days later, he was like, oh, it's terrible. Yeah, we've got a face I finally get to meet. So, guys, here is Paul J. Lewis. Hello, how are you?
Hello. Hi, how are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
Well,
so this is a guy, every time I watch...
Sorry, I had to close down YouTube to sort this out. So.
Yeah, because you get the audio come through as well, don't you? So you get this little sort of a 10-second echo.
Oh, yeah, that's annoying.
So, yeah, this is a guy who... I'll go into Paul Ism's morning chats. I call him Ism. I know it's ISM. And I can guarantee you within about 10 seconds of me saying hello, I'll get Paul J. Lewis going, hello, Betty's Bit Stop. And I'm like, hello. And then when I'm driving my bus, if I've got it on my mobile, I can't say hello back. Of course, I feel really rude. So, but yeah, we were just talking about a friend of mine. He got himself black primer and then he was brush painting white on. And I just decided I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. And he come back a couple of days later and he's gone, oh my God. He goes, I hate this. He goes, I put 15 layers of paint on and the black is still showing through. And I'm like, yeah, that's why I told you to get grey or white primer. And then I told him the trick of if you want to go from black to white, go medium grey, then light grey, then start going for the whites. And it just saves you about 27 coats of paint then, doesn't it?
What's that for figure painting?
Pardon?
You're talking about figure painting?
No, yeah. Well, any painting really. But if you put a black primer down and then you want white, to paint white on top of black, because the problem with white is that you don't get as good coverage as other coats, and you have to thin it to stop it from going chalky. So it's like a double bubble. But I was doing an Airfix, that B-type bus, and I accidentally painted the inside. I read the instructions wrong, and I painted the inside cream, and then realised my mistake. And painting white on cream, that was hard enough. I'm just glad I didn't go black first. I think that took about 8 coats of paint. But they're all mistakes you only make once, don't you?
Well, mistakes do reoccur. You know, when you have brain fade. So
yeah. But
example. I thought I'd finish this kit I've got here, and I'd noticed. Let me just show you.
Oh, that's nice.
I don't know whether you'll be able to pick it up, but around about there.
Bear with me a sec, Paul.
Sorry, go
There we go. Let's put you on big view.
Okay. About there, see that mark there?
Yeah.
See that mark there? I can't remember my finger is. Like there. That mark there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is a spot of glue.
Oh.
Which I didn't notice. Okay. And I obviously brushed it with my finger at some point, and it's taken the whole of the paint off back to the plastic.
Oh no.
So I've got to recover that whole area somehow. So yes, one of those reoccurring brain faults.
Now, isn't it?
Pardon?
It's just things that try us, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
I mean, the F14, poor old F14. I think by the time I finished, I think it would have had about 50 layers of paint over it. Because I cannot get that nose bit done. But hopefully, you missed the beginning. I've been trying to do. I like the paper template idea, and
it's just for doing camo.
For masking.
Yeah.
Take the instructions, photocopy them, cut them out, and then use that as the mask. And it's going to be easy on the Mosquito because they give you this, which is actual size. So all I need to do is photocopy that, cut them out, they're away. But the trouble with the one on the F14 is it's not the same size. Now, this is me being, God, I used to be absolutely, all technology, I was there, I was on it. I've got this printer, it does do enlarging and reducing, but it does it all in presets, like enlarge from B5 to A4. And I've had this printer 3-4 years, and today I found out how to enlarge by percentage, and I measured the instruction. I found 2 points, I measured them, and then I measured the actual model and I worked out the percentage. And I haven't tested them yet, but these look pretty good. But now I managed to make some masks, so that is going to save me so much trouble. So all of that, having a go and then stripping the paint off and then buying different masking solutions, didn't need it, just needed to figure out how to do the printer. Right, let's catch up on the chat. Love Mini says, I thin test the paint except metals. And then Love Mini says, yeah, he painted for days white on that black. Yeah. I hope Horlicks is, if he watches this, he does find it as funny as we did, because it's not it's not a ha 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 you suffered funny. It's one of those things that if it was me at the time, I would literally be pulling my hair out and punching walls and swearing. But now I would be looking back and laughing. So, all right. Trying to figure out where I'm up to. Right, E. I don't like calling paints by letters, but with these, but I tell you what, the for paints, the instructions I absolutely hate, and I think this is a universal thing. Revel. Oh, I absolutely hate Revel color callouts.
I hate Revel kits, period.
Oh, you hate Revel kits, you took one further, but yeah. Oh,
I'm sorry. Are you American? Is it Chris? Is that your name, Chris?
Mark.
Okay.
Yeah, he does a regular stream with some other friends of ours, and 2 of them are called Chris.
Are you American or Canadian or? Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
He's talking to you, P40.
Yeah, I know, but I don't understand what he said.
He says, "Are you American?"
Yes.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I'm sorry to insult one of your American companies, but which is now German owned, I believe. But I've had a problem with Revel or Revel, or however you pronounce it, for decades. I keep popping back now and again to see if they've improved, and okay, they haven't really. I mean, I just don't get it. They've got people who make these kits, they design them and what have you, but the people that design them are obviously not model makers. Otherwise, you wouldn't have half the difficulty in building their kits as people do. And I've had a problem with that company for decades. And so in the end, I just said, enough, you're not having any more of my money. And I'm sorry, it applies to a British company as well, and that's Airfix. I mean, I know Airfix are doing something about it. They're improving their kits.
Tried the new Airfix kits because I'm quite liking
Well,
them.
yeah, I was just about to say, Penny, that I know Airfix are improving.
Yeah.
And people I know that do build Airfix have said that they have improved, but unfortunately, they don't do a lot of things that I like to build. Or not yet, anyway. Not yet.
Yeah.
You may do in the future.
I mean, the only recent Airfix I've painted, I've done is this Spitfire, and it's not a great kit, but it's a starter set, and I think the dynamics of the starter sets is different. I'm seeing starter kits as it's a kit for an 8-year-old. You buy it for an 8-year-old to get into the hobby.
Yeah,
he's not.
I know. Well, if you've watched the Florida Models site, you'll know that they've had Pramjit on there from Airfix, and he actually designs that kit.
Right.
Okay. So, he is a model maker.
Yes.
Okay. So he's not only a CAD designer and stuff like that, but he actually builds kits.
Yeah.
Not because he works for Airfix, but he did it before that. So, in other words, he's ironing out a lot of the design problems, right from the get-go, which is as it should be done. But a lot of companies, they just don't seem to bother with that.
I don't understand how a company will stay in business because I came back into the hobby after Kitty Hawk had gone.
Yeah,
I obviously still get their kits. Now, from what I understand, is their kits are plagued with problems.
I've never built one.
It's suggested that that's the reason they've gone out of business. Your kits are crap. No one's buying them. Your company's not making any money. Goodbye. And that's pretty much how life works, isn't it? If I don't like your products, I'm not going to buy them. If you don't sell many of your products, you're going to lose your business. So there's the incentive there to make good kits. You would think so, wouldn't you? Yeah, one of the first names on everyone's lips is Tamiya, because on the whole, their kits are great.
And Bandai.
And my first kit coming back was this Sky Raider, and it's probably not perfect because it's more my skill rather than the kit. But then I've done the F14. The problems I'm having with the F14, I don't think they're anything to do with the kit. And then the Mosquito is absolutely beautiful. I absolutely love it. 3 out of 3 Tamiya kits are fantastic. And if I'm looking for something to build and I've got a choice between Tamiya and someone else, I'll always go for that brand. So, and then there's the incentive there to make good kits.
Yeah.
I've got my Chipmunk, and the only reason I've got the Airfix is because I don't think anyone else makes it. It's that simple.
Well, it depends. If you're into the subject and no one else makes it, then you're stuck.
Yeah.
And you've got to go get that kit from that
but
manufacturer.
If Airfix and Tamiya made the Chipmunk, I'd be buying the Tamiya any day of the week. So how a Revel, unless there's people out there that absolutely love awful kits and trying to fix them.
Well, talking about Florrie, have you been watching him build that? Was it F16? Was it? I can't remember now.
Is that the one where the legs, the legs collapsed on it?
No, it's a later one where absolutely everything was wrong with that kit.
Right. Who made
fit
the
issues, left, right, and centre. I mean, he's a great model maker, but even he struggled with it.
Yeah.
And he had the balls to say that Revel should never have marketed that kit. Yeah. Because it's that bad.
But aren't Revel generally hit and miss? You'll get a really good kit, and then you'll get a really bad kit.
Well, I mean, again, no aspersion against America or anything like that. I love America. I love the American people. But Revell America has a very bad reputation in Europe for bad kits. But I believe the company has now been bought by a German company.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Is that because it's
well, I don't know, but
company's hell bent on profit at any cost, and now that German companies
possibly, but the German company has redesigned. Well, a lot of the new products that brought out, the Razor Crest, for example. Okay, that was magnificent.
Yeah.
For a Revell kit, that was gobsmacking.
Yeah.
The detail was superb. Right, and it was. I think it was
actually made that.
Pardon?
I think it was Revell Germany that actually made the Razor Crest.
Yeah, and they got it. It was the injection molds were well, the actual production was done in Poland.
Yeah,
because they found out to Poland.
That's the way it's going, isn't it?
And I tell you what, the quality was. I was gobsmacked when I saw that. I thought this can't be a Revell kit. I had to check the label to make sure I was looking at the right kit.
Yeah.
Because I've done that kit and it went together so well. The detail on it is just wonderful. I mean, all right, some people have had a few problems with it, but okay, issues.
Yeah, but
for me, that's what I'm talking about. It's down to the subject. If no one's making that subject and it's in the right scale for me, I thought I'll take a chance on it. I know it's Revell. I'll take a chance on it, see what it's like. I was well pleased.
Yeah,
well pleased with it.
But aren't they getting a reputation of their Star Wars stuff is really good?
Yeah. But as I say, but that's only since everything's moved over to Germany / Poland.
Yeah.
Any kits that are coming from America still.
Kits.
Yeah. I don't think that's to do with the fact it's an American or German branch. I think it's probably like. Because I've worked for companies where the company is so obviously shareholder led, and they've got these strict targets to make, more money, and they need to trim. They call it trimming the fat, and you hear it with airline companies. I was at EasyJet, were cutting things that were actually safety issues.
Oh yeah, that's bad.
And when you start cutting safety issues, you're just waiting for a lawsuit to happen. But no, I've, as a bus driver, the number of times that I've been given fancy words that basically means you ain't getting a pay rise this year because the shareholders haven't made enough millions.
Yeah.
And I don't, Germans, if you take the stereotype of Germans, they're all about efficiency, aren't they?
Yeah. Efficiency and detail.
Yeah, so that suggests to me that the German branch will be, we want this kit to be absolutely perfect, because then people think of German and German pride and German engineering, and I think that's what it's always been about anyway.
Well, you can equate this to the car market. Okay, I mean, British cars, rubbish.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why we don't have one now. We don't have a car industry anymore.
Yeah.
But the Germans, they took that product, they improved the product, they improved the quality of the product, the quality of safety, everything, and that's why they became market leaders.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not hard to work out.
No.
You give someone a good product, it's good quality, reasonably priced. Okay, it'll sell.
Yeah.
As long as it's the product that people want, of course. Okay, which is another problem we had.
This is it. I mean, the cheaper cars do well for people that just want a vehicle. This is why your Dacies and things like that are doing well. Sorry, forgive me. I'm just looking for something. I'm a victim of not putting things back in the proper places, and then I can't find them when I need them.
You have a look at my bench, there's like a bombs hit it.
Yeah, mine's really bad. I did actually plan to start this stream off with clearing my desk session up, and I think I've got about 10% of the way cleaning it, and now I've just made the whole lot worse than it was in the first place. So now what I'm actually looking for is, I do feel a bit conned, but it might be in there. Yes, as you can tell, I've still got R2D2. He gets grumpy with me. Do you know what? I had a funny moment. I've got this little Spiro R2D2 thing. Normally he makes a noise when I touch him, but every now and again he makes some random something or another. And sometimes I'm in the bedroom and I can hear him, and I'm just like, shut up. But today I was playing FIFA, and it was just coincidental timing. But I was playing FIFA. I was playing this game in this cup. It was 0-0, and it was getting about a couple of minutes left, and I just pulled off this absolutely awesome cross header, top corner, and I just went, yes, get in there. And then R2D2 went, it's almost as though he was watching the game. Right, okay, I can't find that, so I can't glue the windows in. Right, I've got this little window. I'm going to try something I've seen then. This is either going to... But then I bought this kit to just try things out. I know you shouldn't really be gluing windows in with polystyrene cement. But I'm just going to try a tiny, tiny dab of extra thin, extra quick drying just in the corner. And if that doesn't work, I don't care, because I bought this kit, 15 quid, just to try new techniques out, and it hasn't stuck at all. The wind has fell out. So now you get the clouding issue with polystyrene cement on clear parts, don't you?
Yeah.
Why are you using that pen?
Pardon?
Why are you using that?
Because I can't find anything else. I can't find the glue I did want. All I have to hand at the moment is 3 types of polystyrene cement and some super glue.
Penny? Micro crystal clear?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I don't know where it is. Usually what will happen is I'll glue this window in, it'll go all cloudy, and then I'll find it.
Yeah, that's called sod's law, that.
No, I had it. I was a little bit upset with it when I first used it, because it's just PVA glue for about 10 times the price of buying it from the works. But no, see, worst thing I did, I got me little handy holder, but I bought this micro mask, which I do like, P40. I did moan about it being water soluble.
I hate that.
Do you really? I like it because it goes thick and you can cut it.
I'll tell you what, give me your address and you can have mine, because I hate it. This is what I use. I can't translate it because it's in Japanese.
I've heard that. Nigel Rodding bench use that, don't it?
It's gloopy.
Yeah.
And it's great stuff.
I used that mask first.
I don't use
it's a little bit too good, and it does run into the crevices.
This stuff doesn't. It stays where you put it.
Yes.
But this stuff, bloody awful. So, and it's a full bottle. It shows you how often I've used it. So.
Well, this when I used this, it pulled off all the paint. But in all fairness, I think I hadn't let the paint cure. I'd let it dry, but not cure.
Yeah.
So obviously that was where my problem was, possibly.
Well, that and acrylics don't really bond that well to plastic.
No. But no, P40 suggested I got the micro mask, and it is all right, actually. It's good stuff, but it does clearly state it's water soluble. So I'm like, well, if I put paint on that's been a water-based paint that's been thinned down.
Yeah, the clue was in the description, really.
Yeah.
Well, you always test it out, but I really don't think it should be any kind of a problem once the micro mask is dried.
No, I think the best thing to do, I mean, I've got all these little bits of kit. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just get an old bit of wing or something, and I'll just draw some random patterns on with a micro mask, and I'll paint sort of 3, 4, 5 layers of paint over the top, and we'll see how we get on. And
you know, the issue I had with that micromask stuff is if you paint it thin, if you paint it on thin and let it dry, when you're trying to get it off, it comes off in bits.
Right.
Whereas the other stuff is slightly thicker and comes off as a sheet, so it's much easier to get off when it's when you want it to.
So is it a case of you really need to be putting it on thick?
Well, I've used it in either thin or thick because there's different usages. Okay, and the Japanese one, the Mr. Hobby one, helps in both situations. You can put it on thin, it'll come off as a sheet. Put it on thick, it'll come off as a sheet. Whereas the other stuff just doesn't. It's horrible stuff.
Yeah. Do you know what? See, this is the trouble. I've got this new setup, and I've got things all over. I've got homes for things, but I can't remember where the homes are because it's all different. It used to be all piled up in a big ugly pile, and now that I've got homes, so when I add these drawers, you get used to like, oh, I need this. That's in that general direction. That's in that general direction. And then I've changed it all around. And, this is annoying me now. Oh, no, I know where it is. I know where it is. I had a pile of stuff. Yes! Ha, 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 ha. See? It was actually on the table in the living room area of the room.
Where you left it.
Yeah. 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 But this is definitely just PVA glue though, isn't it?
Yeah. Sorry, mate. Just excuse me. I've just got to do something. I'll be right back.
Fine. That's fine. All right. I don't know why I've just switched from the camera I'm on to the camera that I'm on. Right, so. Of course, the great thing about this is if you get any glue squidge, you just wipe it away.
But I myself, I do prefer to put the clear parts on with the styrene cement, if I can. Because I don't have to worry about them possibly falling back out.
Well, this is the bit that worries. I mean, you do get a certain amount of strength with this, but it ain't no polystyrene cement, is it?
No.
And that's quite possibly the worst bit of glue application. Do you remember all that times I've been doing super glue with a cocktail stick? I think I'd be good at this, wouldn't you?
Well, it behaves differently from super glue.
Yeah, true. Right. So plonk that in. That's gone in nice. Now clean up the mess with the cotton bud. And then wait 5 years for it to dry hard.
Not that long. It'll be dry in about an hour.
It looks absolutely awful when it's wet, doesn't it?
Yeah. But it dries clear, so you're all right.
I know it dries clear, but it just looks awful. It's like the varnish that I use. It's cloudy, and the first time you use it, you're like, oh my God, it's all cloudy. And then it dries up this beautiful clear color. All right, that's me window in. Right. See, I've got to mask that off as well. Like that, I am. It's taken me all this while just to put the matte varnish on and the rest, but I'm really happy with that. I am chuffed to bits with that.
Penny, what kit's that?
This is the Italiari SH80B. I found it in a shop. I went into a shop and I said, look, I haven't done models for ages. I said, I'm interested in 1 to 48. I want a kit that I really don't care about if it goes wrong.
Just going to say, because that's very similar.
Yeah, yeah. And he said, it's 15 quid. And I said, and he started giving me all this other spiel. And I said, no, you have 15 quid. Yeah, what's yours? The army version?
This is the Black Hawk.
Yeah.
It's the,
essentially the same, isn't it?
It's a Leary.
All right, same manufacturer. How are you finding it? I think
it's been okay. It's had its problems. I keep meaning to do a scale mates check on it, because going back to our earlier discussion, I have a suspicion this is a rebox of a Revel kit.
Right. Okay.
I don't know.
I have a feeling if you're doing an Italiari kit, I have a feeling that we aren't doing the exact same kit.
Well, this was the UH60. He said, yes.
Oh, okay.
Upside down. But, I mean, it's been all right. I mean, every kit has its challenges. You know what I mean? It's nothing insurmountable.
Right. This is not. So. I have dry fitted this about 1 million times, and this is certainly not going as well as the dry fits have.
That's the way it always works.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, you can get everything lined up beautifully before you put the glue on.
But you might
put the glue on
your other fuselage half and stick it on, and then tape it together so that interior will dry in place.
Yeah, exactly. Just about to say that. Yeah.
See, I don't think that's a good fit. That don't feel right to me. And that window slipped. That don't look right. That is not good. And I always discover this just after I've glued everything in.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't be messing with that part until that window's dry.
Yeah, you probably dislodged it accidentally.
No, it's in. It is in properly.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got like a window frame and it's just come down. I don't know if you can see. Can you see that? It's a little bit lower.
Yeah.
There, it's in.
You got the right part?
Yes.
Did you put it in upside down?
Well, no, right. So, right. My first answer is no, I didn't put it in upside down. But yes, I had. You know what? It wasn't. No, every time I dry fitted this, it fits one way and it just doesn't go in the wrong way. And I put that in and it didn't fit the right way. And I put it in the other way.
Brilliant.
That's
superb, that.
This is why I buy £15 kits, thinking it don't matter if it goes wrong. But I have bought this kit on the basis that if it goes wrong and the only thing left for it is to go in the bin, it's absolutely fine. That's what this kit is for me. This is a press and hold really hard kind of a kit. Oh, Oh, everything's gone wrong. There we go. I know there's a little extension on there. That's, you know what, that's no good. I think I've just buggered this all up now. Right, let's go in there. Right. I thought I'd put this away for good. I can't just, there's a little tab in there. I can't quite reach it with the extra thin. So all I want to do is just one tiny dab there. There we go. That sounds like P40's little birdie.
Actually, that's my
Your doors
in my kitchen.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
That's the chirp of a cardinal.
Oh.
Ah.
Miss Deborah's sitting in her cage, very quiet right now, actually. Sounds like R2's giving you what for.
Yeah, he's having a whinge about something. I don't know what it is. Maybe he's telling me some secrets about the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. Because I'm sure he knows.
Episode 4 tomorrow, isn't it?
Is it tomorrow? Oh yeah, because it's Wednesdays it comes out. Yeah. I'm used to Disney releases being on a Friday.
Yeah, me too. I couldn't understand why everybody was reviewing episode 3. This is last Thursday.
Yeah,
I was under the impression, like you, it was out on Friday.
Yeah, I think the first ones are out on Friday for some either Disney or Star Wars related reason. It was something to do with May.
Oh no, the first two. That was to coincide with Star Wars Celebration, wasn't it? The big festival they had in America.
And then it resorts to Wednesday, which then means you get like 2 episodes one day, and then less than a week later you get another. And now we have to wait an entire 7 days between episodes. Is it 6 or 8 in the series?
5, isn't it? I think something like that. Was it 6? Might be 6. I can't remember.
But I don't know when the point is that I can talk about it, because everyone goes, "Oh, I haven't seen it." And I'm like, how long can you legitimately give someone before it's like, well, tough luck, you should have watched it?
Well, I'm sorry, but if you're a Star Wars fan, you've already seen it.
True.
That's my argument.
Yeah, but there's, people work. I mean, it took me 3 days to watch the first 2 episodes because I just didn't have the time to sit and watch them. And much as I love my Star Wars programs, sleeping for work and not crashing and dying is actually more important to me. So, right. Okay, I'm happy with that. But I do believe this is going to need a bit of work. Right, so double check the instructions, because you know me, I'll always miss something. If there's anything to miss, I'll miss it. And I have missed. Yeah. No, I haven't missed. Right, okay. Right, I buggered up. If I read the instructions, I'd see these holes to be. But I caught all the holes I need to drill in there. Loads of holes in there, and it took ages. You see all those holes?
Yeah.
They're not holes, they're all the points that you have to drill for various. So I'm guessing that they've got this set up so that you can do any version. They can bring
Yeah,
other versions out.
Generic floor, and you drill open the appropriate holes.
Yeah.
I had the same issue with this, because this has got a load of seats in it.
Figuring out which holes to do and was an absolute nightmare, and it just took so much concentration. But right, doesn't tell you the size of the hole.
I usually just take my X-Acto knife and twirl it in the indent and open it up.
There's always that, but I have this lovely drawer called drilling, and I spent a lot of money on these, so I'm going to use them.
Yeah, you just get a drill bit. Just get a drill bit that's about the same size as the indent.
Yeah.
And if you need to go bigger, you can go bigger, but always go smaller first.
Yeah. Now I'm going to go 1 mil. 1 mil seems about. Yeah, I think that's a good one. Right. I've had to buy a different bit on the top. This is my favorite. This is Games Workshop one, and but the bit in the top didn't fit the tiny drills. It only fits the one sold by Games Workshop, coincidentally enough.
Who'd have thunk it?
Who would have thought it? Yeah. See that there's 2 holes there, but I think it's this one. Yeah, so I've had to buy this bit. This is a Chinese Dremel head designed for Dremel for about 1/4 of the cost of a Dremel one, but it works really well.
Oh, excuse me.
Right, that's 1 hole done. The next one wants this cut out there, so I think I'll drill a hole on either side and then hack it with a knife.
It's really nice to watch somebody else work instead of me.
Do you know what? This is partly why I've done this stream. Is I do enjoy watching the morning streams with Paul.
Yeah.
And I think I've now been watching them long enough that he knows me. I mean, normally I'll jump in and I'll write morning in capital letters. And then that's the only bit of capital letters I do. And he reads that absolutely perfectly. Like, morning! that's me. You know, I'm like, when I'm in a happy, good mood, that's like when I go into work, I go, morning, and everyone's like, shut up, what's good about it? That was good, I just said, morning.
Yeah. Do hate happy people in the morning. Stop it.
You know what? When I used to work nights, I thought, hey, you with energy at 6 a.m, you're not normal. But now I've become more of a morning person. I did say at work, they said, do you have a preference for any kind of shifts? I said, listen, mate, I don't mind doing earlies. I don't mind doing lates. But what I actually prefer is a similar shift pattern. You know, if I have to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning every day, that's fine. If I can get, you know, if I'm going to bed at 4 in the morning, that's fine. I just prefer to be doing the same thing every day in terms of times. That's quite often why I've done lates, because with lates, you might start at 3 in the afternoon or you might start at noon, but you'll generally find you can get up at like 9 in the morning every day. And it just means my brain can handle it. Right, so next one is going to be about there. There it is. Look at that.
As if by magic.
As if by magic. This is a part work skill that I've learned. Finding things by locating it from other. That's actually don't look quite right actually, but there is no hole. But yeah, located the rough hole by looking. There's a little square just there on the instructions, and the hole is, well, if you go by the instructions, the hole would be there, but there is no indent on the other side. So it's going to have to be there, but it wants that one as well, which is there. This is one of the funny things that I find quite relaxing, but it don't half hurt my fingers. You want to get the Dremel out, don't you? But you just think that's probably not going to end well.
No.
Fast electrical equipment on meltable plastic.
No. That's a good plan.
Yeah, right. Oh, and then, yeah, that's it. That is it. Right, so now I can glue that in. So you would think that having glued this in twice already, that's probably going to go in all right.
3rd time's the charm.
Well, obviously you expect the first one to not work quite so well because it's sort of got to work through the paint, isn't it? Oh, another thing I bought that I didn't think, I needed some ABS cement for probably a part work or something. That's right. It was people were complaining about the Spitfire build. It was gluing something. I thought, oh, what ABS cement? So I went out and bought a blue pack top. Then I read the bottle on this Plastic Magic that I've been using for donkey's years. Second line, just near the end.
ABS.
Bonds ABS and styrene. So that's £6 wasted.
Well, no, you'll always use it, won't you?
Well, I'll use it eventually. But I've got...
I even just save the ABS for your part works.
Well, so I've had to give up using this because you'll laugh at this, because it doesn't fit in the holder. So I've gone out and bought a Tamiya range because it fits in the holder. If I had my 3D printers working, I'd have copied that idea and made my own holder. But no, I am actually glad I got the 3 different cements now, because the thin stuff is great, but only really for when you're holding the parts together. I don't really use the extra quick setting that much. I don't often find myself, but I have used it. I think I used it on the Mosquito undercarriage because I've got a couple of little bits that I had to hold them, and then if I hold the 2 parts together, then I'll use the extra thin. If I want to bring 2 parts together, I'll use the thicker, because obviously the extra thin dries up really quick. But there was a little bit, and I'm like having to hold it on, and I thought, this ain't going to hold there very well for very long, and I really don't feel like holding this tiny weeny piece. So I used the extra quick setting, and that was brilliant, because that held that solid in about 10 seconds, and I just didn't fancy sitting there like this for ages. So I have used it and I do like it. But,
Stinks though.
It does. Well, I think that white one stinks a bit more. But it has got poison written on the side, so it's not like they haven't worn. Yeah, that white one, that's got a bit of a whiff to it.
Well, not that one. It's this one.
But
this one, that one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah,
this one. Yeah,
that stinks to high heaven. That does. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what? That's the first time I've actually brought it up to my nose to smell, and I just regretted doing that.
Don't.
Yeah. So welcome to the glue sniffing channel.
Yes.
Yeah. How's the old saying? We make the mistake so that you don't have to. Trust me, don't do it. Oh, Is anyone old enough to remember Adrian Mole?
The TV show.
Well, the books originally.
Well, yeah.
Oh, Adrian Mole, he was hilarious. There was this scene where he was making a scale model aeroplane, and he decides to sniff the glue to see what the glue sniffing craze was all about, and ended up sticking the model to his nose, and he had to go to A&E. And in all fairness, that was enough warning for me to not become to get into glue sniffing as a kid, because I didn't fancy going to A&E with a model aircraft stuck to my nose.
So was it more not wanting to go to A&E with the aircraft stuck to your nose, or the glue?
No, it was
the
just
deterrent.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't. I mean, it probably wouldn't have ever worked. I don't think you could stick. Could you actually stick plastic to your nose using?
I don't think so.
Using polystyrene cement?
No, not really, because
super glue, yeah,
to dissolve your nose.
Yeah, super glue you could.
Yeah.
I'm just going to do a bit of catch up on the chat because we ain't done it for ages. So when we were talking about the parts and things that didn't fit, Love Mini says layout of a model on a computer goes well for those that can design that way. The dies are a bit hard to cut, even with CNC machines. And Amanda's just said, didn't think you'd still be on. Yeah, I said I was going to be on until I get tired. And to be honest with you, I'm just getting going now. I think I know I had a tough day yesterday, because about 11 o'clock, I thought I'll have an hour's nap. And I woke up at half past 4, half 4. So a 5-hour afternoon nap. I wouldn't do it if I didn't need it. But yeah, that zonked me yesterday. But I can't wait to do it again. Oh, no, it was slightly different dynamic in that I knew I would need food, because I knew there'd be nowhere to stop for food. So I took lots and lots of packed lunch with me, and that worked. But obviously then you can't make food for 2 days time, because it's all going to start to go bad. See, I took 4 yogurts with me, ate 2 of them on the way down, and I thought, well, these aren't going to be any good in the morning without refrigeration. So that I'm sitting in the hotel eating these 2 yogurts, which I didn't really want at that time. We ran so late that all we had time to do was jump in bed. 9 o'clock we got to the hotel, and we had to be up at 5 to get ourselves out for 5:45, because they had the tube strike on. Had the tube strike not been on, we could have got the tube in, which meant we would have been in the hotel long enough to be able to have breakfast. So, you've just come in 10-hour drive, straight into bed, get up in the morning, leave with no breakfast. And all they had were those horrible coffee sachet things. And they never give you enough sugar, do they? They gave me 2 sachets, which weren't really even a full teaspoon. So, and I didn't have the energy to go down to reception and say, can I have some more? They probably would have given me more, but so.
Hang on, was that in the hotel?
Yeah.
What's wrong with room service?
Well, thing is, when your company's paying for room service or paying for the hotel,
yeah,
if room service is extra, I don't know if they would have done it at breakfast. I don't know. I'll have to check that out. But
they want you to do the shifts, and you've got to be suitably fed and watered. So
Oh well, I mean, what's that?
Because the whole point of staying in a hotel is room service.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of points in
it's
there.
Good fun.
That's weird. So the little slit that I cut out there, the corresponding slit is already cut out. And then they want me to cut that slit out. But this is not quite as simple as shoving an X-Acto blade in. Oh, there we go. Maybe I didn't use the blade right. I'm always lecturing people on how to use a blade, because it don't work by cutting straight down, so you have to give it the sawing action. I might just want to run a file in there as well. I do like it though when they have it partially cut out. It sort of makes it so much easier to follow the lines, doesn't it?
It makes it so much easier to know exactly where you need to cut too.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Otherwise you end up in a situation of why are the tail bits on the pilot's head? Right. Is that all of the holes? Right. That's done. It's done. I have done all the holes. I have no idea why at the moment, but they'll all soon come into place. I don't suppose it would have been the end of the world if I hadn't done the holes, would it? Right. Actually fairly happy with the fit. Apart from the tail, I don't want to go in too well. Okay, all right. So it looks like that's my best starting point.
Big tip, Penny, don't put your finger on the window.
Yeah.
No. Not for at least an hour or 57 days.
No, you really don't touch it at all if you don't have to.
Well,
Wow.
exactly, because I say you glue that and you push the window in, and nightmare.
And then rather a lot of swear words will suddenly appear.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So Love Mini says, sorry, but need to go feed the cats. That's fine. I will always agree that anyone's cats are far more important than me. And I said that sincerely. But I'm also going to disappear because I'm in need of a quick trip to the loo. So I will catch up with you guys in about 30 seconds. Maybe a bit longer, but...
So what do you like to build, Mark? Have you got any particular genre that you're into, or are you just anything?
I tend to kind of build lots of different things, but primarily I'm into World War II aircraft. I don't know if you saw earlier, but I've been working on this Edward Spitfire. I got the dual combo for the Pearl Harbor attackers. Very nice.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
So that's what I've been kind of tinkering with. I've got it to the point where it's about ready to airbrush, and I'm just trying to convince myself, oh, just go ahead and airbrush the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, just
been kind of sitting here on my desk gathering a bit of dust.
So is it mainly World War II or?
Mainly World War II is what I like. I've been kind of following along with Penny's Tomcat because I really like Tomcats.
Yeah. Exactly. Was it the? I'm not into any specific genre myself, but I like modern fast jets. But the near sort of like World War II thing I've got Spitfires, I've got the Lancaster. The last sort of like, I suppose it's World War II. I'm not sure because I'm no aficionado in that respect. I did a P-51.
Yeah.
Which is the Mustang.
I think that was definitely World War II, isn't it?
Yeah. Is it? Yeah. Okay. That was a great kit. But what I did was I didn't do the paint scheme as per the instructions, because I saw a P-51 photos of P-51 on the internet. It's a restored aircraft. It's in your neck of the woods in America. It's in the Midwest Aviation Museum, and it's called Little Margaret. And it's basically more or less all chrome, or that sort of effect with black and white checkers on it. And whatever. And I thought that's going to be really difficult to do, with all the chrome and what have you. So I thought that's a challenge. That's a challenge. So basically, build the kit.
You said that's going to be difficult. I just thought, yeah, it's got to be done.
Yeah. Well, I was saying, built the kit as per, and then any other little details that I could see from photographs, I changed. There wasn't that much, to be honest. There's not much scratch built or customization and what have you. But it was the paint, and I actually made my own decals to go on the tail, the checker on the. In fact, if you hold off, rather than me describing it, it's easy to show you. But it's in the other room. Just give me a sec. I'll go get it. Okay.
I would love to do a Mustang. I think Mustang is one of those kits that you've got to really have in your collection somewhere, haven't you?
Oh yeah, that's a classic.
But I mean, what scares me about the Mustangs is I've never done silver paintwork.
Well, you can do some of the camouflage ones. They started off OD in gray.
Yeah, but you got to. I think if you're going to do enough kits, you're going to have to do silver at some point, aren't you? Metallic. So, and I think, to be honest with you, I'd probably rather do a Mustang as a first silver kit than a massive £400 B17 or B29 or something. There's less isn't there?
This might be a bit dusty because it's been on the shelf in there, but I don't know whether it's come up on this camera. But you can see it's virtually all chrome.
No,
okay? all these decals have to be handled on the computer. Even the numbering system on the back. All the try to get it right place.
What scale is that?
That's 48.
48.
No, it's 32.
Oh yeah.
That's massive.
You're right. Yeah, it is bigger. I can see that now.
Yeah.
32. So, but to say, it's all the panels come off the front. I'm not going to take them off because it's got magnets in and stuff like that. I'll tell you what.
I mean, that's the Tamiya kit.
It's a Tamiya kit, yeah.
Yeah.
As I say, I've never known so many magnets to be in one kit.
It came with magnets.
Yes. Yeah.
See, I'm quite experienced with magnetizing, but magnetizing figures, because you buy the figures from Games Workshop and they come with so many options: this sword or that sword, this head, that head, and you don't really want to make the final choice. So you magnetize it and you can switch things out, and it just gives you so much more kit for the money.
But all these panels I've got propped up because there's a lot of detail of all the guns in the wings. I don't know if you can see. I'm trying to get it to where you can see it. That way, there. Yeah. See all the guns on the interior and the shells and whatever you call them. So I've left those panels up on both sides. So, and it's got which didn't come with the kit. I've got some brass gun barrels in there. Not that you can bloody see them, like, but yeah. So that is the only difference is I've not put the checker on the nose for reasons that I won't bore you with. But it's mainly to do with mathematics, which I am hopeless at, and getting that curvature of all the rest of them. So anyway, but that is basically it's based on the real aircraft, which is in the Midwest Aviation Museum in America. So,
nice. Can I let you into a little secret?
Go on.
Hang on, I'll see if I can find it. No, it's gone. Can't see it. Oh, where's that gone then? Maybe I didn't buy it. Maybe it was a figment of my imagination. Or maybe that's it on the end. Yes. Right. So every now and again you find a little kit and you're just like, yeah, I'll have that. That don't seem too expensive.
Yeah, there you go. That's a big change.
Oh, the little ones, yeah.
It's lovely. I don't know if I ever want to make it. The kit is so nice.
What scale's that?
You get this beautiful book.
Oh,
well,
48.
Sorry, they call it instruction sheet. But it's absolutely amazing. And it's about 1 million different versions you can do.
Really just for that.
Nice. And it's got, I don't know if that came with it. It's got some resin parts.
You must have brought the trophy pack then.
Pardon?
You must have brought the trophy pack version.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but it's, look at the way they've done the clear parts on a circular grid.
Yeah, that's the way they do them. It's interesting.
That's the trophy pack, that.
Yeah.
You'll enjoy that.
And it even comes with a little badge.
Oh, cool.
I know.
Oh,
I think
that's the Royal class version then, if you got the that extra little bit. I bought a 109 in the Royal class a couple of years ago, and they give you a beer mug in it.
Just all that's limited edition. But 30 quid I got that for.
That's a steal then, yeah.
You know what? I was very lucky to get that. I got that from, it was one of the Facebook groups. And I saw an advert that was about 3 weeks old. And I just dropped him a little message. I said, don't suppose you've still got that, have you? I would imagine that's gone. And he went, no, funnily enough, no one's bought it. I was just about to re-advertise. So, right. Do you know what? I'm going to embarrass myself now. Donnie John, hi Penny, maybe you remember me, bus driver from Doncaster. Was suspected of having a mini stroke 3 weeks ago. Can't drive a bus for 12 months till I can prove I haven't. Still breathing. Do you know what? I'm really sorry. I don't remember you. Do I know you from like last week or from 20 years ago? Oh, I feel really, but I'm like that anyway. I get people come up to me and are like, "Hi, how are you?" And then you get to the point where you're like, I really need to know this person. And, it's like, I'm really sorry, I can't remember who you are. Oh, you came round my house 2 days ago. And I'm like, oh my God. No, I actually did that. I did a job where I used to work for Car Advertising Magazine. We used to go around taking photos of people. And someone came up to me in Asda in the queue and they go, oh, hello, remember us? I'm like, no, I'm really sorry. Yeah, you come round and took a picture of our house, of our car. And then I remembered the car before I remembered them.
Well, that's what you were there to do, is take pictures of the car, not them.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but that's how I am with people anyway. I remember people with dogs. And they'll go, oh, yeah, I know you. Yeah, you German Alsatian or something. And they'll go, yeah. So I can't remember you, though.
Oh, well, it has been a while. Then he says, spoke to you when you was building the Rapmaster.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's been a while, yeah. Yeah. Oh, so I don't know you from Doncaster. I know you from the streams. That's right then, because I say if I knew you from Doncaster, then I haven't seen you for about 20 odd years. I do remember the guy I trained with in Sheffield. and I can't remember his name. I think it's Shane. And you tend to find your closest friends tend to be people you've come through training school with, because obviously you were both looking at everything when it was all strange to you.
Yeah, it's all shared trauma.
And we were both told once we'd been there sort of 3 or 4 months, they said it's not many people last 3 months, let alone 2 people from the same training group. So we're like, okay, you're trying to tell us this is a really terrible place to work for? And they're like, yep. But it's no, someone gave me some stats on I think they said something like in the last 2 or 3 years we've had like 500 odd people come through training school, and you're like one of 70 people that are still here. And I'm like, I've only been here about 3 months. And they're like, yeah, that's how bad it is. But it is. But I believe Sheffield's got better now because they give him a pay rise. They give him a massive pay rise not long after I left. But that was why I left. I could move to, I had no ties. I'm, single person at the time. Well, still am. And I moved to Bristol, where I was earning an extra £200 a week for the same number of hours. So partly because of the hourly rate, but partly because of the overtime rate as well. Bristol used to give an absolutely fantastic rate for working Sundays. And excuse me, it really was worth it. And there was still a lot of people wouldn't work. It was like almost double pay for Sundays, and people still wouldn't work it.
I need to pop off for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. Well, I'm going to switch to looking at my ugly mug mode. There we go. Give that a little bit of drying time. And then have a little look. I can't believe I've been working on this for about a year and I'm only on stage 3, but you know how it goes. You get other projects. But yeah, so Donnie John, how are you then? You said suspected of having a mini stroke, which is suspected has got to be better than actually having, isn't it? Can't drive a bus for 12 months till I can prove I haven't. I don't know. The only experience I've had with strokes is my mum had a stroke, and then apparently what happened, she'd had a heart attack which went unnoticed, which sent a blood clot to her head, which caused the stroke. They then put her on, is it warfarin, some kind of blood thinning, but instead of thinning it, it actually made it break into smaller chunks, which then she had another stroke and she didn't survive the second stroke. And I don't think any of that was neglect or malpractice or anything like that. It's just the way it goes. But then I've had 25 years to deal with it. When it comes to, my mum went a bus driver, so I don't know the implications of, that's something I have to worry about now. 30 years old when I started driving buses, and I was at that age where I was invincible and nothing ever went wrong. Didn't need to sign up for medical plans because you're just not ill when you're 30, are you? No. When you hit 50, your joints don't work so well and your various
bits keep dropping off.
And it's just, I've got to that age now where when I start with a new company, my very first question is, do you have a medical plan I can sign up for? And what's the sick pay like? I've only ever had 1 week of sick pay, ever. And I'm suspecting that might happen. Well, I say suspecting. It's not unreasonable for it to happen the next 5 years or so, is it? At least once. So what do you do then, Paul?
What, work-wise?
Yeah.
No, retired.
Okay. What did you do?
Last job was creative director of an advertising agency.
Nice. Nice. I thought about getting into advertising once because I could come up with the odd good slogan.
Yeah, I've done everything from graphic design all the way through art direction, creative director, company owner.
I keep writing to Man. I have a brilliant advertising slogan for them, but apparently it's too risky.
For who, sorry?
There's a man for every job. I think it's brilliant because Man makes lorries, buses, vans. There's a man for every job. I think that's too risky, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's too PC. It's not PC now. It's too sexist.
Yeah. Too wokey.
Yeah.
But then, maybe they could go more for the female approach. They could show some female truck drivers, women, the driving force of man. That'd probably ruffle a few feathers as well.
Yeah. You're a loser whichever way you go with that.
Yeah. Maybe they should just go with something nice and safe, like Man Trucks gets the job done.
Yeah.
That's nice. Like Johnny John says, I'm fine on blood thinning tablets, having loads of tests. Sick pay is garbage. Yeah. Because especially with bus driving, this is going to come out wrong. You have a high amount of foreign-based young men coming through the business. And then when the votes go in for pay rises, they will offer you more money in exchange for a condition going. And 20, 30-year-olds don't care about things like sick pay. So if the company says to a 20-year-old, we'll give you an extra 20 pence an hour, but we're going to reduce the sick pay benefits, their response will be, well, I'll take the money because I've got a young kid who eats money and I don't get sick. And then when you're suddenly 50 or 60 and your kids have grown up and moved out and you're sitting there with needing your blood thinning tablets and a year off work because you think you might have had a mini stroke, the money's no good anymore because you're not earning it because you're not there and you need the sick pay. But it was sold out 10 years ago by the youngsters. And if I was in the same position, if I'd come abroad to earn a bit of money for 5-10 years and then I'm going back home, I'd have done the same. I'd have voted for 20-30p extra in exchange for sick pay, especially if you come from a country where there is no sick pay. You can't miss what you've never had, can you?
Nope.
And
that's true.
Yeah, it's I've done work with the union and I've worked in buses long enough to know that if you want anything, you got to give something. And when you give things up, it will come and bite you on the bum at some point. So, I've learned that the important questions to ask at job interviews isn't how much am I getting paid, it's what conditions have you given up. So sounds a bit cynical, I know, but I think I talk about bus driving industry, but I think without knowing it, I think I'm probably talking about every industry out there, aren't I? There's so much corner cutting and trimming been going on, that you can trim the things that no one cares about, but once you've trimmed that, what's left to trim out?
You're going to go so far.
Yeah. But it's, I was saying 5-10 years ago, I think it's reached breaking point, but it's got even worse since then.
Yeah, but you've had COVID as well.
Well,
now companies are going to claw back that 2 years of lost earnings.
Yeah.
So they're going to put the charges up.
I actually worry about the government help because I want to know where this money's coming from.
That's called taxes.
Yeah, I know, but how soon is it going to be before my income tax goes up by an extra 5%?
They'll do it by stealth. They'll do it by taxing other things first.
Yeah.
Things that you don't really notice.
Like fuel. Trouble is, you do notice things when you're penny pinching in the first place. Everything is noticeable. You know, the fuel's gone up, and on a week-to-week basis, has only gone up a couple of pounds per tank of fuel. But when you're paying £2 more this week than last week, and then the next week you're paying an extra £2, and what you're actually doing is paying £10 more than you were last month.
Correct.
And it really does notice, and you know, your wages aren't going up in proportion. You know, I remember once sitting down going, oh, well, fuel is costing this much. But in all fairness, when I passed my driving test, fuel was like, I was moaning when petrol went up to 50p a litre. But when you look at my wage now compared to when fuel was 50p a litre, I'm actually better off. But now that fuel is 4 times the cost, I'm on about 4 times the money that I was on when it was 50p. If the fuel goes up anymore, in that respect, I'm worse off than I was as a 20-year-old kid on a moped. Only when I was a 20-year-old kid on a moped, I was doing 100 miles to the gallon. Now I'm only doing about 50 to the gallon because I'm in a car. And I ain't traveling 20 miles in the wind and the rain every day on a moped up the motorway.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. You've really got to. I mean, I drive because I hate walking.
Yeah.
And I hate, with respect to you, I hate public transport. But
no insult there at all. I hate public transport.
I used to drive like everywhere all the time.
Yeah.
But over the last, it's not since COVID, it's been before COVID. I actually pegged back the number of times I was going out in the car.
Yeah.
Because fuel was starting to go up even then.
Yeah.
So you've got to be, I like to drive.
Yeah.
But if I've cut down the unnecessary journeys, if you get my meaning.
Yeah.
So to the point now where I'm probably going out in the car like 3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah.
But it was like triple that.
Yeah.
You know, I've particularly since I've been officially retired.
Yeah.
You know, every penny's a prisoner, as you know.
Yeah.
So you've got to account for everything, and it becomes more important to plan everything. So instead of doing, for the sake of argument, going to the supermarket twice or 3 times a week, it's down to 1 now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're stocking up on stuff. You know, the fridge is, as long as the fridge and freezer are stocked, and they've got beer, far more important.
As long as you got your beer, nothing else matters.
But it's a question of, you know, whether you get a couple of packs of beer in, you know, you drink it, whatever, and then you go out in the later to get more later. It's not that you've got to plan everything out now.
Oh yeah,
you've got to plan everything out, and you've got to do fewer journeys. You've got to do fewer journeys and pick everything up at the same time.
Yeah.
You know, so you maybe instead of going to one supermarket, you're going to several. You know, all on the same day to get it all done. So
I do a lot of my shopping at the local shopping centre, which is 10 minutes walk, and I chose that because then I don't take the car, so I end up getting a little bit of exercise. It's only 10 minutes, but it's 10 minutes I wouldn't do if I went to the big supermarket. Now I'm more shopping there so that I don't go, because there's a supermarket, it's about an hour's walk, 10-15 minute drive. So I now don't go to the supermarket because it saves money on the fuel.
Yeah.
So I can go, but then things are cheaper at the bigger supermarket. So it's possibly cheaper for me to get in the car and use the fuel, and then save the money on the shopping. But I am quite lucky that there's a lot of places I can go as part of my work. You know, I drive past the BP. It's got a little Marks and Spencers in it. It's like a little It's a bit bigger than a convenience store, but not as big as a supermarket. So I see what Donnie said. And an extra week's holiday after 5 years service. Just been voted out by younger drivers for £1 an hour extra, not realising it's a 3-year. Yeah. Norwich did that. They said they offered a deal, and it was like absolutely fantastic pay rise in the first year, followed by an okay pay rise in the second year, and about 2% in the third year. And I remember sort of going, well, no, how can we vote that in? How can you possibly know what's going to happen in 3 years' time? And it got voted in something like 80% in favour. And then a year later, the recession hit. And I just thought, there you go. But yeah, this is it. I mean, if you're one of the main dynamics of the company, then everything that's going to get voted is going to be voted in favour of you. But if you're not, if you've got a company that's full of young drivers and you're one of the older drivers, the votes are never going to go in your favour.
Yeah, but the younger drivers, I would suggest they don't think it through.
No,
they don't think it through long term.
It's only one
unless they've got in their heads, that they're not going to be in that job very long.
That's
because they want to move on.
What it is.
Yeah, because the young will do this for a year and they're going to do something else. You know what I mean?
Well, the first time I noticed the difference between a youngster and an older person, or a younger Englishman and an older Englishman. When I worked for First, they do a really nice share ownership package. It's really, really good. They offer you shares in the company at a reduced rate. For every 3 shares that you buy at this reduced rate, the company will then give you 2. And it's an absolutely superb deal. I personally think you're an idiot for not taking part. But it's like a 3 or 5 year thing, and you're not allowed to sell your shares for so many years after this plan comes to an end. So you're basically stuck with these shares for about 10 years. And when I joined, the first lot, their shares were just eligible to be sold. And First Group had a big rise in share price, and a lot of people sold their shares off, and they got a few grand profit out of it. And what you noticed was all the youngsters bought new cars, really nice cars, what I'd say young person nice cars, Honda Civics, that kind of thing. All the old guys were having extensions to their houses, conservatories and things, new sheds built. And
the really intelligent ones were reinvesting it in a pension plan.
There's always that one as well.
Yeah.
But I thought that was a smart move, because I thought, right, you guys are enjoying yourselves in your new cars, but in 10 years' time, when that car's fit for the scrap heap, what have you got? Whereas the old guys, they're sitting there on a nice sunny Sunday afternoon, nice glass of wine, or they're in their sheds working on, whatever they do in the sheds. And once that extension's built, that's it. They've got that extension for the rest of their life. And I thought,
but it's added to the property, which is adding to the possible resale.
There's that one as well, but it's, I don't know. Do you enjoy your money big time now, or do you let that enjoyment trickle for the rest of your life?
Well, in 2020 hindsight, I wish I'd have invested a lot more of my money when I was younger.
Oh,
so
do you know?
So I could benefit from it now. Okay, well, I was stupid. Luckily, from 1 or 2 of the employers I used to work for in the past, I had pension schemes in place.
Yeah.
Which have come to fruition now.
Yeah.
Okay. That was something I opted into and then forgot about.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing. But if you're left to your own devices as a young person, you're going to take the instant cash. Okay, and you're going to buy the car. Okay, because young people, and I'm saying this as an ex-young person, we're stupid.
Yeah.
You don't think long term. Well, no, we don't in the UK. No. I don't know about America.
I mean, the only advice I would give,
be different mentality in America, but over here,
yeah. The only thing, the advice I would give to my younger self, is not necessarily a mistake I made, but anything that's going to increase in value, you invest in that as early as you can.
Yeah.
I mean, my auntie died, left me £10,000 when I was in my early 20s, and I did waste a lot. Well, depends on your angle of approach. I had a lot of fun. I had life experiences with it, and I enjoyed myself. And I did stuff that I probably would never have done otherwise. And I went on trips, but I also bought my driving lessons. Yeah. And I'm really glad I did, because obviously having a driving job, I'd always wanted to be a bus driver, and I wanted to do it as early as I can. And I remember banging on the 17 years old, like the day after my 17th birthday, I'm banging on the doors of bus companies going, I want to be a bus driver. And they're like, come back when you've got a bit more experience. So I just catch this. Donnie says, glad you mentioned the name of the company I work for. I'm not allowed to due to warning. I'll just say I didn't know who you worked for. I was just, I've worked for First Bus in Yorkshire. Although I am aware that Doncaster is part of the same. Is it Doncaster, Rotherham, Sheffield are all the same? We've still got Halfway Depot. That is the most battered depot I've ever seen in my life. You go into the depot and you've got this big square. It's like it's made out of corrugated iron, and you have to go in round, and it's quite tight. It's a minibus depot, but the corners are completely rounded where the buses have hit it so often. There is no sharp corner, and you know which buses have hit, because you used to, well, I don't know if they've changed the colours, but when I was there, you had it was all red and yellow, and it was red at the bottom and there was yellow scrapes at the top, and it must have been a good 20 collisions when I was there. And I bet if they stripped that down and repainted it, within a week it'd be back to how it was. I think it's just down to drivers at the end of the day, where you're coming in, you want to get in. If you can just get in 2 minutes early, you'll take it. And it's but now first group, First Group aren't the worst company I've worked for. I have a bit.
Excuse me a minute, Penny. I'm just going to. I'll be back in a second. I'm still listening.
Okay. First Group in Glasgow isn't my favourite company. But they have a reputation for sacking drivers for absolutely stupid stuff. But then I'm hearing the manager who sacked people has got the sack for sacking people. And no, that's absolutely true. They sacked him because he's just sacking everyone left, right. Apparently they sacked the whole team. So, and it's now got a bad reputation. And I applied to rejoin when I applied for my current job. And they were like, yeah, we'll put you straight in training school, because they knew me from before. And obviously I wouldn't say I'm driver of the year material, but I'm a good driver in the sense that you give me a duty, I'm there before my start time, I do the duty. In fact, my current company, they ring me up 15 minutes before my start time. So, are you all right? And I'm like, yeah. Oh, it's just that you're usually about 3/4 of an hour early for work, and you're only 15 minutes, so a bit worried about you. That's my reputation. It doesn't sound great, and one of the sounds we have is we're just a driver number against a duty number, and that's all we are. But if you embrace that You got to remember the flip side is that to me, most companies are just a figure in the bottom right hand of a wage slip. You know, I want my driver number by a duty number so that I get that number on my wage slip. And the bigger that number is, the happier I am. And that's all it is. You know, I'll drive a bus, but so it's shut. They're on Olive Grove. The Olive Grove was where I was based. So there's Olive Grove at Sheffield and Doncaster. They shut all of Rotherham. Bit made me laugh.
Don't panic. I'm having to take you into another room.
Oh, that's all right. We like other rooms, don't we, P40?
Oh, sure.
My laptop's about to run out of batteries, so I need to plug it in. So stay with me.
No, we like house tours. We've already examined your whole house. I did have my eye on that nice paint rack that you had sat behind you.
Oh, that's just one. There was 4 actually.
Wow,
There's 3 on the wall that you couldn't see.
Impressed. So yeah, if we become much closer friends, we're going to have to see the other 3 as well.
Yeah, maybe another day, but the battery won't take it.
I gave up on
the laptop usually lives here, you see, and I only take it in the
it's
other
okay.
room.
We've got new background to stare at, so.
Oh, yeah. It's not very light in here.
That football picture behind you.
Where? There?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Jim Clark, and that's Jackie Stewart.
Oh, see, I couldn't have got that much more wrong, could I?
Yeah, Formula 1 drivers.
Well, I knew it was sport anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Take that?
I don't know if you can actually see it. Let me just get you a bit closer. The light's not that good in here.
No, that's all right.
Anyway.
Oh, it's autographed, is it?
Yes, it is, yeah. It's worth a few quid, I'm afraid. But I'm never selling it. So anyway, just bear with me a sec.
That's all right. We'll bear with you as long as you need. Yeah, that Olive Grove, what made me laugh at Olive Grove is because of the rule that you don't need a PCV license to drive a bus on private ground. A lot of companies, they don't train their bus washers and shunters because they're not taking the bus off the actual bus depot. Well, Olive Grove has got a car park and the depot with a public road running straight down the middle. So all of their shunters have to have a PCV license just so that they can go across the road all of about, 5, 6 feet, 10 feet, just so they can put them in the car park. It's just mad. If they bought that road, actually, like you say, can we buy the road off you to the council? They wouldn't have to have a PCV license for their shunters. It's just literally the road goes that way and the buses go that way, crossing the road, and that's it. And they need a PCV license just to go that far. But I mean, no, I don't think any of our shunters have got licenses because they don't need it. It's not a legal requirement. So.
Look. Voyager.
Oh, nice. Nice.
You can see that.
I like that.
Terrible camera.
It's all right.
So, I keep toying with the idea of getting a proper camera, a webcam camera.
Well, I always say, I've had a few people say to me, what do I need to do streaming? I'll give you the same answer. Just go with what you've got. I've been saying for the last 3-4 years I need better lighting, and I keep planning better lighting, but I think the lighting is what's affecting my camera. The fact that this doesn't focus too well, I think that's more to do with the lighting because it doesn't know what to focus on because there's no actual strong light.
I've got a DSLR, which apparently you can use as a webcam.
You can.
But don't you need special software or something?
Right. I'm trying to think of the name of the software. Give me a moment.
What's the camera you've got, Mark? Where's it going?
I had the software. And if you use it as the free version, it's actually quite usable. And then if you pay for it, it's not too expensive. Using the LSR as a webcam. I think of the software. What's it called?
What's your camera, Mark? Because that looks really good, that picture.
It's just the camera in my laptop.
Also, the one in the, same as me. Yeah. So yours seems better than mine.
Yeah, I think P40's got good lighting. I think that's what's
yeah.
I'm right under a light here, and I've got light coming from the kitchen, and then I know I always have to close the blinds behind me, otherwise
it's daylight there, isn't it?
Big flare.
Yeah, because it's daylight there, isn't it, as well, which helps.
Well, yeah, it's 8 o'clock here, and I know there it's like 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Right, I've just chucked a link in the chat. It's a software called Sparko Cam, and it enables you to use your Canon or a Nikon as a webcam. And I've done it before, and it does do a good job. The only drawback is because you're running an additional piece of software, if you've got a PC that's not hugely powerful, it's using extra resources. When I'm sorry, go on.
I'm actually using a Mac, so
right. I don't know if you'll be able to use. I don't know. They must do a Mac version.
It's all right. What I've done is I've copied the link.
Yeah, but it's just all I've given you there is reading material. I haven't given you the actual software. It just takes you to a page.
I'll check that out and then. Excuse me, and then.
But if that doesn't give you the answer, you might then go, this bit, and then.
Well, where I live, we got quite lucky. We've got 2 very good camera shops. One of which I bought a couple of lenses off previously, and they're really knowledgeable about this stuff. So what I might do is I might pop in there one day and say, "I've got all this kit. I want to do this. What do we need?" And I'm sure they'll be able to fill me in. So
it's. I mean, when I asked about Sparko Cam to a camera shop, they were like, "We haven't got a clue what you're on about."
But the guys in town, they know what they're talking about.
So that was like 5 years ago. So I think any half decent camera shop, if they've not heard of Sparko Cam, then
Just Paul at ISM. I don't know, you were on this morning. He was talking about the lights that he's bought for like 25, 30 quid. I think I might invest in some of them as well, for this.
I've got this. This came from Amazon. This is about 100 quid.
Well, I've got one of those, as you might have seen it at the beginning of the stream when I was buggering about with it, trying to get it to stop flaring on screen.
Yeah.
So I had to turn it down and turn it off.
This is it. If I turn my brightness down, I suddenly get all those flickery lines across the screen. But I'm looking at, 'cause the problem I've got is obviously I'm in this bit of the living room, and the light is right in the middle.
Yeah.
And what I'm actually thinking about doing, because I've still got the initial upright supports I've got from building the desk. So I'm actually thinking about getting a strip light and putting it above the desk. But because the trouble I have with the house, because it's a rented house, I can't damage anything. So I don't like to fix things to walls.
Otherwise you lose your deposit.
Yeah. Now, the landlord has already said, like, if I'm putting shelves and things up, he said that's not a problem, because when you take them all down when you move out, just put a bit of holes in, and then just give a bit of a white paint all over. That's fine. But I'd like to put a light into the ceiling. But I don't know about putting in the ceiling, but I could probably run a bit of wood across from the top of the supports. I've got to redo this bit anyway, because I've got a monitor arm. That's my 3 monitors are being held up by one thing, and where I've got it supported on one bit of wood, it's actually just pulling the wood a bit forward. So I'm thinking about changing and putting 3 wall-mounted monitor bits on. I thought it'd be all right because it said it'll hold up to 32 kilograms, and these monitors are. It says in the instructions they're 3 kilograms each.
Yeah.
So I thought that'd be fine, but actually it is quite heavy for it. So let me just catch up on this chat. Did you get a letter from Heroclet saying that the passenger door on the Ecto 1 has got a design flaw? Right. the Ecto 1 is a bit of a funny one for me. What was it? There was one this one I missed some of the payments, so I'm behind on it. Now, one of the doors, the back door, apparently it came with. Where are you up to on the Ecto 1 P40?
I just got the replacement door panel because they do
Right.
say replacement one. The original door had a hole for putting a mount for the rear view
That's it.
mirror.
That's
But
it. Yeah.
the mirror mounts out on the wing, not the door. So
Yes.
you will get a replacement door.
Right. I never got the original. I got the replacement but I got the old instructions because that confused me because I got the instructions saying I've got to put this wing mirror in. And I'm like, but there is no wing mirror.
No,
and then I'm looking at it and I'm like, but there's nowhere to put a wing mirror.
Yeah, because it's not supposed to be there.
Yeah. So then I looked up World of Wayne's video on it, and he was doing the wing mirror, and he was going on about this shouldn't be here, we're going to get a replacement or something like that. And I thought, well, obviously what's happened is I've fallen behind sufficiently that rather than give me the original part and then give me the replacement, that by the time I got to that part, the replacement had come out, so they just straight out give me the replacement. So I'm guessing that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The passenger door on the Ecto 1's got a design flaw. It's the only one I can think of. So yeah, the answer there is if you've got the wrong part, you will get the right part. But I say I never got the wrong part because I'm that far behind.
The only bad thing was the replacement part came with the logo already put on it, and I had bought those aftermarket rub-ons from I think it was Mike Lane.
Right. Yeah, I did know.
When they advertised it, it was supposed to come. All the doors were supposed to come with the logos on them.
Yeah, that was another thing because there was at the driver's door you had to put the sticker on, didn't you?
Yeah.
And I spent ages working it all out. Or is this where it is? And you know me with stickers, I'm not sure. If you got one shot chance, I'm as nervous as anything. I'm like, oh, yes, I got it. And it's like a big deal if I get it because you know if you get it wrong. And some of those stickers, you can't peel them off again, can you, without damaging them? It's not like the Lego stickers where you got about 30 seconds to change your mind and they'll peel off okay. But these ones, Part Works have a tendency to have the parts as cheap as they possibly can. So the stickers will probably be quite thin and rip easy rather than these high quality ones you get. But when I got the other door, and of course it says on the instructions to stick it on or something like that, and I'm like, but it's already stuck on. All right, fair enough then. And then there's World of Wayne sticking his on.
No, mine came with the sticker on it, and the back door as well also has it on it.
Yeah. So, and I had a lot of trouble. Still am having a lot of trouble with. Let's see if I can get it. This worries me because it's so heavy. Oh! Okay, I don't know what just fell over.
That doesn't sound good.
No, that wasn't.
Doesn't sound good at all.
That was This is very short-sighted of me because I've got nowhere to put this. Right. So this bit here, all this banding, it's not stuck down. And I clamped it. I left it on for about a month and it still wasn't working. I've actually resorted to putting super glue on it. Sorry I can't get you in any closer. But all that's now happened is this other end is lifted up. So I think what I'm going to have to do is work it with the clamps again. So
yeah, the glue on those wasn't very good. Even the ones that are on, flat panels, or they tend to come back.
I got away with the ones on the flat panels. Now I might have a problem. I've got a bit there that's not in there, and I don't know if it should be there yet. But oh, I don't know. It looks like I've got wing mirrors missing. Anyway, I'm going to put this back before I drop it. Yeah, what's that noise that drops? It's the back door.
I haven't gotten any parts for a couple of months. Back in March, they had sent me month 29, and I never got it. And they don't send you tracking, at least for me, they don't send any tracking emails anymore. So
no.
And then I rang them up and they looked up the tracking and they said, well, it was delivered to you, like 2 days after my credit card got charged.
Yes.
I said, well, I don't have it. And I said,
the bit I'm up to.
Well, the post office. I did, and well, they don't have it. They delivered it. Well, I don't have it. So I called them up again, and I said, well, I still need, month 29, and they said, well, it's going to be a while. I haven't gotten anything February.
Ooh. Hang on, what's going on there? Right. So the next stage I've got, that's right, I've got stage 99, 100, 101, 102. And
what issue is that?
It's the rear, it's rear doors. But issue 99.
The issue number's on the front.
Pardon?
The issue number.
Sorry, I go by stage numbers.
Oh.
People go by stage, but I'm on issue 27, which is stage 99 onwards.
The last one I did was issue 28.
Right.
You're starting on the right rear wing.
Well, I'm expecting that any day now. But I did catch up. I think I sat there and I did about 9 issues. I think what I'd done was I stopped with one stage to go because I seem to remember it completed a door. And I didn't then do the next stage because I didn't fancy a half-done door.
Uh-huh.
Or it was the banding or something like that. And it's like I've just seen in that issue there's going to be some more banding to do, and it's just freaked me out because obviously last time there was a problem. But it's one of my best builds. It's right now we're all having issues with the Spitfire, aren't we?
Oh yeah, the Spitfire.
Yeah. Lovely stuff.
I've got all the electrics working, but they didn't think they didn't really plan out very well how those
something went wrong.
Panels were going to match.
Spitfire was the one where I fell behind on that, but I never missed a payment. And so I'm now only I think up to about issue 102, and I started building the tractor, which is on the strength of that I am regretting continuing doing it beyond 100. because, you know, 4 or 5 issues to do one tractor at $9.99 an issue. But if you don't do it, you're not going to get the diorama pieces, are you?
Right.
And I think this is 2 issues.
Right. I got the next 4 issues last week, so there's now the tractor's up on 2 wheels.
Oh, what? So 6 issues and it's still not finished?
No, I've gotten 103 through 106, and 2 of the issues are involved with the tractor. You get another figure, and
figures. I'm actually all right with figures, but to put it in perspective,
some wheel tricks.
Yeah, but to put it in perspective, that's 20 quid's worth of issues.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and this is 15 quid.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the perspective I'm looking at.
Yeah, but you didn't get a magazine with that.
Yeah, but if I'm not happy with that, you know, I know a lot of people aren't in this position, but it's like the Ego is one of the figures. Now, I'm all right with that. I'm okay with that. But if I wasn't happy with that, I do possess the skills to repaint them.
Yeah.
So I'm not as unfortunate as some. I know some people wouldn't have a clue about painting. And I noticed that apparently the pilot's a little bit naff. And there was a guy on one of the Facebook groups who's 3D printed one. Because he said, if anyone's interested in one, give us a shout. And I said, can I have the one with the goggles down? Because I'm no good at painting eyes. I thought, if I have the goggles down, I can paint glass. I can't paint eyes. Everything if I paint any human figure, especially was at 1:18 scale. If I painted at 1:18 scale, I guarantee you he'll be cross-eyed or he'll be lazy-eyed, one or the other. So, right, Donnie said, I just got issue 25. I got the replacement with the old instructions, but the letter said I wouldn't get the replacement for another few months. So is that misinformation then? Is that wrong? So, I don't know. Anyway, look, when I came back from the toilet, I just happened to notice my chocolate drawer was open, and I just happened to notice a twirl and a Rolo. So I've just suddenly developed a craving for chocolate, only because it's there. So, time is it where you are, P40? Must be round about 7-ish.
It's actually about 20 after 8.
Okay. So what is it, sort of suppery timey for you, or? Oh, I keep getting all these names of people that I haven't seen in a while. Or to a guy from the 60s. Hi, Penny. Hope you're well. It's been a while since I've watched a video, so I've been very busy. It's lovely to see you again. Lovely to see. I can't remember the name, I'll be honest with you. But also up to issue 33 of the Eddie Stobart, did you have any problems with the connection between the brake pedal and the switch underneath? If it's what I think it is, what, in issue 33? Not, because issue 33 was the last 2 parts of the engine. Give me a second. I'll be back in a bit.
Maybe he's got the pedals the wrong way around, because the instructions tell you the wrong thing.
Right. So, what I think you're on about is...
It says no before that.
No, before that's what I thought. Yeah. I'm the guy that sent you a bus map. Oh, I know exactly who you are, but you weren't called a guy from the 60s when you sent me a bus mug, were you? I've still got that. I will say I've still got that bus mug. And I will be honest with you, I never used the bus mug for coffee because it's so wonderfully shaped, you cannot possibly clean it. It's not like one of these mugs where you can clean that. It's got all crevices and things in there, and it's a nightmare, and it does actually look better on the shelf anyway. Right. Sorry, guys, I'm going to nick the full screen here. Right, so if you follow this as per the instructions, these two will be the opposite way round. Now, I do believe it was designed that way because this is a little peg there, which now you see it's a little bit awkward. It's just ever so slightly bent. But if you switch the brake and the accelerator around, it still works on that switch. It doesn't feel as positive as if it was designed. But the reason I swapped it, and after I swapped this, I found another video on YouTube pretty much saying that they switched theirs. I thought it was wrong because I know for a fact that the brake pedal has got a rubber coating on it and the accelerator pedal is just metal. And the reason for that is that then you can feel the difference with your feet. Now, you have this thing called pedal confusion. So you're coming around the corner, you suddenly need to hit the brakes quite hard. You can't feel which pedal is which, or your foot slips off the pedal. You end up hitting the accelerator. Instead of going slower, you go faster. So you have this rubber pedal which will grip your foot better, whereas then you have the accelerator, which if your foot slips off, is just going to go down there and you're not going to press anything. So I felt it was more accurate to change it, but it does fit. It doesn't really want to fit, and as you can see, my pedals are just slightly off. Not to the point, I think that once this is fully assembled, I don't think you're going to notice it too much. But yeah, if you follow the instructions, that pedal's there. But it works, and if anything, maybe I should just cut that peg off just a millimeter or two. So, but yeah, I've changed the pedals round, and I think everybody else has as well, haven't they? Do you know much about this build, P40?
Yeah, I think everybody's gone that route. They realized that the thing was designed wrong, and in the end, really, how often are you going to press that brake pedal?
Well, I mean, the first thing is that I know a lot of the part works, they have a brake pedal that will activate the brake lights, but I haven't come across a part work where the accelerator does anything, you know.
Well, I have one, the Aston Martin DB5. You can press the accelerator.
Did it go brum brum when you press the accelerator pedal?
Yeah.
Oh, I want one now. So, have I shown you guys my Fiat?
No,
I absolutely love my
quite a while.
I love my Fiat.
Yeah, that's the only other part work I'd get is the DB5. I'm working on the.
It's an older one.
Yeah. I'm working on the R2D2 at the moment. Halfway through that.
That's nice, but it's got its problems, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, it's not the easiest thing to build. I've got to be honest with you. It's getting there. And I say I'm halfway through, exactly halfway through now. On part 50 of 100. So
I was thinking about getting that. And at the time, I had a 3D printer, and I was building the full size one, but that was so much fun. But the electronics but the funniest story I've got for it is the guy who made the 3D files. He said about putting scooter wheels in it to get it going.
Right.
And I'd found an old spares or repairs scooter on eBay. And I sent him a link and I said, will this do? And he went, good God, man, no, that's insane. What I'd found was a disability scooter.
Oh, right.
What he meant was one of these little two-wheel scooters that the kids are riding around on. Right. This is my Fiat 126.
125.
Now I had a nice little deal where they said you can buy the remaining packs at 20% discount. So I went for it. Unfortunately, pack 23 was out of stock. So that's coming at some point in the future if that ever gets sent, because you know what model space are like. So it might be 2 years down the line. But I've got pack 24. Now, the first thing is, I know this is a rear-engined vehicle and that the front, therefore, is a boot. But it still does drive me insane when I open the boot and the front and there's nothing in there. And I'm like, oh, my God. What? Oh, yeah, the engine's in the back. But what I love about it, I don't know if I've switched it on or if the batteries run out. I think I left it switched on and I've run the batteries out. Oh, well. I've just changed those batteries. This is why I use rechargeables. Give me a second. You know when something is so bad, it's actually really good? That's why I love this Fiat 126. It's awful, but it's brilliant. Wait till you hear the engine noises. Is that not awesome?
Sounds like a truck.
It's brilliant. It sounds like a Fiat 126. It's got the most pathetic sounding horn. It's got a stupid engine noise. I love it. I absolutely love it. It's like the X21. It's got the most stupid siren in the world. I love it.
Penny, what possessed you to buy that? I mean, it's not even a nice looking car.
Do you want to know what actually possessed me? There's two things that made
Go on, tell us.
The camper.
It's not the Fiat so much, it's what comes with it.
The camper.
Oh, yeah.
Because that is quite a small model, isn't it? But not when you got the caravan with it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and it's got the nodding dog in the back.
Oh, brilliant.
It's great. It's brilliant. You can play dolls' houses without being... Look, you got the curtains, you got the... Right? It's just brilliant. And also, it's that yucky, horrible, sicky colour paintwork. You know, that is quite possibly the most disgusting yellow of anything.
You didn't realise you didn't have to paint it that colour?
No, I didn't paint it. So what colour it came?
Oh, it came like that. All right.
Yeah.
Well, can't you respray it? Oh, she's gone. Well, it looks like we're in charge now, Mark.
Oh, she's coming back.
I pressed the wrong camera and it disconnected everything.
We're just going to hijack your stream.
No, that's fine. You won't be the first. How many times have I hit leave studio rather than end broadcast? And in the earlier days of StreamYard, you couldn't get back in once you've hit leave studio. And there's poor old Horlicks going, well, I don't know what to do now.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. But, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's not a stream unless we've had a technical difficulty. I'll tell you the best one for that one is Chris. He's always got some technical difficulty, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I know he's watching this. I know he's going to hear this, but I wish he'd sort that echo out.
Well, last time it seemed it seemed like it was Dave rather than Chris.
Right.
Which Chris are you talking about?
Well, there's Chris, and Dave is not Chris, and I'm also not Chris.
Yeah.
Chris can't.
That's why we call him not Chris. Because you got
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah.
The four of us on one show, and it gets confusing if we're not all called Chris.
Yeah.
Well, it's like on the Paul ISM's channel. There's like 6 Pauls in there.
Yeah.
Me being one of them. So
yeah. Must be quite
It's
funny
confusing.
when you go Paul, and then 6 people go yes. Well, it's like the old joke about the woman from Liverpool with 6 kids, and they were all called Paul. And this guy from social services goes, well, doesn't that get confusing? And she goes, no, I just shout Paul and they all come. He says, well, what if you want them individually? She goes, that's easy. I just call them by the dad's name.
Yeah, well, that's by Penny on Sue's stream, and probably some others that you may not be aware of. That's why people call me PJ, because that's what people here call me.
Well, that's actually my initials.
Yeah,
PJ always has been. Yeah. It's yeah.
So I can always change.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Makes it easier.
But I just it's. But
that.
That's just me with all the other nicknames they have, because you got Steven Seagal, haven't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure his name's not actually Stephen.
No, it's Al.
But they call him Stephen.
Because he looks like Steven Seagal.
Does he look like him as well?
Yeah.
Crazy.
You've seen the pictures of Steven Seagal with that skull cap that he wears.
Yeah.
Well, Al sits there like this and he doesn't move. He's got the skull cap and he looks just like Steven Seagal.
Wow. Wow. Well, we managed to get Dave looking just like Bob Ross, didn't we?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he just happened to save. Because one of the guys on Chris's stream, he's a really, really good painter. And they were talking about Bob Ross. And that was quite funny to watch because Chris, who owns the stream, didn't have a clue about Bob Ross, did he?
No.
But he said, oh, I've looked for a wig. Can't find one anywhere. So I was just in one of those challenge accepted modes. So I just went, right, found one. Sent him a message. Can I have your address? Yeah, no worries. So, Danny Johnson, is anyone building the Enterprise? Is that a part work? Oh, yeah, there is a part work Enterprise.
Yeah, the Enterprise D, and from what I've seen, it ain't worth it.
Is it not? Do you know what the Star Wars one?
I've heard that. I've heard that.
Awful, isn't it?
Not seen the X-wing, but the Enterprise. Is it the D? I can't remember which one it is now. Yeah, I've heard bad stories about that.
Yeah, World of Wayne was building that, and then he said he stopped and he said he was going to redo the whole thing his way, and we haven't heard a thing about it since.
Yeah.
There is actually, was it World of Wayne? He actually did with one build. He says, "That's it. I'm not doing it."
Yeah.
He gave up on the build. I can't remember what build it was.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. He said he was going to rebuild it his way.
Yeah.
And we haven't heard anything further about it.
Yeah. There's been a couple of things where I'm like, there's a couple of builds. I mean, one of the things I heard about the X-wing is that they've got some absolutely amazing detail on it, and then you cover it all up.
Yes, you do. Absolutely, you do.
So what's the point?
Yep.
But I would love to do that Titanic, but I can't justify 1,400 quid on a metal Titanic when a trumpeter do a model kit for 300 quid in the exact same scale. And Dave Brooks has built it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And I just thought, I'm going to save up 600 quid and I'm going to get the kit and I'm going to do the detailing kit. Because
but don't forget about the other thing, Penny. Something that size, have you got the room to have it. You need the physical room to have that size.
Oh, I ain't got the physical room for anything, but that don't stop me building them. No, it's my bedroom. I can't move in my bedroom. I can't get to the Route Master at the moment. I can't finish the Route Master if I want to because I can't get to it. Oh no, the Route no. What's that? I made space for the Route Master, but I can't get to the Route Master to put it there. And then there's a Spitfire sat there that I've just got I've very little mojo to do it. It's just, I mean, I knew about the problem, so when I hit stage 93, I just stopped. I haven't touched it since. But I found, because I had a backlog of issues, I found myself, and it's something I said I'll never ever do. I got to one point and then I skipped forward and I did the bass, and then I went back and continued doing the Spitfire. And then when I got to the bass, I've jumped beyond that, and it's hard work. I mean, mine's not, I haven't got to the problems yet. I haven't got to the color match issues on it yet. And I'm losing the will to live with it. And
well, never mind the color matches. They didn't even paint the camouflage scheme right. I mean, it's not put on right.
That's what you said. Yeah, it wasn't done right.
I know you got the decals for the Tamiya Mark 1 for the same mark.
Yeah.
If you look on there, you'll see how the green should.
So I've got the answer, haven't I, on the decal sheet?
Yeah, I mean they just did it wrong. It's some random scheme. It's not.
You think that's the temptation, though? Because I remember building 1 to 72 scale Spitfires as a kid, and I did the RAF markings as, and being an 8-year-old who's going to stick it on the ceiling with a bit of cotton, that was perfectly good enough. But now that I'm at the point where I don't care about my models being 100% accurate, but I want them somewhere in the right direction. You know, I mean, this is just going to sit on my shelf, so I don't suppose it really matters. But if you're going to spend, you see, if I'm spending 10 quid on a kit, I really don't mind about a few inaccuracies.
Yeah, but if you're spending several hundred, you want it right. Yeah, I get that. But if they're not, if the manufacturers are not going to supply you with 2 wings and a fuselage that have got the same color scheme, in the same colors, then and they're not going to alter, they're not going to change it, they're not going to resupply. Then you're only left with one option. And that's to prime the whole thing and paint it yourself.
But then the next problem is all these stickers that, I mean, even I'm a bit worried about those.
See, that's the thing I was wondering about before when you went on about the Ecto stickers. What's wrong with decals?
Well, thing is, you got to remember these part.
Sorry, Penny to cut across you. I've had models in the past that come with a sticker for some strange reason. I've never used them. What I do is I scan them, I make my own decals. Decal out. I don't understand why you guys. I don't understand why you two guys, experienced modelers, are using bloody stickers. Come on, guys, scan your stickers and make decals. Sorry,
sorry, go on. Were you about to say something, P40?
I said that it was probably for making these part works. They're cheaper, and it also I think that they kind of also understand that there's going to be people maybe buying these things. They've never built a model in their life. And
I get that. I get that. I understand that. Yeah, I understand that, and obviously some of it will be aimed at kids as well who have never modelled in their life. I get that. But the point is, there should be the option. Because if people like yourselves, where you can say, do you want the stickers or do you want the decals? You should be given the option. And that's not the case.
See,
but how much you pay? How much you pay for this?
But the market I see these part works aimed at is the sort of thing that granddad can buy to do with his grandkid.
Yeah.
You only really need a screwdriver. I mean, a couple is one. There was quite a lot of gluing, Bismarck, quite a lot of gluing to do on that one, I thought, for part work.
Oh, yeah.
But we had this discussion with the route master. A lot of people are complaining about the lack of detail on it. And it's a compromise. If you made these part works 100% accurate, and you're never going to get anything 100% accurate, because when you reduce the scale, something has to give.
Yeah,
and
I get that.
Because you bring it down that way doesn't mean it's going to come in that way properly. It's some weird science about how scale works. But if you made it 100% accurate, or as accurate as you possibly can, you're going to lose about 90% of your market, because the guys who aren't great at making models aren't going to be able to do it. On the other hand, if you made it so simplified that anyone can build it, the experienced models aren't going to want to know, because they're going to see, and a lot of people see part works as an insult to scale modeling anyway. Personally, I don't think they're correct.
No, I don't.
No, but there's a lot of the skillful techniques that you don't need. You don't need to fill it. You don't need to scrape mold lines away, and you don't need seam lines, and you don't need to paint it. But you need to find some middle ground. And I think the route master, they had that spot on. There was room there that if you weren't happy, you could make the improvements. But most people should find themselves happy with what comes out of the magazine.
Yeah.
The Spitfire, I think, has fallen short on that big time. The Ecto 1, from what I can see, has pretty much got it okay. So I'm just going to shut my door. But I think the route master did get it spot on. It could have been better, but then you would have cut a lot of your lower skilled models out of the equation. So I think they had it right. But
I get that they have to have a balance. It's going to be economically viable for the manufacturers. I get that.
Yeah.
But they know that experienced modelers are going to take them on board.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And this is why people like
it makes sense to me. To, on one or two things like decals or stickers, give the modeler an option.
Yeah.
Do you want this or do you want that?
So maybe the answer is, rather than it coming supplied with everything on it, give us a sticker which will then satisfy your lower skilled modelers.
Sure.
Then people like me, who's now got the capability of making a decal, or what a lot of scale modelers do, they wouldn't even put the decal on. They'll paint the roundels on.
Yeah.
So that's going to satisfy a lot more. Anyway, we've just solved all the part work issues in the world.
A lot of modelers would actually not put anything on until they've primed and repainted the whole thing. So
see, I would strip all the paint off of that. I mean, when people are saying the color schemes aren't, I don't know why I did that. Sorry. Where people are saying the paint, like you just said, the paint scheme's wrong. Well, the obvious answer there is to strip it and repaint it. But you've got all these stickers, the do not walkways. I'm going to have to reproduce that. And I can reproduce the camouflage color scheme, not a problem. Sure. I could probably get that done in a day or two. But getting all those markings back in, another story.
The thing of it is, when they plan to do this model, it's not like it's really hard to figure out what the scheme is supposed to be.
No.
All I did was Google the serial number K9953. It brought up images because I thought, is this going to be the A scheme or the B scheme? And I brought up images and okay, it's supposed to be in the B scheme. And then I'm getting these parts. It's like, what the hell is this?
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, one of the first things I queried was the color underneath. I thought it was wrong, but people tell me it was right. So Right, so these guys, what are they called? Extra acrylic. So this is, I've got the Tamiya 1:48 scale. Now I bought this not to do as a 1:48 scale model of the real thing. I did it to do a sort of a roughly 1:4 scale of the part work. Right, that's 1:18. This is 1:48. And I bought the decals because the version that we're building with Hachette is excuse me, I've forgotten. Is it ZPA?
Yeah, ZPA Sailor Allen's.
Right. So it's that one.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
And
scan
this
those
is about
decals,
15
enlarge them.
quid.
Scan those decals, enlarge them, make your own.
You know, that bit's the easy bit.
Yeah.
That
But
bit's
you
the
should-
easy bit. But how do
I
I
can
reproduce all the
understand
walkways?
saying you shouldn't have to because I paid all this money for this model.
Yes.
And you painted it wrong.
Yeah,
And
I agree with you.
everybody was complaining about, well, it's matte, it's glossy, it's whatever. And I said, well, you know, if that was the only problem, get a can of matte spray and spray it. No big
Yeah.
deal.
Yeah.
Well, why should I have to? Well, that's not the real problem anyways. The camouflage scheme is just wrong.
So there's my aircraft. There's the color scheme. And one thing I've noticed, obviously the nose spin a bit is, but if you look at all the color schemes,
yeah,
they are some are the same. Look, these two are the same. These two are the same.
Well, some are A scheme and some are B scheme.
Yeah, and this one is a bit different. And it's one of those differences that if I just said, look at them, you probably will notice it. Well, now once I point it out. So for 15 quid set of decals, they bothered doing the research.
Yeah.
For £1,400 model, they haven't.
Yeah.
And it's
That's not right, is it?
Find out what it's supposed to look like. It just isn't.
Yeah. And look, it turns out
I mean,
the company is some little shop in Lowestoft.
Yeah.
You know, not a major worldwide.
To do the tiny bit of research and paint it correctly.
Yeah. Anyway, I've got something. A good change of subject. Let me just catch up on chat. Then let me go to the toilet again.
Excuse me a sec.
And so, so yeah, guy from the 60s says I was poor 61. I remember now. I remember you. Yeah. Is anyone building the Enterprise? Which Enterprise are you? Yeah, I'm in Scotland. I call myself being from Glasgow, but the locals don't like me putting Glasgow in my postal address. I think I'm from Glasgow, but I'm not. I'm from East Kilbride, much posher than Glasgow. I
don't know how much of an aficionado you are of World War II Spitfires, but please don't be offended.
Listen, I'll just say one thing, Paul.
I just build kits.
Worked really hard, really hard to offend any of us, hasn't he?
Well, me.
The number of times I thought I was offending P40, and he's like,
no, yeah, we had this discussion the other night, so
yeah,
don't worry about it. I just want to show you this very quickly.
Yeah,
it's 132 Tamiya Spitfire. Okay, but because I didn't like any of the schemes, I just wanted to do my own. Okay, I actually changed the. Well, you can see yourself.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you did there. Yeah. No, I totally get that. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice.
I always thought about
just a bit of fun. just my initials, if you didn't realize.
Yeah, I caught that. Yeah. I always thought about doing a Curtis P40 and doing it up as if I was the pilot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Putting yourself in the cockpit. Yes, I
Right.
get that. Which was kind of in my mind when I did this.
Yeah.
But I get what you're talking about where the camo is concerned. I've tried to keep it period. It's not accurate. There's no way it can be. But as for the registration or whatever you call those letters, I thought, nah, well, I've got the letters, so I'm going to do it.
Why not?
But I tell you what, I mean, you probably know this yourself. There are people out there, your rivet counters of the world, who would get extremely upset about me doing that. I tell you.
Probably, yeah. But you're building
it's my.
And you're the one. You live with it. It's not like you're hauling people into and forcing them to stare at it.
No. Exactly. I mean, it's like the kits that you're building, and you have a right to be upset about your Spitfire or whatever. It's your money. You're paying for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
is mine.
What I'm paying for.
Yeah. Well, this is mine. Okay, my money, my kit. I do it how I want.
Exactly. So. That is exactly my point on the whole thing.
Excuse me.
If you're unhappy with something, see, neither of us were happy about the inside of the Spitfire, were we?
That's why I repainted it because the color was just gone.
I wanted the engine worn, but not totally knackered.
Right.
So I put a lot of weathering. And I really, really was unhappy with those wheels. For one of the wheels to be, it was green plastic. So
you wanted it like it had landed a few times.
Well, I didn't want it to look like green plastic.
Well, yeah.
The wheels are made of metal. I want them to look like metal. So I paint. I'll see if I can. I can't. I don't think I've got any photos of the original wheels. But
yeah, they were colored to match the underside color scheme.
Yeah, but that's I know you can't see them, but that's my wheels now. And I tell you what, I do actually have pictures on my phone. So what I'll do is I'll switch my camera. I mean, I could spend 5 minutes finding the video I made for it, but just to show you I actually can't find my phone. Oh, God. Echo, where's my phone? I usually find it just as she rings it. I got it. See, I told you every time. Echo.
That is.
Stop. I always find my phone just as she's about to ring it. Right. I know. There we go. Right.
The other good thing about being in here, Mark, is it's easy to get the beer.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So, guys, I'm going to steal the full cam here.
What?
Whose
stream is this?
Right. So, with the wheels, one wheel was black plastic, which looked quite decent, actually, didn't it? The black one. At least it looked like a painted wheel. And the other one was just green plastic. I don't know if I've got any. There we are. Right. It's not really good, but that is what the wheel looked like. That plastic kind of
kind of a puke green.
Yeah.
That's called hospital green, that.
Yeah, that's just bare plastic. I didn't like them, so I changed them to that. The only thing is I got the lights, the aluminium bit in the wrong place.
Having the word Dunlop, is that?
That's a molded wheel. That's how it came.
Should it have Dunlop on it?
That was printed on the tire, but yeah, it should be there.
Yeah,
it should.
Yeah. But yeah, so I painted those wheels.
Because
but obviously I'm able to do that.
All the Spitfires I've seen, I don't know if you can see it on this. It's just got two little lines on it.
Oh, yeah, it's the actual video.
Like that.
There we go, look.
Yeah, fair enough.
See if I can play that. I don't know how to rewind a video on a mobile phone.
Don't get a copyright strike, Pen.
No, this is my video.
Oh, sure. Is it? All right.
Yeah, it's my video from. I don't know how to do the scroll though. Oh God, hang on. Right, there we go. Right, so if you look, there'll be that's the original black. That's what I painted them to. There's the original green, and that's what I changed them to.
Prefer your version.
Fair enough. It's your model. You do what you like.
Yeah.
Oh, so I thought you said you prefer the old version.
No, I said I prefer your version.
Yeah. Well, I think you'd have preferred anyone's version to the original. Right. Anyway, I'm going to change the subject because I got something happened to me this morning that made me really, really excited. So a while back, I put an advert out asking anyone if they've got any cheap kits, broken kits, just stuff I can pick up for free or cheap, sorry, so that when I'm doing my little tips and...
No, you mean free.
Yeah, free or cheap. So my collection of bits and models at the moment stands at about 3 kits. So if I ever want to demonstrate any techniques, I can just find something. I don't want to ruin my actual... in about 5 years' time, I'll have so many spare parts I can do all sorts. But one guy responded, a lovely guy called Sandy, and he said he's got some old kits that is it IPMS or something from one of the Scotland groups?
Yeah.
Is it IPMS?
Yeah, that's right.
Anyway, he said he's got all these kits and they just give them away, and they're not the most awesome thing, but he's given me this box of kits. And I can just do what I like with them. I can strip them, repaint them. I can break them up. That's it. I'm a member of them. I love that club, actually. But yeah, he's just giving me a load of kits. Some
you going to Telford?
I listen. I want to, but at the moment, money's really tight. I probably won't do anything this year, but I mean, I just missed the Perth show. It's an hour up the road for me, and I couldn't make it. But this time next year. So nice little Liberator there. I think it's a Liberator. I hope it's a Liberator.
What's a Wellington? Looks like a Wellington.
No, that's the Wellington.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you had me worried there. I thought my knowledge isn't that bad, is it?
Mine is.
And yeah, there's a Mustang in here somewhere. There's some Spitfires, a few Japanese. I won't even try and tell you what the Japanese ones are. I would just guess at 0.
So all these kits came from one guy?
Yeah.
Cool.
I know. And they're nearly all broken in some way.
Did he not want any money for them?
No, I tried to give him money and he will not take it.
Cool.
I even said, here's a tenner, buy a kit for some kid. Maybe there's a kid whose mum's on benefits or something like that. Buy him a kit. This is quite nice, actually. It's got some nice weathering, and I like what they've done with the props. It's a bit of a lesson there for me.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's a 0, but Japanese aircraft is all I know.
Looks more like a rank.
Yeah, possibly. If I guess every Japanese aircraft as being a 0, I'm bound to get one right, aren't I? That's my theory.
Yeah.
Sooner or later.
There's a German one that I broke down because I quite like the wings. But some of these, it is almost a shame to damage them. But that one's already damaged. So anyway, this is the one of particular interest. It is broken. Right.
So what's the plan? What are you going to do with them all?
I just use them like if I for example I want to demonstrate how to like this one would be quite good for demonstrating black basing because it's a really nice panel line on it. Yeah, so I can break the wing off. Yeah. Now this one, really nice. Right. Now I've done that for a reason which you don't know yet.
Okay.
So now I'm a customer of MJR models, and the reason I am is they have this nice little savings plan. I'm saving up for, I just give them £10 a week, and then they keep the money. And then when I've got enough money, I can buy a kit. And that's why I've got that Hawkeye. And I'm one of these kind of people where if I try to save up 120 quid, by the time I can't just come up with 120 quid. So I try and put money aside, but then something will happen. I'll go, oh, I'll just take that, and I'll never actually make it. So just by sending them a tenner a week, eventually I'll have enough money. Now, what I've got planned next is a 1:48 scale B17 and the decal sheet to turn it into the assembly ship Spotted Cow, which I have found this book, Assembly Ships, and if I can find it, it's in here as a B. Here we go. Oh, I just had it twice and Scott. Right, so that is the Spotted Cow.
Right.
So that's what I'm going to be building. Now, the reason I got really excited is because the Spotted Cow, before it was a Spotted Cow, was Patches 2.
Oh.
Now can you see why I got... Sorry, second Patches.
Got you.
Can you see why I got all excited when I saw that?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's... So... But what is useful, I've now actually used this as a bit of research, because normally all the guns are stripped from the assembly ships for obvious reasons. They're not needed. But the Spotted Cow kept its top and ball turret gun, but the top one is painted olive green and the bottom one is aluminium. You can see why now, can't you?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guessed that anyway. Why is you've got a white aeroplane and the top gun is green and the bottom one is silver? Because that's the original colours of the aeroplane it came from.
Yeah.
Why they didn't take it out and why they didn't repaint it, I don't know. But no, I just got all excited. So I thought, oh. So anyway, yeah. So yes, I am still in Scotland, and Donnie John says, yes, all world away. Now I'm up to issue 20 of Enterprise D, but it's been 2 months since last delivery. Wonder if they realised how bad it is. The only trouble, see, now here's an issue I have. I've only ever seen this happen once. If a part work company stops the part work, are they obliged to give you back every penny you've paid? Because they didn't fulfill the contract.
Well, that would seem reasonable to me.
Yeah. Now, the reason I'm asking the question is I've not got issue 23 or pack 23 of the Fiat, which they say is coming in. Now, I had ordered, what did I order? 2 kits I ordered from Model Space. And they said, oh, it's run out of stock. And I said, okay, fair enough. And then they've changed and then they're not selling it anymore. And then after 2 years, I said, well, where is it? And I said, look, I'll tell you what, forget it. I said, you've had my money 2 years. I want my money back. And they did give me my money back, but they gave me my money back because I hadn't received any goods. Now, you can't buy the Fiat 126 anymore. It's not available on their website. So am I ever going to get pack 23?
Probably not.
If they never give me pack 23, can I get my money back on the 23 packs I have?
No.
I don't think you'd be able to get the money back up for pack 23.
Yeah, for that single issue, yes.
Yeah,
not for the whole thing.
I can't complete the model. And when
but Penny, point of order. You did not make a contract with the company for the whole model.
I thought that's
You
what I was
only
doing
make
when I signed up.
No. You signed up for a monthly installment of an issue each issue you pay for individually. You don't pay for the whole model.
Right.
If you're paying the whole model up front,
Well, she did sort of arrange to pay for the whole model because she gave the money at a 20% discount to finish it all off real quick.
Right. So what you're saying there, P4, is I might get about 230 quid back if they never fulfill.
No, in that case, maybe you've got a case. But in say, I'm building C3PO at the moment.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
But if they got to the very last issue and went, that's it, it's not in production anymore, right? But when you sign up, you've signed up for the whole model in monthly.
No. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. I'm building R2D2 at the moment. Okay, yeah. I'm halfway through the issue, so I'm issue 50. Right. If they stop making it now, okay, that's it. You can't do anything about it. They won't refund you for what you've not had.
As a customer, then?
Because as a customer, you did not make a contract for the whole build. Okay, because you are paying for individual elements as you go along. So if the company went bust tomorrow, okay, tough. There's nothing you can do about it. Now the only difference is, excuse me, if you had paid arbitrary figure 1,500 quid for the whole thing up front, and they only sent you half of it, then you've got a case for having a complete refund.
Right.
Okay. But you can't do it on part works because you are paying for the individual part works.
Really bad. That's taking a lot of trust, eh?
So in other words, this single issue you're missing for your 126.
Yeah.
If they can't supply that, then they've got to pay you that back for that one issue, not for the whole thing.
But you see, if each individual issue has worth on its own, years and years ago, one of these part works, they brought out Friends on DVD. Every week you got a magazine and a DVD with the next episode of Friends on. And it got to about issue 8 and they sent me a letter. It was some kind of wording that this part work is not viable. We've decided to cancel it. Here's your money back. Now, I wouldn't actually have minded too much if I didn't get my money back, because I still had like 16 episodes of a TV series I enjoyed. Each individual issue had individual value. Issue 1 had like the first and second episode of Friends. Yeah, you didn't need the other part works, the other issues to make part 1 work. With this, it doesn't look too bad, but it's got no windows in it. It's got no way of connecting the caravan to the car. It is useless without Pack 23. So none of those issues have any value to the model.
Unless you have the whole.
I understand that. I understand the situation, but the law is, I don't know what is different in America. I doubt that it is different. It is a part work, and if they decide not to supply at whatever stage, then tough.
So if everybody
you've bought and paid for what you've got, okay?
Right.
If they're not supplying anything else, then you can't expect a refund because it ain't going to get completed. Because bought and paid for what you've got.
They say no commitment, cancel at any time. And if I cancelled the build, I would understand not getting a refund because it's my fault.
Yeah.
But if they cancel it, so if everybody understood that the other company could cancel the part work at any time and you won't get your money back if they do,
correct.
How many people would trust that company enough to actually take on that part work?
Well, no one if you've got a brain. But that's the nature of part works.
Yeah. What you just basically said to me there is the part works are a gamble.
Yeah,
yes, they are.
And the odds are possibly about as much as betting on the Grand National winner.
Well, not so much that. I mean, that's gone to an extreme. I mean, these companies. I mean, some of them have got a better reputation than others. We know this, okay. You have to trust. You have to trust them that A, they're going to stay in business, and B, that they're going to fulfill all the parts that you need to finish your model.
Well, if they're going to take your money and then not supply you the rest of the part works, they're going to stay in business.
True. But if they're taking money, and supply your parts, you can't complain. But if they take your money and don't supply your parts, then you've got a claim.
Yeah.
Simple
I guess I got.
But you can't. But what I'm saying is, you can't claim compensation for they've stopped supplying from 25 episodes to go. Okay, issues to go. They're not making it anymore. You can't sue them for
something you haven't gotten.
Well, yeah, exactly. You paid for what you've got, and that's it. That's the end of it. That's where their contract ends. Their contract is they take your money and they supply, and that's where the contract ends. You've not got a contract for the whole build. If you had a contract for the whole build, different kettle of fish.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I suppose also another way round it is
think of it as building a house. Okay?
Yeah,
you pay a builder to build your house from start to finish. Okay, you can do it in installments, and they will do so much work for those installments. But your contract, if you've got any sense, will be for the whole house, not part of the house.
I get what you're trying to say. So if you're saying, if your contract with the builder is that I'll pay you £500 a week, right, and then they stop work. No, sorry. If the builder comes to you and says, I will build a house for £500 a week until it's finished,
extended period,
right, and then they get to 2 weeks before it's finished, they input the roof on, they say, I cannot continue this anymore. Yeah. They can't build you for the work for the roof because they ain't built it. Correct. But they don't owe you the money for the bricks,
exactly.
The electric.
Exactly.
Oh, I understand what you're trying to say. And I suppose another way around it for them is that if they don't cancel but they just don't supply the parts until you just go, well, I've had enough of this, I want to stop. It's now you who've cancelled the contract. Yeah. So I'm going to be honest with you. I've got someone message me. I won't say who it is because the fact that they messaged me, they might not want to do it in public. And they're sort of saying, well, it's saying about contracts and that. But they're saying that when it's stated in the part works, they're in the shops, and it says that there's something that you have to subscribe, and that's it. If you subscribe, it's a contract saying that you want to continue.
Yes, but only month to month.
But he also finished the message with saying, "Be interesting to look into this further."
But it is only a month-to-month contract.
Yeah,
it's a month-to-month contract. It's not a contract for the whole build.
So
if they decide financially it's worth them stopping the build now, okay, then they owe you nothing.
Yeah,
because the paid.
So when I got
my money back up to that point,
when I got the money back for the friends issues that I'd already got, that was just them doing a decent thing, not a legal obligation.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a PR thing. It's a good PR thing.
Well, you could always resort to Evil Bay to get that last missing issue that you don't have.
Well, 5 issues for me, but
well, it might be on eBay. There might be someone out there.
Yeah, I'm sure it'd only be about 50 quid an issue, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
because that's about the going rate on eBay, isn't it?
It depends how determined you are to finish the part.
Yeah, I had to pay through the nose to get a replacement lift motor for my Spitfire base.
Oh God.
I when I installed the motor, it was working, but then it wasn't working, and so I had no choice but to source another motor.
The trouble is, I remember something I said a long time ago. I think I said it in the Rootmaster build and the Terminator build, and I know it's going to come back to bite me. You hear about all these problems. Oh, I've had this faulty part and this faulty part and that. And I remember saying, I've been really lucky. I've not had a single faulty part. Now, the only faulty part I've ever had was a switch on the Fiat. It was a faulty switch, and you couldn't get a positive click on it. And that's the only faulty part I've ever had. And I got a replacement. Actually, I didn't get a replacement. I got a replacement for something else. So I've got one plug that's the wrong color wires, because I replace a different switch. And now this Spitfire is plagued, and I've not had any major issues on any. And I did actually say the immortal words, I'm pretty sure I will get a faulty part sometime, but so far, touch wood, I've been really lucky, nothing so far. And I've got the rest of the issues of the Spitfire to do. So, and now obviously you don't know Horlicks, but Horlicks is a very careful, very methodical builder. If he's one of those builders, the way he does things, if his parts are broken or damaged, you know full well it's not his fault. Yeah, it's the way he builds, isn't it? He's very
meticulous.
Yeah. There's another builder out there who I won't mention his name. He breaks just about every issue and blames the part work company. And one day when he receives a faulty part, you don't believe it's faulty because he always damages everything. And the way he goes in like a bull in the china shop, doesn't read the instructions, breaks everything, chucks things all over the place. So when he does get a broken part, you're like, no, you don't. It's probably you. And you know, but this particular guy, but this guy who's very methodical, Horlicks, he's had lots of problems with his Spitfire. When he has lots of problems, you're like, oh my God, I'm not looking forward to that myself.
There's gotta really be problems. It's not
just
somebody being stupid.
Yeah. I'll tell you how good he is. I don't know if you know much about the Back to the Future DeLorean, but that was, a lot of people were plagued with that, weren't they?
Yeah.
I think his was pretty much damn. He just switched on and on it comes, because that's the way he builds. He studies those instructions. He builds it properly, and it's a good build. It's annoying because he's so clean and it works. And you're like, why can't I get mine like that? But you know, but yeah, if he's plagued with problems, you know it's a dodgy build. So yeah, it's quite interesting. So yeah. So what are you building at the moment then, Paul? I know you did show us your Mustang, and I
go through. Well, no, that Mustang was done 6 months ago. Yeah. Like you, I have like several kits on the go at the same time.
Right.
But I got to the point where I've got a major project coming up.
Okay.
Which, if you were in Paul ISM stream, when was it? David, Wednesday. It might have been on Saturday morning.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether you were in the stream. You know, Paul's just bought a Model Factory Hero kit.
Right.
If you're familiar with those kits.
Something, and it's extremely expensive, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, Model Factory Hero kits are car kits, because we're both into cars. But the car kits, but they're extremely detailed.
Right.
Part resin kits, maybe a little bit of plastic, lots of metal.
Right.
And I say the kit he's bought is a Lancia, and it's something like around about 400 to 450 parts, give or take.
Wow.
And it's very expensive, very expensive. Okay. I bought my MFH kit about 6 months ago. It's not the same kit. I've got a Ferrari 512S. It's a Le Mans car. It's got over 500 parts in it.
Wow.
So, I say extremely detailed. Cost in the region of 650 quid.
Right.
Okay.
Makes
and
my trumpet for Titanic look cheap.
Well, it's a 1 to 12, 1 to 12 scale, so it's going to be about yay big.
Oh, so it's going to be yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's just over a foot long.
Yeah.
Well,
the
thing is about MFH kits. The thing is about MFH kits is that they're very intimidating. Okay, right. It's not something that's not like a Tamiya kit, right? Where you take the parts out. In fact, with Tamiya kits, you can put the glue, the paint in with the parts, throw the lot up in the air, and it'll come down as a complete kit.
Right.
Not with these.
So with these. So what's the difference then? I mean, is it not you glue the parts, or you? Sorry, I won't use the word glue because I know there's different ways, but you attach the parts and you paint them. Because obviously,
it's a very similar build, except where you would normally have plastic, you've got metal.
Right. Okay.
Right. Where you've got, I say, like the shell, the base on the Ferrari I've got is resin.
Right.
Well cast resin, beautiful detail.
Right.
Okay. The engine sits on the back of it. It's the engine itself.
So it's a scale kit, but it's extremely well detailed.
Oh yeah, extremely well detailed, and that in itself is intimidating.
Right.
To an experienced builder
intimidating
like me.
In the way of you feel you need to do it the justice. You know, if you're not very good at painting.
Well, you spend so much money on it, you're afraid you're going to screw it up.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. Exactly. Right. Okay.
Exactly. No, but there's also another factor there, Mark. There's another factor is that you've got peer pressure. Okay, because you've got these other modelers over at ISM, right, who build cars, and their builds are perfect. Okay. Now, I consider myself to be quite a good builder. Okay. Am I up to their standards? Maybe not. Okay. But you don't want to let the side down, you know what I mean?
But is that intimidation actually founded?
No, it's not. It's self-inflicted. It's not founded at all. It's self-inflicted.
There's a Facebook, I can't remember the Facebook group now. There's a Facebook group I went on, and all right, my Sky Raider, that's my best work at that particular time.
Sure.
But the guys on this Facebook group, I know they'll look at it and laugh. But I thought I'll test the group, and I posted a couple of pictures, and I said, "Oh, this is my work, blah blah blah." I know I'm not as good as some of you guys. I'm just recently back, and they were full of encouraging remarks. Well, so exactly, my intimidation there was unfounded.
Yeah, and I will get that with ISM. They will encourage me, and I've had the kit for 6-9 months, but I've not started it, right? And it was because of peer pressure from Paul on Saturday that I decided that it's going to be my next build. I'm actually going to do it, because I'd actually finished 3 models, because I've got usually 2, but sometimes 3 models on the go at one time, you know, to keep the mojo going. You know what I mean? So I had a Fujimi 1-24 Lamborghini Reventon, which is down there. I had what was it? The helicopter you saw earlier. The Black Hawk. Okay, and the 172 Concorde, which is up there. Trust me, don't get that kit. Anyway,
I read a couple of build reviews.
I actually did look at that, because one of my bugbears is that these I know you'll never get a 1-48 scale, but a lot of these airliners you can't get much bigger than 1-144 scale.
No, that's 172. Yeah, but basically, just to finish the story, I wanted, because these. I don't like having unfinished things hanging around. Okay, And I've got these 3 models on the go, and Paul's ISM is peer pressuring me to start the MFH kit.
That's bad.
And I thought, right, okay, well, these 3 are nearly finished. I'm going to finish these 3 up, and they're done now. So I've got no excuses. I've got to get into this Ferrari. So tomorrow it starts. So, so that's my next kit.
I think I'm with Paul.
The thing is, though, it's not going to be one of those kits that takes a couple of weeks or a couple of months.
No,
it's going to be one of those kits that's going to be 6 months at least.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, it's going to take that long because you have to put the time in. You've got, I mean, we all know about cleanup and all that sort of thing. Well, when you're talking of a kit that's got, I know,
well,
parts.
You mentioned resin, so there's going to be cleanup.
It's resin, it's metal, it's a vac form for the screens, right? What's it's a normal plastic kit. You're going to spend time cleaning up, even with a Bandai kit or even a Tamiya kit. There's a certain amount of cleanup that you're going to do. Okay, right. And that takes time. Okay, with this kit, it's going to take a lot of time before you even put 2 pieces together. You know what I mean? So it has to be done.
I've been there with some of the figures.
Manufacturer then.
So I'm sorry.
It's not a mainstream kit manufacturer.
These kits are. I mean, these are commercial kits, but they're made to order. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to be as refined fit wise and things like that as going out and buying a Tamiya kit.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's not a bespoke kit, but it's near as damn it. You know what I mean? It's near as damn it. They are very limited numbers. They don't produce thousands, hundreds of thousands of kits.
Yeah.
They've maybe produced a few hundred. Maybe a couple of thousand.
I've got to be honest with you.
If there's 1,000 of these kits in the world, I'll be amazed. Where as a Tamiya version, there would be hundreds of thousands of them.
Tamiya is the good compromise between mass-produced and still, because obviously the more mass-produced it is, you're losing the quality, aren't you?
Well, not necessarily. That's not necessarily true.
But they're being pushed out.
But if you look at you look at Tamiya and Bandai, for example, the 2 best kit manufacturers in the world. Yeah. Right? They bang stuff out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the quality's always there.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily agree with that statement.
But if you've got like a bespoke made-to-order kit, they're doing that probably so that they can maintain the quality.
Yes.
A little bit.
I mean, the quality's there.
Yeah.
Just that it needs a certain bit. It needs more love and attention than your standard kit.
You're more likely to get the knob on the radio.
Let's put it this way. There are, with most kits, you've heard about rivets. With most kits, you don't see them. They're just there in the mold.
You're not now telling me
this kit, you've got to put the rivets in yourself.
Rocket out.
That's the detail you're looking at. Okay.
Wow.
So if you've got an engine panel, for example, where you've got rivets running all the way around the engine manifold, whatever. Okay, they're not molded in. The holes are there. You've got to drill the holes out to start off with. The impression's there, but you've got to drill the holes out, and then you've got to put the rivet in.
Mm-hmm. And that's times how many saying sod that for a game of soldiers. But there's also this part of me is saying sod that for a game of soldiers.
Oh yeah.
But then another part of me is going, oh, I think I found my next project.
Hold on, Penny.
You know I like a challenge.
Don't pay more than you can chew.
Spot
I'm sorry, Penny. Sorry, Penny. I'm cutting you right off now.
No,
okay, I am agreeing with our American friend. Okay, too much for you, girl. Too much.
Oh, that was a horrible thing to say. No, it's yeah, it's I understand what you mean now by intimidation, because
but it's but there's also the fact that you've lashed out the thick end of 650 quid. Okay, which is what, $700 mark in the States, something like that.
I remember when I first bought the figures, and I'm like, oh, and people teach me the techniques. I'm like, oh, what if I get it wrong? And then someone taught me how to strip paint off figures. And that then gave me so much confidence, because I knew if I got the paint wrong, I could just strip it off.
Sure.
And then, so, yeah. And then, because I mean, I remember when I did this big dragon thing, and I was trying out new paints, and I was blending color changes in, and I didn't get it right the first time. I'm like, okay, I'll strip it down, start again. I think it was about the third attempt I got it right. It's when I first got an airbrush, and you know, and it was you just keep practicing. But yeah, something like that. I mean, I mean, like I said, I bought this kit, 15 quid, on the basis that if I got it wrong, just toss it in the bin.
It's 15 quid there.
I don't know if I like the idea of,
if you're spending 650 quid,
yeah,
you're going to be less likely to want to toss it in the bin.
You definitely
don't. I mean, so in other words, you've got to get it right.
Yeah.
So you're going to take your time. You're not going to bang it out.
Yeah, I think you'd have to be in the right frame of mind to build.
Oh yeah. It's one of those kits where you don't do it all, or you don't even try to do it all in one go.
But you wouldn't go, oh, I got 15 minutes before I need to leave for work, I'll just do a little bit of the kit.
No, you can't.
You're probably going to look at it for that long before you even pick the next piece up.
Yeah. I mean, what you basically got to do is you do it in sections. Well, you know what you're doing in sections anyway. But
I'd probably book a 2-week holiday just to get the thing started.
Yeah. Well, you might do that. What I'm saying is you would do I don't know, spend a couple of days or maybe a couple of weeks on it, and then stop, go and do something else. Do something simple.
Yeah.
Right, and then come back to it, because if I can't imagine anyone. I mean, like Jamie's on that channel. He's just done an alpha. That was a MFH kit, right? And he's a really experienced modeler, and he didn't do it all in one go.
No, I
He stopped, and he went on, did other things, and came back to it, because it would just drive you nuts otherwise. You know what I mean?
Hey, you burn yourself out. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. No, I can totally relate to that, because obviously where I'm doing the weekly builds on YouTube, every now and again it becomes a bit of a chore. I've got to get this video out, and then there's an element of doing the video because you've got to get that video done, and then sometimes it's an absolute play. I mean, that engine on the Eddie Stobart, I planned to film that over 4 weeks, and I did it all in a day because I enjoyed it so much.
Well, that's the aspect I was just about to come to. The other aspect to think about is modeling is supposed to be fun.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if it becomes a chore or something that you're not enjoying, then don't do it.
Yeah, this is why
and I don't want this build. And another reason why I've been putting it off, I don't want this build to stall because it became a chore.
Yeah, right. This is exactly why my modelling on a budget is changing. I'm really not enjoying doing that Spitfire. What I'd planned to do weekly, I'm now doing monthly. I mean, I think that the last video that came out, or the next one, is saying I'm going to do it weekly updates rather than the whole build in a month. But it's still going to stay weekly, and it might even be a crap series. But once the idea was that I only use whatever I buy for my £10 a week. So I've got no airbrush to use. I haven't even got any thinners because I haven't got the budget for alcohol and stuff. So I've started off with an Airfix starter kit, a few little tools. Even my nippers I'm not using because these are about 40 quid from Amazon. I'm using a really basic set of nippers because they came with a starter kit, which because they're not so good, I'm having to file down all all the little sprue nubs, whereas this doesn't leave any sprue nubs because these are so accurate. I'm thinning down Humbrol acrylics with water, and I'm hating it, and it's a real chore to make any videos on it, which is why I'm changing it. I'm changing it to trying to find bargain kits on wherever. Like I've got this one. I'm really looking forward to this. This is a truck, but it's been partly started. And when you look at it, you can see exactly why they've given up. It's because they followed the instructions wrong. There's the chassis. There's where he's partly painted the cab. But this cost me a tenner. And I'll build this with all my gear that I've got. Yeah. And it'll come. It may not come out perfect, but it's going to come out better than it is now. And the main thing he's got is the back. It's. I'll show you this bit. This is exactly where he's gone wrong, and I can see that the instructions are just ever so slightly confusing.
Penny, just show us the box lid, please. Yeah, that's the one that Paul's doing on Sue's channel.
Is it?
Yeah, he's building that right now.
Wow.
He was doing it tonight. Oh.
Wow. And I managed to miss it.
Last night.
So, right, this is the bit where the guy's cocked up. So I'm just going to change my camera and then nick the full screen. Right. Right. So this part here, right, you put this wheel on and you put that bit on and then you put that wheel on. Yeah. What he's done is he's put that little bit in, then glued these two wheels together, then put the wheel on the bit there, and the wheel doesn't stay on. Right, and that's, you can be forgiven for. Oh, I wish this had focused better. Come on. Right, so you can see why he's done that, can't you?
Yeah, I can understand that.
What the actual what you actually have to do is put that wheel on, then glue that little bit on to keep that wheel on, and then you glue that wheel onto that wheel, but you glue the wheel around there, but you mustn't get any glue there because that bit there won't be visible when that bit there won't be visible when that wheel is on.
Right.
That little tiny nub there is the only bit that will be exposed. So you then stick that bit there actually glues there.
Right.
Yeah. Got you.
After you've put this wheel on.
Right.
So the guy has got these wheels on the back, which keeps falling off because he's put that into there and then glued that wheel on, then put that on. And I think that's what's caused him to give up on it. But it gets slightly better for me because that kit didn't actually cost me a tenner. What it actually cost me 20 quid with this.
Yeah.
But it gets even better.
Never been started. Nice.
So that kit has, my theory is that instruction was a little bit confusing, caused him to cock up so much.
Either that, or he was just trying to maybe save himself a step, modify the assembly, and it didn't work right.
Possibly. But my theory is that kit has put him off so much he's not even started on the train. So I've come along for 20 quid. I've got one kit I can finish and one that I can start.
Yeah. So, but do you think it's put him off the hobby completely? or just temporarily?
I don't know. I hope, obviously, we all hope he's not. We all hope that he's gone, trucks aren't for me. I'll go on to something else. So he's still within the hobby.
Yeah, the reason why I asked that is because he didn't do the train. I mean, you and I, with a problem with the one model, would say, okay, well, we'll put that aside.
Yeah.
Have a day off, and then the day after, we'll go and do this new model.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is, he had the opportunity there with the train.
Yeah.
And he's not done that.
Yeah.
Which makes me
so
think,
it looks like he's quit the hobby rather than
quit the hobby.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is sad.
Sad. I've got another one. Sea King.
Excuse me.
He's put the window in so badly it's one big cloud. I think he's used about half a tube of polystyrene cement to put one little window in.
Yeah, just cut it out and put a bit of plastic in it. You're done.
Yeah. So so the challenge there is for me to recreate the window, and I'm going to be doing a little bit of experimenting with this because a technique I've seen.
How big is the window?
It's about not quite a centimetre. Because I know what you can do. If you've got a hole, you can
Yeah, that's going to be too big for the liquid version. What I'm thinking is get yourself a bit of acetate.
Yeah.
You know, from one of your part work kits where your parts come in it. You got those.
Or I could get this piece of acetate that I've already got.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
No, it's right. I've been doing this part work and things like that for a few years now. I was very lucky. I got the complete Flying Scotsman for about 600 quid. It's like but it's old school. I'm loving it because it's old school. You don't get any parts. There's no screwdrivers involved anywhere. It's all sheets of brass which you've got to bend. And the biggest problem I'm having is soldering the parts rather than gluing them. That's partly why it's on the back burner. But what the guy had done, there's a sheet of plastic needed, a sheet of acetane. And he said he'd lost it. So he went down his model shop and bought a new one. So I've already got, if I just need a centimetre, because this guy needs a piece of acetate about this big, and he's bought one A4 sized. So yeah, it's just but you pretty much what you just said. Get something from one of the old part works. So, in fact, actually, I've got a replacement window from the Routemaster.
You can always find something.
Yeah,
find something.
Yeah.
If it's just
in fact, actually,
a bit of plastic cover, a bubble wrap or something.
Just something that will fill it.
A drinks container.
Yeah. I mean, the way I see it is, I mean, I've got this kit that's cost me a tenner. If I can only make it well enough, sorry, that Sea King cost me 8, including postage, which I thought was a very good price. But if you can buy a kit that costs a tenner and you can make it look worth 15, that ain't much of a success, but it's a success, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's when you buy a £600 kit and you make it look like it's only worth a £5 that you got a bit of a problem.
Yeah. Which I'm going to try not to do.
Yeah. But to be honest with you sitting there describing that kit, because obviously I'm used to the part works. I'm thinking, actually, you're getting a lot of kit for the money there, aren't you? You're getting an awful lot out of it.
Oh, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining about that it's costly and it's not worth the money. No. It is very much worth the money.
No, but I'm
just
just
we're
looking at these models at between 1,000 and 1,400 quid.
I agree. Yeah,
worth the money, but we know where they lack.
Sure. But that's the thing. The kit, the MFH kits, those. I'm not saying they're not without problems.
No,
but they are minimal.
But doesn't
you know what I mean?
You
do not have
boil down to the fact that
the problems you've been explaining and Mark as well, what you've been explaining to me tonight with your part work kits, you will not find those sort of errors with MFH kits.
No,
Not
because
at all.
if you're going to sell a kit for like 450 to 650 quid, they are going to expect your customer's going to expect at least a little bit of research done.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. If you supply it with a tie that's got Michelin written on the sides and it was actually a Bridgestone, you're going to have a huge backlash, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Just on a tiny detail like that.
Well, but don't forget that these MFH kits, they're Japanese.
Right.
And the Japanese are detailed orientated.
Yes.
So,
and it's going to make like the moans. I mean, some of the guys that moan about the part works, they're not talking out of their mouth half the time, are they? They're just whinging for the sake of whinging. But
yeah, exactly.
I remember when the Spitfire was. There was one that I remember really well was when we got the inner framework for the wing. Someone was complaining, "Oh, it's way too short. This would have a scale width of so and so." And I remember saying,
"This is
only the inner. We've still got the outer skin." Yeah, but it's short by about an inch, and actually, he was right because the inner wing is about an inch smaller than the outer wing, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the outer wing fits over the top of it.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have everything. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Shut up.
And the one that's making me laugh at the moment is the Titanic. Apparently, the yellow stripe is missing from the side of the Titanic.
Right.
They're up to issue 15 of 120 or 140 week build.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah. You don't
stop. I would have put the stripe on the black parts myself, but evidently it's coming later. And but right away they jumped.
To be honest, I don't know if they're getting a sticker or a decal or what, but I think personally, I would possibly be looking at getting a big old bit of masking tape and spraying that on.
Yeah.
But you're going to wait, aren't you? Until you know that part isn't coming or it doesn't exist. Basically, as soon as you've got all you can get and it's still there and missing, then you know what to do.
You've got to wait.
Whatever.
You've got to wait somewhere in between. Definitely not getting the part, and if I don't do it now, I'm not going to be able to do it ever.
Yeah, but as your part count goes on, and you've still not got that bit solved, you can always ask the company, "Well, are you sending a part for that bit?"
Well, I think someone did, and they said, I think they gave some kind of generic answer like, "This is an accurate scale model build," which that wording would suggest yes, but they haven't actually said yes. The
problem is the part work companies, they don't really know very much about what they're selling. If you call them up and say, "I need part number so-and-so from issue such and such," they can help you. Yeah. But they really don't know what it is because they didn't make it. There's a company in China that made it.
They are distributors. They're not manufacturers.
Yeah, they're just middlemen.
On top of that, there's some guy, some 4-year-old Chinese kid who's making the parts. He doesn't actually know what he's making.
Right.
He's just been told if he doesn't get 1,000 of these made an hour, then his mother's going to be whipped within an inch of her life.
Yes.
However they do it. And I don't know if they're still cruel in China anymore. We get these stories, but that's politics now, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you've got one company that's designed it, who they're long gone. They're now out designing the part work that's going to come out in 5 years' time.
Right.
And then you've got Harshett or whatever just distributing it. In fact, and they make no secret about it, it's a D'Agostini. They've pretty much got someone else that they get a lot of these, what are they called, artista, and they take their kits and then convert them into part work format. Because I'd noticed that there was a Stagecoach I was going to buy, but I could go direct to, I forget what they call that, something like that, but it's their part work, or it's their model. They've just converted it into easy to digest stages. Mm-hmm. So all they've basically done is they take, I don't know, this, and then they take the instruction booklets and then they convert it from 20 stages to maybe 100 stages, and then they'll give you the wing 1 week, and then they'll give you the other wing the next week, and that's all it is. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, it just depends on how they work it. Excuse me, bear with me, I've got a bit of itchy back. I had
an interesting experience when I was building the Aston Martin DB5, in that came to the part where you're starting to build the mechanism for the ejector seat, and the issue said the magazine issue said you get part A, B, and C that are part of this mechanism underneath, that's fastened to the underneath of the floorboard. So, okay, I look at the bag, there's part A and there's part C. Where's part B? Why have I not got a part B? Well, and then I took the floorboard and I looked on the bottom of it, and there were supposed to be 2 lugs that you screwed part B to. I could tell by looking at it in the injection mold that they made that floorboard in. The mold had been plugged, so those lugs were no longer there. I got into a big argument with the people at Eagle Moss. It went on for months. I kept telling him, the magazine is wrong and the design has been changed, and I want to know what's going to take the place of part B, because to me it looked like something that was really needed to make the mechanism work. And I, they sent me another bag of parts, and it's like, well, you sent me another bag of parts, but there's still no part B in it. And even if there was a part B in it, there's no place to mount it on the car, because the place where you mounted it doesn't exist anymore. Yeah. And they finally, one time when I called them up, after months of this, and they told me, well, they sent somebody down to the warehouse where they keep all the packages of parts. Because I kept telling them there is no part B in this parts pack. And they went through all the bags of parts, and they said, yeah, you're right, there is no part anymore. Yeah. It doesn't exist. The design has been changed. But I had to argue with them because they just don't know. Yes. Yeah. It reminds me of the time, and I was being a bit of a rivet counter, but it was on the Route Master, you've got, I think it's to do with the wheels. I think it's about issue 12 and 14. You got these little plastic shaped bits, and it's really hard to explain. But you got these covers, and they're the wrong way round, right? And what it is I think it's 12 goes on fine, and then they made the parts for 14, but the parts for 14 are a mirror image of part 12 because it's on the other side. Right. But that's actually wrong. They need to be the same shape as 12. And I'd said to them, the parts are wrong. So they sent me another issue 14, and the parts were wrong because they were issue 14. And they ended up saying to me, well, how can we put this right? I said, well, I've had a little play. That's not a part 14 I want. I want a part 12 to replace the part 14. And they said, okay, fine. I said, yeah, but the problem is
I need about 4 issues because I think I was getting you some issues or something. So I was getting someone some issues.
Well, you were getting
Plus,
me.
I had my build. Plus, I had the second build at the time. So they ended up having to send me all these Part 12s. And the funny thing is, you can't see it because it's underneath inside.
Uh-huh.
And I am not lifting up that Root Master. What is it, 25, 30 kilos?
Yeah, it's heavy.
I'm not lifting that Root Master up just to have a look underneath the wheel in the top of the wheel arches or wherever it was. But I do remember they'd made a part a mirror image when it shouldn't have been a mirror. And it's the logical thing to do, you know. One wheel is usually a mirror image of the other.
Right.
But it would actually need to be the same. Or
that reminds me, let me interrupt you for just a second, Penny.
Yeah.
On the Mosquito you're building.
Yes.
When you do the landing gear wheels,
yes,
they aren't symmetrical.
The
brakes are on the same side on both main wheels. You'd think one would point one way and one would point the other. They both point the same way. The instructions have it right, but
that's fine.
But you might be thinking it's wrong.
No, tell you what it is. It's easier than that because it's harder than that because I don't know where the wheels are. Here we are. Right. Right. So the wheels on the Tamiya kit are actually, let me change my camera. Settings. But it's kind of weird and not weird. So, so that's the undercarriage.
Right.
The only difference between the left and the right is this little bar there.
No, it's not the bar, it's the actual wheels. One side has the brake, the brakes on it. And
I'm with you. Yes.
Yeah.
No.
And they both face the same way. You'd think they either both face inward and both face outward.
No, right. So these actual parts, these bits of plastic, if I remove that bar there and that bar there, they are identical.
Right.
Right. But I see what you mean now because look.
What
you're saying is.
Yeah.
What you're saying is that they should be. What you would expect is that
they'd be like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no.
But no, they just like you built them. That's how they should be.
See, they're different, aren't they? The wheels are different.
Yeah.
And then if I turn them over, but it's actually really simple because it's better than that because what I've noticed is. I knew that'd happen. You know, when you try and put something in, you go, I got the wrong one in. Right.
Of course. You got a 50-50 shot and you're still going to blow it.
Right. I was actually I was hoping for the wrong one. If you put the wrong one in, it don't fit properly. Despite the fact these being the same, they don't fit well if you put them in the wrong way. Having said that, both of these has just fitted in perfectly. But yeah, it's because I was looking at the part numbers when I built it, and these are all exactly the same.
Right. Yeah. That's how they should be because you'd think it would be symmetrical and it's not.
It's that bar there, which I presume is to do with the lifting mechanism to bring them into the undercarriage. Right. That's the only difference. So I can't remember which way is which, but I'm guessing they might be on the inside. But that little bar there is either both going to be on the inside or both on the outside. But yeah, they are.
But the wheels wouldn't be mirror images. They both face the same way.
But you would expect, because that's the inside and that's the outside, you'd expect those to be different, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But they're not.
You'd expect it to be a mirror image of it.
Right, exactly, yeah. But they're not on the Mosquito.
And they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you told me that because I'm building that later on in the year.
Are you? I tell you what, you will love it.
Is that the 32 scale?
No, I'm not a big builder yet.
Oh, if
Right, okay.
there's a guy on YouTube, if you haven't seen him, the Model Shed.
Yeah, I've been watching his stream. Yeah, I've been
watching his 32nd scale mosquito.
Yeah,
that was brilliant build.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
beautiful. Yeah, he's had his problems with that kit.
I asked him at one point in the comments, did you like sell your soul to the devil for your skill with the the photo etch parts? You know, did you watch the build of the flower Corvette?
Yeah.
Seeing him.
But I've bought exactly the same kit, and excuse me, I've bought exactly the same aftermarket as well.
Oh yeah.
You know, so I've got all the brassing kits, everything. It's all sat there waiting to go. So after I've done the MHF, which is going to take me 6 months or so, then I'm going to be on that one. So don't make life easy for myself.
No, you don't.
Yeah, why make it easy? It's funny that when I was a kid,
it's done a beautiful job on that, though. He really has.
Yeah. When I was a kid and I was building 1 to 72 scale, the 1 to 48 they're really good, and that's partly why I come into 1 to 48 scale. But now that whereas 1 to 48 used to be the wow kits, now the 1 to 32 scales are where the 1 to 48.
Well, that's what happens when you're younger. When you're younger, see, when I was a kid, right, a 1 to 72, about this big, right, felt this big.
But I mean, the thing is, they all have their purpose. I mean, if anything, because a lot of the older guys do 1 to 48 because they can't see the 1 to 72s.
What are you suggesting?
Your eyesight starts to.
What are you suggesting?
No, listen, I'm in that boat. I've got these perfect glasses, and I still can't work them. But I've had them.
Well, we all have our favorite scale.
The age, Penny, like where I am, where you need to take them off in order to be able to see better.
I'm like that. I've got varifocal glasses, and I still can't work out how to use them effectively after 2 years, except for bus tickets. That's the one relief I've no. Because when they first told me I needed varifocal, I said how much. And my response to them telling me how much was I'll buy a second pair in my reading lenses. Right. Well, that was all well and good. Well, I'm driving buses, obviously, in my driving lenses. And then someone gets on the bus and shows me this day ticket. And I'm like, come here, so I can read it. And then suddenly they think I can't drive because I can't see past my nose.
Right.
And so now I got me varifocals, and I just lift. Yeah, lovely, thank you.
That's why you got that long white cane to stick out the window to feel the street.
Yeah, that's it. With me varifocals, I can see so well. I've checked the ticket before they got it out of the pocket at the end of the bus queue.
Yeah, just a little bit of a heads up, Penny. The white stick is not a good way to drive.
No, I know. but they a lot of things they teach us perception, how things look like to the customer. Yeah. You may not be doing anything wrong, but if the customer's not seeing it that way, they're losing confidence. Well, I'm pretty sure telling them to come in really close with squinty eyes is not very good for perception. And you don't.
I will just remind.
You can't explain you've got 2 different lenses because they never give you long enough. I mean, they don't give you long enough to read the tickets. Yeah. You know, this is your average customer showing them your weekly.
Well, I will just remind you. Out of the 3 of us, I'm the only one that doesn't wear glasses.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I've been wearing mine since I was 14.
I'm wearing mine since I was 8.
I remember going to school on the first day and wearing glasses. I was absolutely bricking it. I thought I was going to get bullied, you know, specky 4 eyes.
Yeah.
I think the only comment I got was, well, they look all right. And I'm like, really? And then I thought, no, they're going to pull me into a sense of false security, and they're going to wait till dinner time and they're going to jump me. And no, I was absolutely fine. And funnily enough, I think the first time anyone ever said anything about my glasses was, I think I was about 30 years old. And I'm like, really? You do know we left primary school about 20 years ago, don't you? No, it's like you don't when you're a kid, when you're an adult, do you?
Yeah, true. Well, I wouldn't know about that, but yeah.
Oh, but you know.
Excuse me a second. I need to pay a visit. Back in a moment.
Yeah, no worries. But it's like when you're a kid, the biggest insult you could give someone is to call them gay. Remember that?
Yeah.
No. And then, but as an adult, it's like you don't, you know, how childish were you?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Oh, I miss those school days. Not. There's a lot. There's bits I do miss. There's a lot of I miss about being young, but there's a lot I don't miss. The things I don't miss is things like I didn't have to go out and work and pay bills and things.
Yeah, that was nice.
Well, it used to make me laugh that my mum would say, when you pay the bills, you can leave all the lights on and stay up as late as you want.
Uh-huh.
Now that I'm earning the money to pay the bills, I can't stay up as late as I want because I've got to get to work in the morning.
Yeah. It's a vicious circle.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, you don't realize how lucky you were until it's all gone, do you?
Yeah.
No. But I wouldn't have this if I wasn't an adult, would I? So, I tell you what, you were talking about some guy on YouTube, and I can't remember who it was, but I caught someone today. It was, I was looking at a B, I keep forgetting it, B29, 1 to 48 scale.
Okay.
And this guy brush painted everything.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, I used to think, in my opinion, the best brush painter I've seen is a lady called Girl Painting. Very, very good with a brush.
Mm-hmm.
No, this guy has blown her away. Painting a B29 silver with a brush, absolutely immaculate. The cockpit inside and he's using a big old flat brush, about a centimetre across, and he seems to be using the same brush. You know, when you see these Japanese, Chinese chefs, and they use this massive cleaver for absolutely everything.
Right.
And they're doing all this fine, funny work with radishes. That's what he's like with the. You look at that brush and you go, "Whoa, that's too big." You could paint a whole 1 to 72 Spitfire in one stroke with this brush, and then doing the joystick in a B29.
Well, there was a time, Penny, right? I think you're probably too young to remember, because
that is nice.
I've been around.
Anyone's paid me in a long time.
Because when I worked, lad, okay, there was no such thing as an airbrush.
Yeah.
Pardon me. There's no such thing as an airbrush. Yeah. So you had to paint everything with a brush.
Yeah.
So doing.
I think this guy was too young to remember that as well.
Yeah, doing my Airfix Flying Fortress, painting silver with a brush was the norm, because that's all you had.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, today we've got airbrushes and all manner of things, and we today the hobby today is in one respect far more complicated because there's more stuff, paints, adhesives, cements, lacquers, clear coats, and all the rest of it, and the tools. We are spoilt for choice today.
Yes.
Whereas when I was a kid, right, we didn't have half of that stuff. You had tube cement, you
Yes.
had Humbrol or Airfix paints, right?
Yes. Yes.
In tinnies, little tinnies, right? And that's a lot, mate.
Yeah. No. I can remember the day.
There's no such thing as clear coat. There's no such thing as primers.
No.
Okay, that came on later.
You didn't need primers then because enamel stuff.
Well, you painted. You took your enamel paints, and daubed it straight onto the wing.
Yes. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So the actual hobby has changed completely from when I was a kid.
Yes.
And
no, but that enamel paint.
I started my first kit. I'll tell you, my first kit was when I was 6 years old.
Yeah.
Right. In October this year, I will be 66. So that was 60 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. And the hobby has changed unbelievably in that time.
Oh, yeah. I can remember when the latest, most exciting find was that Revell contactor glue, the blue and the yellow tub with a little metal straw.
Right.
Wow. Fantastic. Oh my God, I can apply glue accurately. And that was the latest technology out. And you know,
the biggest revelation,
squeeze the
biggest revelation for me was extra thin.
Yeah.
Extra thin, Tommy, extra thin glue.
That was when I discovered
that changed everything. That changed everything. Because all you had to do was use capillary action.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
That was like when I went into Firestorm Games and the guy said to me, he goes, I got this glue, it's plastic magic. He says, I like it. He says, but no one's buying it. I think it's because they didn't trust it. He says,
they didn't know it. It's not that they didn't trust it, they didn't know it. They never used it.
And he says, look, will you do us a favor? Will you buy that? And if you don't like it, I'll give you your money back. I said, all right, I'll give it a go. And I went in the next week. He says, do you want your money back? I said, no, you're not having it back. It is absolutely amazing. Yeah.
I must say that the next revelation, acrylic paints.
Yes.
Acrylic paints changed everything for me.
Yes.
Because my background is as an artist, as a designer, right? So I can paint. I know how to brush paint.
Yes.
Okay. And to change from enamels to acrylics and use them in a similar way to how I could like paint a painting. Okay. That was wonderful. And then obviously the airbrush came around about the same time.
For me, right? With the
you put the two together, you think, wow.
Yeah.
I can spray me kits.
Coming from a figure painting background, more so. I mean, I started off doing scale models, but having done a lot of figure paints, the ability to thin the acrylic paints is amazing, because when you put I'm not a boasty person, but one thing that I can paint extremely well is fire. And I think that the art of painting fire well is you've got yellow and red, which are strong colors, especially on white, aren't they?
Yeah.
And if you apply them too thick, it really is awful.
Like anything, Penny, it's all about layering.
Yes. And what you do is you get your yellows and your reds and your oranges, if you want to use oranges, or you can just use reds. And you get those stupidly thin. And you just layer them on, and then you work.
Just build the colour up,
Yeah. And that's the game changer. And I can remember doing a cloak, and it was purple, because it's always purple. As you might be able to tell, I'm a bit of a purple fan.
I think we've
done
noticed
this purple cloak, and I'd done all the layers, and the color jumps were just too high. It just went, instead of blending, it just went bum bum bum. And what someone then taught me was to get a mid color, thin it down, and glaze it over, and it just brings those colors together. And that's always, And now I'm looking at color charts, and I do this a lot now. Oh, I haven't got that exact shade. I'll just add a color and I'll thin it, and I'll using that color from underneath. You're applying a yellow on a black primer is going to give you a completely different color from applying a yellow on a white primer, and everything in between. And then adding 2 layers of yellow is going to give you a different color from adding 1 layer of yellow, because you're using you're using the colors, all the colors together. And I think with the enamels, you can't do that. You're getting a strong base coat with every coat, aren't you?
Yeah, well, that's to say, enamels will basically, that's your colour, tough. Well, with acrylics, it was more like in painting parlance, it's more like using gouache or watercolours.
Yeah.
In other words, you can blend the colours.
Yes.
So it was a whole different. It brought the art of painting into model making.
Yeah.
Rather, and it was a game changer in that respect.
Yeah.
Frances Adams has just come up with a similar thing.
I was just waiting to bring that one in. I took 20 years away from the hobby, and the paint's changed from the enamels to the acrylics. So the last 5 years. Yeah, I think that last sentence is important. So the last 5 years have been learning the acrylics. Now I know Frances Adams painting, and it's way, way, way above mine. But the fact that she's saying learning the acrylics.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm still learning. I've been using the acrylics for 20 odd years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm still learning.
Yeah.
I mean,
by the time my standard catches up with hers, she would have then learned more, and she still wouldn't have learned everything. And then
you can't. I don't think it's impossible to learn everything. I mean, you've got a lot of people that have moved over to lacquer paints.
Yes.
And they think that those things are the bee's knees. I'm sorry, I don't like them.
Do you know?
I like what I can use, and I will not change.
See, I find I used to do you get these monthly subscription sets. You get hobby sets. And there used to be one called Asset Drop, and they used to chuck you a few little paints every month, and maybe a little figure or something, and just to try it. And they'd send me paints, and I would try them out. And what I generally found was the first time I tried them, I'll be like, don't like them. Then I'll try them again, and I'm like, actually, yeah. And a lot of times you just have to use them differently.
I agree. But everything's cyclical. Like I'm a member of Flory Models, right? You were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Right? And I mean, Phil himself, he's been into lacquers for the last 3 to 5 years, and swears by them. Where Matt, his partner, right? He was using lacquers and has now come back to acrylics. So everything's cyclical. You know, it was whatever today's hip and trendy paint. Did try to force people to buy a whole bank of new paints? Nah. I'm happy with my acrylics. Thank you very much. I'll stick with those.
This is it. If I'm really happy with the
range,
then I will buy a new range.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not averse to buying new stuff. Like the AK Extreme Metals, I absolutely adore those things.
Yes,
they are superb.
So I've made a good purchase there. Then have I?
Oh yeah, absolutely superb.
I'm too scared to try it yet.
Yeah, make sure you spray. You put a base of gloss black down first.
Yes. Funnily enough, the video that I've made today about priming with an airbrush, I do mention that.
Yeah, gloss black, and then when you put in the, I don't know what you've got there, but is it a chrome or something?
This one's chrome.
Yeah, well, when you put it on, do it in light coats.
Yes.
Okay. And then you
build it anyway, don't you?
Well, you do, but what I'm saying is, I'm cautioning you because you may not have used it before, and if you haven't, build it up in light coats, right? So you can see the depth that you want. Because
Yes.
you can go really bright, or as I say,
Yeah.
just a dusting, and you can get a really nice shade. And as
I
you
did
light the
watch
layers up, you
this
get a different
fits in
aspects of the
well.
part that you're building.
Yeah, this fits in really well with the YouTube video I was watching on reviewing them. And
Yeah.
the guy had gone in and did a light coat. And
Mm.
he said, that's really good for a first coat. And then he did a couple more coats. He said, wow.
But as I say, you can go overboard and it spoils the piece. So you've got to be careful. Just take it easy. Just light coats. Yeah, that's fine. Bit more. Yeah, that's it. You don't need to blast it. You don't need to make it a wet coat. Don't do that. Because you know it can just no. Spoil
I'll ask you both a question. This is just to sort of satisfy my mind. Video I was making on the priming. When I prime, I do like a 3-stage prime. One is like a very light dusting, and then I'll go over it again to sort of fill it, and then I do like a wet coat. Do you guys do anything similar, or do you guys think that's wrong, or do you think that's good?
Generally, I don't prime at all.
Right.
There are times when I do prime, and I'll just put on and maybe it's just to make sure that I've caught all the glitches that there might be that I haven't seen, or just to give myself a uniform surface. But I'm not big into priming.
You're not a primer. That's
No.
fair enough.
I need to excuse myself for a couple of minutes.
That's fine, yeah.
Got to put Miss Deborah here to bed.
Yes.
I do prime a lot on every model. My question to you, Penny, was going to be what you're priming with.
Primer. Do you mean brand?
Yeah.
Okay. The unpronounceable one.
Oh, right, okay.
I just heard what you said, and when I do prime, what I love better than anything else I've ever used is Tamiya's fine gray and fine white primers.
Okay.
They're wonderful.
Yeah, they are, but they're expensive.
They are expensive, but you're getting what you pay for.
But if you're not priming all the time, you
Totally
don't
agree.
mind that so much, dear.
No,
The reason I use that primer is I used to use the Vallejo primers. Now I had a go at zenithal highlighting, which is using the black, grey, and the white.
Yeah, got you.
And I was rather pleased with the results, and I posted it in one of the Facebook groups.
Yeah.
Now, in all fairness, where I'd done the white, I think my airbrush was slightly blocked, so it came out a little bit bitty.
Mm.
And someone had said to me, "Oh, that's bitty because you're using Vallejo primer." I think it was actually because my airbrush wasn't clean. And they said, "Try this one," and the white one is a lot better for. So I bought it, and it was I preferred it, so I replaced. Now there might be better primers out there, but I go.
I don't think it's necessarily that. I don't think it's necessarily that. This is one of those primer is one of those classic cases of horses for courses.
Yeah.
Okay. Like for example, I use, and you'll be astounded by this. It depends on what the model is.
Yeah.
To start off with. So let's take, seeing as it's sat here, this. Yeah, Spitfire. 1:32. Unremarkable in that respect. Okay. I know for a fact, but it's on the size of the kit, the size of the model, right? If you're going to use a Vallejo or one of the other name primers, it's going to take a lot of that paint.
Yeah.
To prime that.
Yeah.
Okay. You've only got a little bottle.
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to take most of it to do that paint, that kit. Right. Better idea. Get yourself a can of a rattle can of Wilco undercoat primer.
What do you mean like that, for example?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
basically, hang on. Basically, you go.
Yeah.
And you're done.
No, I get what you're saying, and like you say, it's courses for courses.
But then it comes. This is where I flip. There are other occasions, depending on the kit, where, for example, on the MHF kit that I'm going to be doing, right?
Yeah.
I will not be using cans on that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will be using
Fines primer.
No, I won't. No, I'll be using Mr. Finishing Surfacer 1500.
Right.
Okay, as a primer.
Yeah.
Because not only will it fill any surface cracks, no, not cracks, but scratches.
Yeah.
Excuse me, because you're using I forgot what it's called, leveling fluid, right, as the medium, the thinning medium. So it will get those imperfections out, but it'll act as a primer as well. Okay, and because the car is going to be red, okay, I'll be using the white primer rather than the grey or the black.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I would use for
right.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, I do not use a specific primer.
Right. So you are looking at the project in hand.
Yeah. So I look at it project to project to project.
Right.
That
makes a lot of sense.
But the one thing I don't use are specific primers. Like, for example, your Vallejo primer. I don't use that. I don't use any specific thing that says primer.
Okay.
I'm using something else. Okay, that I know works and gives me the detail.
So that's
okay.
Sounds similar to why I use the primer I use. I know it works.
Well, again, it's also, of course, is what you're used to using.
Someone comes up to me and says, you'll get a better result using X, Y, Z.
No. Well, you can try it, and if it works, it works.
Yeah,
what I'm saying to you, Penny, is if it works for you, and you're happy with it, stick with it. Okay. I don't use any of those things. I mean, UMP, Paul Bretland's products.
Yeah.
Okay. On ISM.
I need to explore a lot more of those.
He's got his own primer range, white, grey, and black. Okay. I've used them several times, and please don't tell him this, but I don't like them. I can't use them. Okay. I've used other people's primers, name brand primers. I don't like them.
Yeah. No, there's nothing wrong with that statement. You know, there's.
I mean, to be honest with you, if Paul was listening now, he won't be this time in the morning. But even if he was, he wouldn't mind me saying.
You never know. He might be thinking, "Oh, Penny's streaming. I'll have a little look at that." Oh, hang on. Yeah, Paul's on it.
One can only wish. But I mean, the point is, he wouldn't mind because he approves of honesty. He approves of honesty, and I wouldn't string him a line and tell him a lie. It doesn't work for me.
Yeah, I found it quite funny when he said about. I was talking about Michael Sat.
Yeah,
and he says, "Oh, use my one." So I'm like, "Well, which one are you?" And then he said, and I'm like, "Yeah, I've already got a load of your products. They're excellent."
Yeah.
I use them. I've actually got his
decal solution system.
I've actually got his wash. Light dirt wash. Now this came with one of the acid drop boxes.
Yeah.
And I've tried it, and it's not something I'm brilliant with. But
you have to be you have to take it. You have to learn how it works.
No, exactly. It's the washers and things is something that I've not really played with much. I need a lot more practice.
The decal solution system he's got, the normal, the strong, and the extra strong is brilliant. Yeah, I use that all the time.
Yeah. Well, this is it. I mean, I won't buy that because I've got Michael Sol and Michael Set. I won't go out and buy his solution.
Well, no, you use what you used to. That's fine.
Yes,
that's fine.
When my Michael Sol and Michael Set run out, then I will replace it with his. But not, I won't go out and buy his stuff.
It works differently, and you have to give it time.
Yes,
you give it time, it'll work perfectly for you.
But I was saying to him about, the strong, the medium, that, and I said, well, I guess if you use the weak one where you needed the strong, he says you just need extra coats, and it's pretty much like Michael Sol and Michael Set. Yeah. And I said, well, what happens if you use the strong one when you should have used the normal? He says it's going to destroy your decals.
Yeah. Yep.
So until you understand decals, you need to be using a solution that's too weak rather than too strong.
Yeah.
If you use one that's too weak, you just need to apply another coat, and it's no better or worse than Microsol. But apparently, it just saves you. I mean, the Sky Raider decals, most of the decals, I had to put about 4 layers on to get the result I wanted. One of them I put about 8 on, but that's to get it to conform around some.
Well, it's like when I was building the Millennium Falcon, right? There's a lot of decals on there that have to conform over bumps and lumps, right? And if you use the ISM or the UMP as it is products, right? What I do is I use the strong initially and lay the decal down. I'll leave it.
Yes.
Okay. And then when it's had time to sit, it's still not conforming. And then you go in with the extra strong and just tamp it down and then leave it.
Yeah.
Okay. And within an hour
I
or two,
learned that the hard way with Microsol and Michael Set.
The whole key with any decal solution, doesn't matter what the brand is, time.
Yes.
Time.
But what works best for Tamiya decals is their own Mark Fit.
That makes
sense. The problem with that, Mark, is you can't get it in the UK.
You can't? Wow.
Cannot get it in the UK.
Okay. But you see, the trouble is I don't really want to be in a situation where...
It's a labelling issue, apparently. I don't know.
That's all right, because we get Kinder eggs. So it all balances. No, they don't get Kinder eggs because you're not allowed to
we get them here in our grocery stores.
Do you? What, proper Kinder eggs?
Yeah.
What was it with the little model inside?
Yeah. Because apparently you're not allowed to hide things inside edible stuff. It's a choke hazard inside the chocolate.
Yeah.
But, if a little kiddie can get that egg down his throat and not know he's doing it, the situation I don't want to be in is buying a decal solution for this brand of model and then this decal for that brand, and I've got to use this one for trumpeter kits and this one for Tamiya and this one.
No. So, you get the brand that can do everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Microsol, Michael Set.
In my opinion, the ultimate decal range works perfectly.
But yeah, I mean, I'm using my Microsol at the moment, and like I say, I've used probably about a couple of mils off the top, and once this runs out, I'm not going to go out and buy something and then throw this in the bin.
No.
Use this first.
I'm not suggesting that too.
I might be buying his stuff next month. I might be buying it in 3 years. I don't know. It depends.
I'll tell you what I always do. Instead of running out of a particular product and buying something I've never used before, I'll buy a replacement for the old product and get the new product, so that I can run them side by side for a while. So I can get used to the new product.
I've never even opened this. The Humbrol decal fix. That's what I mean. Someone said it's quite aggressive.
I don't know. I've never used it. So.
Well, I don't know, but I guess you'd use this on £5.49 for this, and I think probably £3 of that was the glass jar.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So, but it must be good because it's in a childproof lock, a childproof cap.
Doesn't mean that at all. Doesn't mean that at all.
I don't know. I just think if you got locks up and up, it must be worth locking up, isn't it? Even I can't get the lid open.
Oh, it's so rubbish. They don't want you to get in at the product.
That's a good one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You've got to really want to use it to.
Yeah.
to use it. Yeah. All right. Francis said check your Discord. I have just checked my Discord. I don't know if you put anything in just now. I did find some nice pictures of your minis from about 2 years ago, 4 years ago. Wow, that's how long I've had a Discord. I have a Discord site, which I don't use. I haven't used for a long. But that's how long I've been since I've been on Twitch. Because the last post that I've seen on Discord is from November 30th, 2018.
I had Discord for about 3 months. Got bored with it. Didn't like it. Got rid of it.
Yeah, it's not so much that it's I'm bored of it. It doesn't really work. Doesn't really enhance my life that much.
No, exactly.
A work in progress. I think I did. I don't mind using these extra tools, but when things start to become a chore,
yes.
You know, if I do modeling, it's because I want to do modeling. If I then have to take a picture of it, post it to Facebook, post it to a website, and I'm spending more time doing the maintenance than I am, then I get to the point where I don't want to do the model because I don't want to have to go through all the rigmarole of posting it to here, there, and everywhere.
Sure, yeah.
And it's
I've got to admit, Discord is high maintenance.
Yeah, it can.
Whereas Facebook for me isn't. Facebook's much easier to use.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, I can see why she's told me to look in work. I'm going to show everyone this. This is pretty good, actually. So if anybody has said, I said earlier on that what she does is far in excess of me. If anyone would suggest that I might be talking myself down.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
There we go. But then Francis is one of the ones that pushed me with Love Minis, actually. I remember when I did, there's a lot of stuff I did on Twitch, actually. And both her and Love Minis were kind of pushing me outside my comfort zone. And I ended up making great strides. I'll see if I've still got this Forest Troll base. I don't think I have. Yes. Yeah.
All the heavy stuff now, Mark.
Unfortunately, he's got broken. But this is a really good example of them both pushing me outside my comfort zone.
Just out of interest, was that a Warhammer figure? Do you know?
It's along the. Yeah, I think it is. It looks like one of the Stormcast Eternals. I'm sure she'll tell me if I'm wrong. But yeah, this is a Forest Troll I did. But he broke off. But the base,
yeah,
really happy with that base.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, and that was.
Yeah, Francis just confirmed.
Doing this, I was saying I can't do basing.
Well, you lied.
Well, I couldn't before this, and I just went for it. And
you lied.
But I think one thing I learned on that is that one of the arts of doing basing is the less you think about it, the better you're going to do.
Yeah, natural.
Because that is, yeah. And I can't find him anywhere. But I had an orc warlord, and he came on a rather stony base, And I mean, I can do stone pretty well anyway. It's one of, you know, you always get a couple of things you can do well and a couple of things you can't do very well. And then,
well, I did my very first Warhammer subject.
Yeah.
The other week, I posted it up. I don't know where you saw it or not. The Valkyrie.
Yeah.
That ship thing, but I didn't do it. Our Warhammer aficionados would have it done. I did it my way.
Yeah, that's why it's probably better.
Well, I've had people who are Warhammer aficionados say, "I wish we'd thought of that."
Yeah. The thing is, if you do it someone else's way, then you only end up with someone else's work. One of the things I used to love about playing Warhammer in the shops is that you, no matter how hard you try to copy someone else's techniques, it will always look like your work. That's really nice.
Yeah.
So if you look, the box art is all green and horrible. This is all metallics.
Yeah. But you brought your experience of scale models into Warhammer there.
Yeah.
Whereas I've done the opposite.
This camera is not doing it justice.
Lighting's not real great either.
Sorry?
I said the lighting's not real great either because the lights.
So, I can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, but if you go on to either my Facebook page or Ice Queen's Facebook page or Scaling Models Facebook page, you'll find it in there if you dig down deep enough. Or if you've got a Facebook page, I can send it to you directly.
Well, I'm just trying to find a little project that I'm gonna reattempt. I'm just having a little sneaky look on YouTube. Oh, hang on, what's going on here? So I'm just trying to find a bit. There's a model. I absolutely love the model. What it is, it's the Phoenix from. There we go. It's the Warhammer Phoenix, and this guy has done it almost entirely with an airbrush, and it's absolutely amazing. And I don't know how easy it is, but it looks so easy. What do you reckon?
It's probably a bit more difficult than it looks.
It is, but there's a couple of techniques that he's used. One is it's the importance of the light and the dark. I'm just trying to find that spot again. All right, there we go. So where the flames meet the wing, you can't see it on the bottom bit so much, but he's got a tiny white border, and that white border against the black edge really sets it off. And fire isn't really three colors. It's not yellow, orange, red. It then goes further into brown and black. And by having, so you've got that light in the dark, and it really sets it off.
It's all about contrast.
There you go, look.
Yeah.
So you've got black on the very tips of the feathers of the Phoenix and white at the very beginning of the flames. And
it's all about the contrast.
Yeah. And I'm quite confident. I'm not confident I'll get the exact same result because it's not, like
but if you don't try, you'll never know.
No, what I mean is it doesn't matter if I copied your work, I would still get a model that looks like pennies. And if you tried to copy me, you'd still what you find in Warhammer a lot is that you
with
can
respect,
pick a model up.
With respect, you can take hints and tips from other modelers. Yes, we all do that. Okay, but the process we go through to end up with the result that we're happy with, is different to what that person that we're trying to emulate, if you will. Okay, as long as we're happy with it.
Yeah. Now, what I'm saying is, though, that you can pick a model up, a painted model, and you can tell who's painted it because it's.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I mean. So, although I could do exactly the same as that guy's done on that Phoenix, and it will still look like I've painted it. That's not saying it's going to be good or bad. It's going to say it's not going to look the same as his because I'm not.
Would you want it to be? Would you want it to be?
No,
because you're copying him.
Yeah.
What you want is a model that and a.
Yes, if it looks like his is effectively a forgery, isn't it?
Effectively, yeah. I mean, basically, you want to be happy with what you produced.
No, I mean, I have done a Phoenix before, and I brush painted it, and I meticulously layered every single piece of detail. It took me bloody ages, and I was really happy with the results. No, I don't mind putting the work in if you're going to get the results out. But I might have another go at it, but using an airbrush. Now I've developed my skills a little bit more on the airbrush. I'd like to have a go on with it on the airbrush, but it's a model.
Yeah, the one thing I've never been into is doing figure painting. I just can't do it.
I really do enjoy it.
But that's for me. It's a throwback to when I was doing ordinary paintings.
Right.
I could paint anything. You name it, I could paint it. Figures, forget it. Can't do them. I just don't have the skill to do people.
No, but
whatever. And that as sort of like transitions through to modelling. I can do any model you can throw at me.
Pretty much
give me a figure. No, I can't do that.
Yeah, but I said earlier on, like there's stuff that I find hard that you find really easy.
Well,
I know a lot of people that can't paint fire. I find it easy. Stonework I can do quite well. And
I can do stonework, paint. I can do fire. I can do most
I don't rate my base. I still don't rate my basing too highly. And I know people that could probably that base that I did. I think that took me about. I think that's when I was doing streams in my lunchtime. I think it took about 3 lunchtimes to do that. I know people that could probably whip 5 of them out in one lunchtime.
Yeah, yippee do. Yippee do.
No, what I mean is like
the base you produced looked great.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong.
Now, what I mean by that's not a put down or a put up. It's someone else might have. They might look at that. Maybe they can break down the bits of it, and it's really, really, and they'll go, I don't know, you can't do that. It's really simple. And then I'll go, yeah, but I don't understand how you can't do.
Yeah, well, that's been condescending. I mean, it's nothing to do with it. It's down to experience. It's down to experience, right?
Yeah.
It might be your first build. It might be your first figure. It might be.
What I mean is like, let me put it a different way. Right, everyone's job. There's certain elements they find really easy. I find using ticket machines on buses quite easy. Once you show me how to do it, I'm on it. Yeah. But then the bus checks I'm not so good at because I really hate doing it. That's probably a really bad example as well. But no, what I mean is like, everyone has strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
But everyone's strengths and weaknesses are different.
And it's over. Yeah, it's true. But in the modelling sort of scenario, you can place your strengths, sure.
Yeah.
But where's the challenge? There's no challenge in doing stuff that you've done 1,000 times before.
Is there not a skill in pushing your techniques that you're good at and hiding.
Well, yeah, true. But wouldn't you rather learn something that you've never done before?
Yeah, there's always that.
I've never done figures, so at some point in time, I might have to do one.
Yeah.
To see what complete debacle it ends up being like. But the point is, it's a challenge. Okay, and
yeah. Is there not also
a model can either be if you want to be a Tamiya builder or a Bandai builder for the rest of your life, you're never going to learn anything, are you? Okay.
Yeah.
The kit's gonna fall together. Okay. Yeah. It's not going to give you any fit issues. You're not going to have to fill anything. Okay.
Yeah.
You'll be able to slap the decals. You'll be able to paint it and slap the decals on. Happy bunny, stick it on the shelf.
Yeah.
Okay? If you're content to do that for the rest of your life, then all power to you.
See, that's
as a modeler, I'm speaking for myself now. Yes, I do like those kits. I won't lie. Okay. Yeah. But occasionally you do need something to challenge you. Okay. Yes. My challenge, as we've already discussed, is my MFH kit coming up. Okay. Big challenge. Okay. Yeah. For other people, for your Warhammer people and what have you, it may be doing a figure that they've never done before, a painting technique that they've never done before. Okay.
Yeah.
If you do not try, you do not know whether you can do it or not. Okay, there's the challenge. Okay, so every model in my mind should be open to the challenge. If you're not, then why are you in the hobby? I don't get it.
Yeah. See,
maybe that's being harsh. I don't know.
Because when you said about if you want to be a Bandai or a Tamiya, it just kind of made me think a bit, because I don't build because of the brand. I build because of the subject. I mean, I
agree with you. I'm the same.
My F-14 and my Sky Raider are both Tamiya kits.
Yeah, but I go to their
because they're Tamiya.
I'm part of a community where you do have other people, other builders, and all they build is Tamiya kits.
Wow. See, my personal opinion of that is that
there's another guy I know. He's only ever built Bandai. Okay, he's never experienced a trumpeter kit. He's never experienced a 1960s Airfix kit. Okay, with all the problems therein, he's never experienced. Experienced a Revel kit.
See, I've got on my desk right now, I've got 2 Tamiyas and an Italiari. I'm not enjoying the Italiari, I'll admit, as much, but I've got them because they're US Navy. Now, if I want a particular US naval aircraft and the only kit I can buy is the worst kit ever made,
well, you've got 2 choices: either buy it or you don't.
Buy that kit or not get that aircraft.
Exactly.
And that's how I see it. Yeah. I mean, I'm building other stuff, but my main kink, as I call it, is US Navy, with a little bit of odd things just to come away from it for a little bit.
So what you're saying, Penny, is, I mean, you can level with us here. You like your US sailors.
I quite like US naval aircraft. Yes.
You like your US sailors.
I do. What you're telling us. It's no, I made this announcement ages ago. Most of my kits, there's two main themes I'm going for. One is RAF Lakenheath, so anything I can convert, because that's where I was born. First and foremost is US Navy. Then is RAF Lakenheath. Then I tend to find that, so although I love US naval aircraft, most things, if you gave me a particular subject and asked me what my favorite was, in most instances, it wouldn't be US Navy, which I think is a little bit odd, but best World War II aircraft, full stop, Mosquito. No.
I think the Spitfire people might disagree with you, but okay. And then again, your Hurricane people might disagree with you again.
Well, yeah, you see now the Hurricane Spitfire.
All of you.
But I don't know. I just, best helicopter, Sea King. But then that's probably tainted by the fact I've been in one when I was a cadet. So that's probably
I've been in Sea King as well.
Yeah. Oh, it's brilliant. Come to work with my stepdad at RF Culture Show.
I was at Holyhead on the big yellow helicopters.
Yeah.
SE Rescue.
Yeah, that's what happened with me.
I wasn't being rescued. I was on a tour. So.
Yeah. No, the guys just come up to me and they go, "Oh, you're a cadet, are you?" And I go, "Yeah." They go, "Right, you got your flight log with you?" I went, "Yeah." They said, "Give it here, come with us." And they took me out, dumped me on the beach, buggered off for about 10, 20 minutes and come back and did a practice rescue on me. The only thing was I wasn't in the sea. I was rescued from the sand, but I'm guessing it would probably have been deemed dangerous to chuck me in the sea and then leave me for a quarter of an hour.
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, bit of a safety issue there.
It was brilliant. It was the best thing that could ever happen to me. And then go, because we used to get air experience flights. We used to get 20 minutes every half term in a Chipmunk. And I've just come back from a half-term holiday with 2 hours in my book.
Cool.
And then I got another.
Probably 2 more hours than anybody else had.
Yeah. And then when they, in the summer holidays, when they had the ATC cadets, they were all getting 20 minutes. And then I go straight to the front of the queue, jump in an airplane and get an hour, all in my flight log. Oh, brilliant. I wouldn't say I've led a privileged life, but I'll take that. That was a few little advantages and take it. Yeah, but some of my favourite choices. I mean, I'm kind of in love with Jaguar, but then, knocking around RAF Culture.
The car or the plane?
Would be. Pardon?
The car or the plane?
Plane. I'm a plane builder.
Well, now to ask.
I will be doing cars and trains and other things because you don't know if you're missing out if you miss out, do you?
What I'm saying is, it comes back to what we were originally talking about. Yeah. The challenge of a build.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You're not really into cars, but there's a challenge.
Yeah.
Okay.
I fancy taking a tank on because I hear a lot of people saying about.
I see. That's where we depart. Okay. Yeah. I have absolutely no interest whatsoever in armor.
Have you ever done it?
When I was about 10.
Right.
Yeah.
You know.
But now, no. Yeah. No interest in armor.
You don't like it. See, I don't know. I don't like it.
It's not that I don't like it. It's just that I have no interest in the subject.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
Okay. I have no interest in soap operas on TV, so I don't watch them.
Well, yeah. Okay? Yeah, but have you tried them? This is the thing, right? If anyone goes, I don't like.
Hey, listen. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. There are people on YouTube, as you well know, who do armor and it looks fantastic.
Yeah.
What's his name? Luke Carswell.
Yeah.
Black Rifles guy.
Yes.
One of Sue's friends. Okay. Yeah. He does armor.
He does amazing work.
Absolutely superb. I mean, that guy is so talented.
Yes.
I hate him.
You can tell there's a lot
in a nice way. But he's ex-army. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got a vested interest in that respect. Okay, but that aside, I have no personal interest in the subject matter.
Yeah.
So, buying a kit easy, building it possibly okay, painting it, weathering it, yeah. But the subject matter is not something I want to spend money on. Simple as that. And she's walked off on me. She's walked off on me.
I was listening. I did promise. I had to shut a window. I've mastered the art of opening the windows before it gets too hot. I haven't quite mastered the art of closing them again before it gets too cold.
That's why I put my jacket on, because it got a bit chilly. But no, I've got no interest in armor at all. It's one of those subjects.
No,
it's like Warhammer. Okay, up until recently, I could not understand the fascination. But I've watched a few streams. I'll go on a couple of streams where Warhammer is the principal subject, and I think interesting. Figures, not really into that. But there's machines, fly things. Yes. And I'm thinking, that's interesting. Yeah. So I bought myself 2 kits. One I've just showed you very badly with this crappy camera and shit lighting. But I've got another one which I haven't built yet. But I'm thinking that sort of side of Warhammer, I can get into that big style because it's different, and rather than following the what might be classed as the standard Warhammer avenue to paint jobs, I can put my own spin on it. Yeah. Okay, and there's not many people that can argue with putting your own spin on something, because it's a fantasy thing. It's not like a Spitfire or a Lancaster or whatever, which your rivet counters of the world will say, "Oh, that's not the right color of green," or whatever. This is why with Warhammer, you can do what the hell you like. Yeah, you know, you can finish it however the hell you like. If you want to do it as per the box art, go for it. Personally, I think that looks.
I had a conversation with a guy in Games Workshop when I first did Orcs. This game they brought out called Blood Bowl, which is basically fantasy American football kind of brutal, And I really liked the Orc team, and I was, because I paint Chaos, which is black, brass, red, which is nice. It's easy to paint, and it's the techniques, they're quite dirty and rough, so you can do a lot of dry brushing and you get good results. But after a while you get a bit bored of painting the same colors all the time, so I sort of got into Blood Bowl to start painting green. And I remember saying to the Games Workshop, I said, I'm confused. I said, what color is an orc? I said, I always thought an orc was green, but then if you watch something like Lord of the Rings, is it Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit, or, you know, one of those ones, all the orcs are white. And he just looked at me and he says, you tell me what color an orc is. You find me Encyclopedia Britannica and tells you, the exact shade of an orc is. And then he told me how an orc is born. And basically what he said is, if you're happy with the color, you go for it. If you want to do one in blue, you can. Yeah. And so then that's
the wonderful thing about Warhammer that I found. There's your world's your oyster. You can do what the hell you like. Yes. There's the figure or the machine, whatever. Yeah. Do what you like. Me, I've just replied to Francis in the chat. Yeah. I mean, she says, I like to paint some of the Warhammer figures, but don't play. Neither do I. Yes. Yeah. Same thing. That's how I even got some of the tanks. Lots of fun. I agree with her. Okay, the machines are wonderful. I mean, the figures are wonderful. Don't get me wrong; they're not for me. But I know figure painters like Francis, and they do wonderful things with them.
I like pushing the details because you've got all these sharp bits of detail, and you can push those highlights. But it's. The great thing about fantasy is that there is no one who can genuinely tell you this is right or this is wrong. The only areas you can say that's right or wrong, if it says in the rule book this particular chapter of knights wore gold and you painted their armor in silver, then that's obviously wrong. But
I wouldn't know about that, so because I don't play the game.
Obviously, if you read the law and stuff, but going back to the orcs, what I did was, if I wanted younger orcs, what I would do is I would apply a lighter shade of wash, and then if I wanted something a little bit older, I might apply a null or a black wash. Because these things didn't have a wash every day, did they? So as they got older, we just get muckier and muckier. So you would have a very, very dark wash, to shade the older ones, and then the goblins I used to take the shade one shade light. So you have a set of 3 colors. I would just take one shade lighter for the goblins because they're smaller. So I figured they'd be a bit brighter, wouldn't they? But that's my system. Yeah, and then obviously I worked a system out with the corn. There's a lot of demons. And I had a little bit of an issue with what I tended to do was black armor for ordinary folk, and then lords and that might have red armor, sort of a dark red, burnt red armor. Then the problem you've got is then when you start painting demons, which are red skin, you just start having like red armor with red skin. So that's your challenges there. Anyway, I'm going completely off topic on that one. But yeah, fantasy's good because there are no hard and fast rules. You know, if I paint my F14 green, there's going to be a few questions asked.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the difference. That is the difference in the 2 different genres.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I say,
what's to say that particular aircraft I'm building, one of the technicians didn't get a kind of.
I'll give you an example of what you're saying there. Give you an example of what I've got. I can't show you because I've got 132 Trumpeter Eurofighter Typhoon.
Yeah.
Over there. Okay. 2-seater. Okay. Now, the single seater, they did a. I think it was a Battle of Britain commemorative livery.
Yeah.
So it was painted like a Spitfire.
Right.
Okay? In other words, it had the dark earth, the dark brown camo on it with the roundels and everything.
In World War II.
Basically, they painted it like a Spitfire, effectively. Yeah. Okay, but it was a brand new aircraft. They did not do that with the 2-seater version. Okay,
right.
But in my universe, okay, they did for one specific reason. They did the 2-seater in the commemorative livery because there may be some very brave, still alive World War II pilots who want to go up in a Typhoon. Hence the 2nd seat. So that's my excuse for doing that in that commemorative camo. So,
yeah.
But I say you get a river counter to look at that and they go.
But what's to say they didn't actually paint that in World War II colours? Then take a look at it and go, well, actually, I think it'd be better if we did the 1-seat version and then paint it all back how it was. So for one day, it did actually genuinely exist, but because no one's actually documented it, no one will ever know.
All I'm saying is that I didn't want a grey aircraft. I've got a Typhoon over it. Sorry, a Typhoon.
Isn't that the golden rule? If you can make the story up for it, you can actually do.
Well, as I said, yeah, they did do the single seater. That's fact. Okay, but they didn't do the 2-seater.
Yeah.
Also, in my world, in my universe, they did.
Yeah.
And I've got the backstory of why they did it. So if anybody asks,
my reasoning is if you can have a good backstory for it, you can do what you want. I know I'm guessing this would be the same with a lot of other shows, but one of the categories for competitions in the Perth show is a what if.
Yeah.
You know, so basically a what if means you can do whatever the hell you want, but make sure you have a story to go with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you will, whatever you do on a what if, you're going to get a lot of people go, and then you'll get
you're absolutely right.
I never thought of that.
The wonderful thing is that on a similar related subject, I'm a member of Florrie Merrills, as I mentioned to you. And they've got a group build coming up later in the year, which is a scratch build group build, which basically means you can do what the hell you like.
Yes.
Okay. but it's broken down into several categories, one of which is a what if section.
Yeah.
So I'm doing planning to do 2 models. One is a complete scratch build of something completely fantastical, which I won't bore you with. The other thing is more down to earth and a more of a what if. I've taken, or I'm planning to take, a 32 scale Spitfire and a 32. Now, think about this, Mark, before you criticise, because I know you're dying to. Okay. A 32 scale Spitfire.
Yeah.
And a 32 ME 262. Okay. Just let them settle in your heads for a second. In my world, in this fantasy what if, the Germans knew that the best plane in the skies at the time was a Spitfire. It was maneuverable, it was fast, it was wonderful. Okay, and lots of other reasons. What if it had jet engines? What would it have looked like then? So I've taken the ME 262, which is I suppose the first jet fighter, okay, and I meld the two together. That's the what if.
See, I'm totally on board with that, because have you seen?
It's not just as simple as taking the jet engines off the ME 262 and whacking them underneath the wings of the Spitfire. No, because the two airframes are completely different, right? And in fact, the jet engines would probably rip the wings off the Spitfire.
My first initial thought is it would just rip the Spitfire to pieces.
Yeah, exactly. So what you've got to do is you've got to take a certain amount of engineering, which I am not, but you've got to take a certain amount of engineering obviousness, if I can give that rubbish word, and put the two together. Because in my world, there must have been some scientists somewhere, either in Germany or in the UK, that were thinking if we take those engines and stick them on that plane, we'll have something dynamic. But it obviously never came to fruition in the real world. And that's where my what if project is going to be centered around. I think that's a good project because it brings two worlds together. The end of World War II, mid-World War II, and the end of mid-World War II, with two different technologies coming together in a what-if situation. I think that might work.
See, I can come up with arguments why that's brilliant, and I can also come up with arguments why it's terrible. No, right. So
I'm waiting for Mark's view on this. Being a World War II fan,
he's building. You can see the cogs.
That would work, but because the Germans, the Focke-Wulf Company, were going to stuff a jet engine in an FW-190.
Yeah.
And the Russians actually did that. They took Yak-9s and stuffed jet engines in them. Those were their early jets.
Yeah.
See,
So in your opinion, Mark, okay, using your imagination, which you obviously have, okay, is it a great leap of the imagination to think that those two planes could possibly come together?
Why not?
In the real world, in some form?
Why not?
I'm
going to do it anyway.
You've seen there's a YouTube channel, is it Steam Geezer and Son? Something like that?
Don't know.
It's a really good channel, but one build he's done is he's called it the Mesha Spit. And it's based on, apparently what they did is they had a Spitfire crash in Germany.
Right.
And the Germans took that engine. No, hang on. Did they take the 109 engine and put it
in the Spitfire?
Yeah. And also there's a plane that they built that was actually two planes stuck together. It was a
I
bomber.
think 11Z.
Yeah. So the concept of tacking planes together was already thought of. So they're already halfway there anyway.
Right. So I'm on safe ground then.
Yeah. So that's my argument in favour of that idea. But the one against is both the Germans and the British developed a jet aeroplane.
Yeah.
And they designed the framework. If it was feasible to put a jet engine onto a Spitfire, wouldn't they have already done that rather than designing a completely new brand new airplane?
But my argument is, what makes you think they didn't? And you just haven't heard about it.
You have actually got me there. You've got me on that one. Because I just
because don't forget, even back in the 40s and 50s, we still had the Official Secrets Act.
Yes. No, you've got me there because of what I said to you about the Typhoon. How do you know they didn't do the Typhoon B or the two-seater in RAF colours? So yeah.
Well, I know for a fact that they didn't, but
do you know they didn't?
Yes, I do know they didn't.
So they didn't even try it out. Didn't even try it out in concept.
Yeah, they did the single-seater. They didn't do the two-seater.
But did you I know this for a fact. About the two-seater?
Well, they may have thought about it, but they didn't produce it.
So how do I know?
As I say, the Spitfire ME262.
I mean, surely if you're in the middle of a war and you need
the scenario would be that they did actually continue to build Spitfires beyond the end of the war.
Yeah,
sure.
And they were constantly trying to improve its performance. So at some point after the war, somebody said, "Hey, let's shove a jet engine in there and see what that does."
Yeah.
Well,
they must have discussed it because
in my story,
you're desperate for aircraft.
Yeah.
Right. We've got this jet engine. Surely the very first question to save money and get aircraft out and into the fight quicker, can we use any airframes that already exist? Rather than spending the time designing a new one, that's got to save
my story
years worth of development.
Yeah, my storyline is it's the Germans that have got a Spitfire that are trying because they recognise it as a a top-rated aircraft.
But whatever the British think and the Germans,
it's got nothing to do with the RAF or anything like that. The Germans have got hold of a Spitfire, down Spitfire, and they're thinking, this is one of the best aircraft ever invented.
Yeah.
Can we make it better by putting a jet engine in it? Because our ME262 is good, but is it?
Yeah.
In other words, putting the two together, we have a really dynamic aircraft. So it's coming from a German aspect rather than the British aspect.
Yeah.
And after the war. And on that subject, Mark, how many variants of the Spitfire have there actually been? It's got to be in the 20-somethings.
Yeah, 24.
24, there you go.
It was 24 official.
So the 25th might have been a jet.
Yeah.
So you're talking Marine Spitfire Mark 25.
The Spitfire with the jet engine in it could have been one of the contenders for the Volksjäger.
For the what?
The Heinkel 162 Volksjäger.
Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah. I'm with you.
Yeah, your jet engine powered Spitfire could have been one of the contenders for that contract.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you can't tell me that someone at that time didn't think of that idea. And that's what I'm going to be playing on.
That's what I said. You know, there was talk at Focke-Wulf of putting a jet engine in an FW-190.
Yeah. I just think it's when you're in the middle of a war, especially if you're losing the war, your first thought has to be upgrading existing tech.
Yeah,
it has to be because you're going to save months or years of development. Because I know that this German jet plane the reason it didn't win the war is because it came in so late. If it come in earlier in the war,
I think there were lots of other factors, but yeah, I take your point.
But yeah, this stuff that's coming in late war, it wouldn't have had that much impact. That, you know, had it been invented in 1935.
I mean, it's like if they had come up with the idea of sticking jet engines on a Spitfire. Again, that was at the end of the war. It was the war was done and dusted. There were other major factors other than this aircraft or that tank or whatever that were contributing to the war being over.
I know everyone. Every documentary you ever watch, they'll go, "This is what stopped the war."
No, there isn't one reason.
Like 400 things. Apparently, inflatable tanks saved the war. Someone breaking code saved the war, and then this airplane won the war, and then this mission saved.
Cardboard aircraft was the other one.
Yeah. But
there's multiple
it is all contributing factors, but
most of it was, I suppose, most of it was to do with finance, because neither side could afford to keep it going any longer.
Yeah,
that's by the by.
I think luck played a part as well, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
You know, how many times do you hear about had that not happened? I think the Battle of Midway was won mostly by luck, wasn't it, or chance?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Mostly by a fluke, because all the fighters were down at low levels shooting down those obsolete torpedo bombers. So when the Dauntlesses came in, they had a clear shot.
Yeah. So, you know, I think that played a lot of part. I know there's a lot of luck in the Falklands War, wasn't there?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of unlucky as well, but a lot of cat and mouse going on as well, wasn't there? Well, that's dangerous.
I could tell you a lot of tales about that conflict. Not my personal experience, it's somebody else's experience. There's a friend of mine. He was a medic. He was in the Falklands. But not for this stream.
Yeah. I have a friend. I'm absolutely convinced that he was on the vessel that sunk the Belgrano. Absolutely convinced. I know he was in the Falklands War, but he won't discuss what he did. He'll discuss his career in the Navy, but
who's this? Sorry.
Pardon?
Who's this?
A friend of mine in Sheffield.
Oh, right.
He will not discuss like that period, but he'll discuss that he's been in the Navy and that. I'm absolutely convinced he was on. I wouldn't be shocked if he was the person who pressed the button that fired the fatal shot on the Belgrano. But I'll never know for sure because he won't tell me, and he never will.
Yeah, good man.
I mean, it could just be that it could just be as simple as he's covered by the Official Secrets Act, because I know that some things when you come out of the military, even though you're no longer in the military, they still have to be a secret until you die.
Yes, as it should be.
Yeah, which is, you know,
as it should be.
Well, I don't know. Isn't some of it historical interest?
When it's historically pertinent to let that information out, yes.
Yeah. It's like, do we actually know officially if the Belgrano was in or out of international waters? Sorry, it was a no-go zone, wasn't it?
I've heard stories from both sides of that argument.
So we don't actually know for sure.
Yeah, we do know, but it's not. It's under the Official Secrets Act, isn't it? So, and we're not going to know for 50 years because it's on the maximum one.
I mean, my theory is that it was outside when the shot was fired, but it was so obvious that it was coming in. But that's just
that's speculation.
Yeah, it is. That is speculation, but it just says.
I mean, it could be one of those where we never know.
Awake all night thinking about it.
Well, it could be that we'll never know. And to be honest with you, it's irrelevant now.
Well, so, yeah.
I mean, if you want to get at the
1986 World Cup finals,
it was handball. It was bloody handball, Penny.
We're still talking about
as
it,
that.
aren't we? And people want to bring VAR in.
Oh, and you know his second goal, right?
Was the best.
Maradona didn't score that. Alan Mullery did. It was an own goal if you look at the footage properly.
Huh? You know what I'm doing tonight? Right, so guys, I've got to end the stream now. I've got other things to do. I never thought of that. No, I've just established in my head, as far as I'm concerned, England were robbed on that first goal, but the second goal was probably the best goal ever. Goal of the century. But then the second goal shouldn't have happened because I think he should have been sent off for deliberate handball in the first one.
Yeah, well, if he'd been sent off for the handball, he wouldn't have, well.
Yeah.
Maradona cheated, period. End of argument.
Yeah. So, but yeah.
Yeah,
England
Mark's looking completely confused. Hasn't got a clue what we're talking about.
England wouldn't have won the World Cup anyway if they'd beaten Argentina because they just have so much hope and on the nation that they just can't. They crumble at the pressure of the last hurdle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't get into that.
Yeah, was it the last World Cup? Everyone's singing "It's Coming Home," and then all of a sudden the song "It's Gone to Rome." Right.
7 hours, 25 minutes, 25 seconds.
What's that?
7 hours, 25 minutes, 30 seconds.
This is typical me.
Anyone
who knows me, my last stream was meant to be a quick stream. That was about 3.5 hours. That's about right, isn't it, P40?
Yeah.
This is what I call a longer stream.
No, it's exaggerating.
I knew it was going to be more than an hour. But my initial thought was it was probably going to finish around about midnight.
It's going to be midnight here in half an hour.
Yeah, I'm not totally wrong then, am I?
It's 4:30 there, Mark. Come on.
It's always midnight somewhere.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no, it's been a fun night. I tell you what, it's got the old brain muscle going. It's some really good chats actually. I haven't got for 7 hours. All I've done is that, but that's how it goes anyway, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
Yeah, I could spend 5 minutes on it tomorrow and get 10 times as done.
To be honest, Penny, I blame Mark talking too much.
Yeah,
kept you away from modelling.
Up today, did he? No, we were rather quiet today.
He's going to blame me, so
no, it's fine. It's really been good fun meeting someone new, and I've seen you in chat, but that's the relationship I have. Is you're someone in chat, and so it's really nice to see you in person. No,
we broke that glass ceiling.
What's that?
I said we broke that glass ceiling.
But yeah, it's been fun. So
no, I've really enjoyed it.
Five other people obviously agree it's at least something to do because there's been 5 people watching. So I'm surprised they've lasted.
Or they've just left the computers on.
Sleep.
I think they just left it running just out of sympathy for me. No, it's been. But I'm going to have to wind up because I am next done. I normally get up about 6, which is about an hour and a half away. I don't think that's going to be happening today, is it?
Well, look at what's happened. Look at what's happened. When we started this stream, Mark had daylight coming through his blinds behind him.
Didn't he? Yes.
And it's dark. And now you've got daylight coming through your window behind you.
I think I had. Yeah, that's bad. That is
bad. Some things moved.
I think I actually started this stream and there was daylight coming through as well.
Yes.
I think I've actually. Yeah, we've missed the night. Wow, I never thought of that. Wow.
Okay, Penny, you owe me a night. I want my night back, please.
Taking a night of my life that I'll never get back.
I'm never going to get back.
And this stream has also cost me money. It's cost me
Oh,
50 quid because my bill got paid on my account. Yeah. I'll tell you what. Oh, this is brilliant. So
doesn't cost me a mark.
I'm with. So the long story short, I had BT broadband, which is crap, and I've been arguing with them for ages. That I asked them. I don't understand numbers. You know, it's all right saying, "Oh, you get this speed, that speed," but what does that actually translate to when you're trying to stream? And I said,
does
"Oh,
it
well,
work or doesn't it?" That's what you need to know.
That's my vocabulary, yeah.
Yeah.
And they've always said, yeah, you get fast enough to stream. And well, you've seen some of my streams in the past, haven't you, P40? It's not good enough. It's just not good enough.
Yeah.
So I got impatient. I'm even though I'm still in the minimum term, I've got 2 broadbands because I can't wait for the minimum contract to run. Now, Virgin is giving me 50 megabits per second, and I'm getting slightly more than that. However, the box is in my bedroom, and the walls are so thick that I'm only getting about 4 in the front room. And what I've discovered is this TP-Link thing. It's all voodoo stuff for me, but apparently it sends the signal through the electrical cables and into a receiving
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, yeah. So, but what the difference is the upload speed. That's what it is. I'm getting the same speed as BT, but the upload speed is 10 times faster. Well, I got an email come through today. They're offering me. I'm very shortly going to be. Well, I say shortly. In March, my minimum contract runs out, and
Much next year.
yeah. So they've offered me, I suppose it's a sort of an early upgrade. If I restart a contract for only £5 a month more, I can have,
Okay.
I can have 500 megabits. So 200 megabits. That's 4 times faster for an extra £5. Now, I'm only getting about 10 in here at the moment. But that means I'd be getting 40-ish.
Penny, can I stop you right there?
Yes.
The UK has a problem.
Yeah.
And it's called copper wire.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Yes. That's why I
just
prefer fiber.
For our American friend, okay, you know what fiber optic is.
Right.
Okay. Fiber optic, fast, wonderful, beautiful, pretty.
Yeah.
In the UK, the network is owned by BT, British Telecom. Okay, they own all the phone lines. Okay, they rent them off to other IPs. Okay, but it doesn't matter who you're with, whether it's EE,
Talk
3 or Talk or whoever. It doesn't matter. You're on the same network as BT because they own it. Okay, they have for decades. The problem is you can have fiber optic running all over the country, and as soon as it gets to the little green box outside the house or the equivalent internals underground, you hit copper wire. And it's the copper wire that comes into the buildings.
Yeah.
Okay. Very few buildings, unless they're brand new builds, okay, have fiber optics to the plug in the wall inside the building. Okay. And everyone knows that you can have 20-bit, 200-bit, 2000-bit on your fiber optic. And as soon as it hits that copper cable,
yeah, it's like
you're down to like 1 megabit or 2 megabit or something stupid like that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the problem. Okay. There's been a big push over the last 5-10 years to get broadband throughout the whole country. Probably as the same in the US. But the problem we have is that because of BT and their inertia and not wanting to spend trillions, not millions or billions, but trillions on replacing the copper wire in every single premises, whether it be an apartment, a house, a factory, an office, whatever, boom, they're not going to do it.
Yeah.
And the government are not going to help them out either. There's
I
the big
can have fibre.
So you can by all means have a 200 megabit whatever for your broadband, Penny, but as soon as it hits that copper cable,
it's with Virgin. It's with Virgin who has their own lines.
Well, if they're putting okay, so are you telling me that Virgin have put fibre optic from the main network straight into your house?
Yes.
Your apartment?
Yes.
Oh, well, different kettle for us.
No, the thing is with BT, since I started my contract with BT, they fibered up this area. I can have fibre optic straight to my house.
Sure, if you pay for it.
I've got to restart my minimum contract again.
And if you pay for the...
And I pay for the extension. Now, my argument is you've made me a promise before that my broadband would be fast enough for streaming, and you have never delivered on that promise. Now you're telling me in order for you to deliver on that promise, I now have to start my contract again and pay more money. I'm out. Yeah. Now, Virgin, who I've been with, the only reason I didn't have Virgin this time, I was with Virgin when I was in England, and I moved to an area that Virgin didn't cover. So I had to have BT.
Whatever was there, yeah.
So I had BT on a minimum contract. When I moved here, which is a Virgin area, I did the move home thing because I was still within the minimum contract. And I said to them, "Oh, is it still good enough for streaming?" They went, "Yes." Now, with Virgin, yes, they do own their own lines. They go out in the roads and they dig all the network, and then they build a little box, and then they run the cable from that box to your house. And if you catch them on the right week, you get free. I mean, I had a wonderful deal. No, they have different deals every week. Some week you might order it one week and you get nothing, just the cost of another week. I actually got free installation and 50 quid off my first bill.
That's good.
Which was a fantastic deal, but you won't get it this week. And next week it might be £100 off your first bill, or it depends what they're doing with at the time. Now, when I was with them before, I started off with 50 megabits. And then when my contract, then I upgraded at some point to 100 because I had a neighbor moved in who shared my Wi-Fi. So we ramped up to 100. And then when they moved out, I took it back down to 50. Then when my minimum contract ran out, I said, well, I'm happy with Virgin. I'll stay with them. So as a bit of a loyalty, they ramped up to 100 free of charge. So it's with Virgin, all it is they just put a button. It's a case of how much do we let them have? 50. Bang, hit the enter button. Then they can go change to 100. They can ramp up. Apparently they can ramp up to about 1,000. But obviously they're only going to let you have as much as they pay. Now, this time round, I got 50 because I took a TV package as well. So it was a little bit out of budget. And I didn't realize the walls were going to have an effect. But now they're offering me 77 quid's worth of TV and broadband for 55 quid, which, as I say, is only a fiver more than I'm paying now. But as it stands, in 6 months' time, my bill's going to go up to £77. But if I take this new deal, it'll be £55 for 18 months. So I'm thinking I might as well take it just for the price freeze.
Yeah, that's fine as long as you're getting your 200 bits.
Yeah.
if you're not.
My experience with Virgin is that you will, in fact, actually, we did a speed check today. I'm paying for 50, and at the time of the speed check, I'm getting 54. The difference between Virgin and BT is what you get from BT. There's two little words that come before the speed, which is up to.
Yeah.
So you pay for 50 and you get 30. Because what they then put in, see, what they've said to me is that I think BT have advertised this as up to 20. I'm getting 12. And then the small print says minimum speed guarantee 7. Right. Well, I'm getting my minimum guarantee. So there's nothing I can do.
And that's their get out clause.
Yeah. Now Virgin, when they say 50, they mean 50. Today I was actually getting 54.
Yeah, well, that's because they've got direct fiber.
Yes.
Right? With people like me, right, my fiber ends at the box down there.
Yes.
From there it's copper cable, right?
Yeah.
I'm with EE, which is BT by another name, right? And it's the figures you just gave.
Yeah.
The guarantee, I think it's 7.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And up to 16 or 17.
Yeah.
Which is crap for if I wanted to stream, which I don't, but that's not the point. But even so, it's just rubbish.
Yeah,
it's just rubbish.
Well, the reason I'm getting 54...
That's because of the copper wire. So.
Yeah. No, the reason I'm getting 54, 56 is explained to me by an engineer. They've told me I'll get 50, which means if it drops to 50, I've got a legitimate complaint. Now, apparently, based on how well their equipment is functioning, how many people are online at any given time, it's quite normal for that speed to fluctuate.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So if they set my speed at 50, it could spend a lot of time at, say, 46, 48. So what they do is they set it slightly higher so that if there's a lot of people using it and the equipment's not so good, it might drop down to about 50. But it could go up as 58, 60. So, and that's why I like Virgin. They've obviously taken the choice to say, right, we're going to say this number and we're going to mean that as a minimum. Whereas BT are putting in the tiny up to. You see it on the billboards. Yeah. In the big 10-foot high letters, it says 200 gigabyte or meg, whatever it is. And then in the next to it, in a font so small you can't read it while you're driving past in your car, it says up to.
I was on a non-model making stream a couple of weeks ago. A stream where I'm actually a mod. Anyway, we were talking about this very subject, and one of the guys on stream lives in where is it? Somewhere in Utah in the States.
Okay.
I was saying that over here we've got, for such a small island, we've got over 200 companies offering, internet services, right? But where he lives, he's got one.
Wow.
I don't know what the situation is with you, Mark, or whether you've experienced something similar. But and we were talking to other people on the same stream. There was a guy in California and a guy in Chicago, I think, and they were reporting similar experiences where there's not that much competition apparently in the States. For these providers.
A handful of companies, yeah.
Yeah. Well, for such a big, the thing I couldn't get
is involved.
Possibly, but the thing I couldn't get in my head was we're in such a small island, and we've got over 200 companies, and yet America huge continent, and they've got probably half a dozen, if that. They're supplying the whole country. And I'm thinking, well, hang on a second. America, industrialized, commercial this, commercial that, and they're very limited in like the commercialization of the internet is just like not happened. I just couldn't get in my head why that was the case.
Maybe there's a business opportunity for
to have only one provider. I mean, like that's just outrageous. That's like having say BT having the whole country and you've got no other option.
Well, that's how it used to be, though, isn't it? That's not.
I just don't get that. I really don't. But anyway, whole other issue.
No, but that's how it used to be in the UK, wasn't it?
Yeah, because we were BT.
Virgin are better because they've had to build their own network.
But they're the only company, as far as I'm aware, that has built their own network.
Yeah, because
everybody else is renting off BT.
I mean, I guess Virgin started off as a small cable company based in London, which is highly populated, and then the profits they're making from that, then, because obviously to build a network, you're not going to make that money back for years and years and years, which is why Virgin are still building their network. There's a large area.
There's the only one that's doing it, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, but I was first aware of cable when I must have been about 13 or 14 when we first had cable. So I remember that 36 channels, and we thought we were gods with our 36 channels. I mean, Mum flicking around every channel, going, "Oh, there's nothing on." I said, "Mum, there's 36 channels."
Now we have 500 channels, and there's still nothing.
Yeah. Our next door neighbours have got 5 channels, and you're complaining there's nothing on. But yeah, I mean, it's been taking them over 50 years. And they still haven't got 100%.
Yeah, and bizarrely, I watch more stuff on bloody YouTube than I do on my TV. My TV has never been so underutilized as it is at the moment.
The only reason I've got a TV package is it actually works out better. And we use our cable box to watch catch-up TV.
Yeah.
And it works out about 5 or 10 quid a month extra than just having broadband. So, I mean, I don't have a TV license because we don't watch live TV, which is going to be great when we get a visit from the TV license people. We've got 2 Virgin boxes, 2 tellies, and we use it to watch catch-up services.
Never has a license ever.
No, I don't. It's I did a little bit of an analysis on the rules, and so long as I don't watch BBC, or I don't watch anything as it's broadcast, and you can't watch BBC iPlayer. Yeah. So I'll go down the pub. There's a pub round the corner. I can put the TV on to any channel I want. So if it's something I want to watch on BBC, I'll go down the pub and watch it. So
I don't watch anything on TV.
No, it's I do. I mean, I've got a few
things. There's a few things, but they're on either on Netflix or on Amazon or something like that.
Yeah.
Terrestrial.
No, there's.
I don't remember what I watched last time on terrestrial.
There's some really good stuff. I've discovered that Smithsonian channel, and
it's good for documentaries. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a series of airplane ones on there, which obviously I'm using that as a sort of a research.
I was going to say the actual Smithsonian, when they do the documentaries of their own exhibits.
Yeah,
okay, is fascinating because there was one on all the stuff of the come on, Lewis, the collection of space things they've got.
Yeah,
that's wow. want to go to the Smithsonian in the States. I really want to go.
Yeah. Oh,
Got some
something I need
wonderful
to ask P40 while I remember. I found something on YouTube, P40. On the one hand, I'm guessing you might be interested, but then you've probably watched it if you're that interested. It's a program called Battles That Changed the War or something like that. There's a really good one on the P40.
Mm-hmm.
And it starts from some guy that goes over to China to help with their air force, like the expeditionary force, similar thing. But they were going over to help China fight against Japan, and I think they took the P40s with them. And
yeah, you're talking about Claire Chenault and the Flying Tigers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. And I just thought I found it really interesting, and very, very quite long-winded because it goes through the history of China and everything and how they got to that point, which actually made it interesting. But I just, on the one hand, I'm thinking, I must send these links to P40, but then I'm thinking, well, hang on, he's so interested in that subject, he's probably watched it years ago. So
yeah, it's a 3-part series, if I remember.
That's the one, yeah. But yeah. So I guess you watched, but I think I'd be a bit negligent if I didn't bring it up. And
well, thanks anyways. But yeah, I think I've seen it. Yeah.
I've got a feeling there isn't anything out there that you haven't seen. So, but I know it's because it's one of those things. Obviously, I know you're interested in it, and then that kind of makes and it's I can't work out from the documentaries. Was it a great aircraft or was it a terrible aircraft? I think it was a great aircraft in certain circumstances, wasn't it?
There's another thing that I just watched on YouTube about the Allison engine, which powered most of the P40s.
Yeah.
And actually, the guy who presented the program, he said that Allison was working on a supercharger for their engine, but then they ended up going with a General Electric supercharger, which wasn't very good. So it never had a 2-stage supercharger like the Merlin had.
Yeah.
But from what he was saying was the P4 the Allison engine had a 2-stage supercharger would have actually been a better engine than the Merlin.
Right.
And they were also working on and they never finished it. They were working on what they called a turbo compound version of the Allison, which was supposed to produce like 3,000 horsepower.
Yeah.
But, jets were coming in, so they never fully pursued it. But that was quite interesting.
Yeah, yeah. But again, that's sort of the what ifs, isn't it? What if that had that engine in the first place?
Right.
Yeah. And wasn't that what the the guys we know them as the Red Tail, I forget who they are now, but isn't that what they first flew?
Yeah, the Red Tails,
the Mustang,
kind of war-weary P40s. They flew P40Fs that were left over from North Africa.
Yeah.
And then eventually they did get Mustangs.
Yeah. Yeah.
So are you talking about the Warhawk? Is that what the P40 is? I can't remember.
Yeah.
It's a Warhawk, isn't it?
The Warhawk, the Kitty Hawk, the Tomahawk.
That's the one I remember, yeah.
Wasn't it given a different name based on where it was sold? I think the British...
it partly depended on what variant it was, whether it was a B or a C or an E. And I think that actually the British actually came up with most of the names.
Yeah. Because the Americans don't go big on the names, do they?
No, we're good at
names. You don't hear an American call the F-14 a Tomcat that often.
No. But it was like the P-51, that was That came about because the British Purchasing Commission went to North American Aviation and they wanted them to license build P-40s for them.
Yeah.
And North American said, well, tell you what, we'll build you something better. And that's how the Mustang came about.
Yeah.
But
wasn't the Mustang originally designed for the British?
Yeah, it was originally designed for the British.
Yeah, it was never actually originally intended
Air
to
Force
be American.
had interested in it. And the first versions that we used here in the States, they actually called them Apaches. You guys also called them Mustang. And you're also responsible for the Merlin engine being put in it.
Yeah. Yeah, because I forget what I did.
Mustang wouldn't exist without without the Brits.
Yeah, because wasn't there some? I seem to remember there was some controversy about the name Apache because it was a plane, and then they wanted to name a helicopter the same name, and there was a big kerfuffle about why.
Controversy like that, but the name Apache just wasn't very popular, and they decided to go with the British name. Of course, there's planes of ours that you guys bought that you renamed, like the F4F Wildcat. You called it the Martlet for a while.
Oh, well, okay.
And then the T6 Texan trainer, you guys called the Harvard. And of course,
that one.
47 instead of you guys called the Dakota.
Dakota.
Yeah.
I love that plane. That's a gorgeous plane. It really is.
Yeah. It is nice, isn't it?
You ever going to build yours, Penny?
What's that?
You ever going to build yours?
I haven't got mine anymore.
Oh, you sell it?
No, 3/4 of it was at the storage yard in Dartford when I lost it.
Oh.
So I did I don't know if I've still got it anywhere near. I was having a play with it. I found yes. So I just thought, well, I'll build the first few packs, and then I'll get rid of it. But I might as well use what I've got. And it's funny that I've got just a little bit done, and you know exactly what it is.
Yep.
Oh yes, the cockpit.
You cannot miss just that one piece of metal.
Yep.
You know exactly what it is, don't you? But no, I've got I've got bits somewhere, but the seats were really hard to put together. And then there's a plastic piece that goes
Chris
over.
Davies has joined us.
Pardon?
Chris Davies has joined
I think
us.
Chris has just woken up as we're going to bed. So, no, he just sent me a message a minute ago about something else, and I'm like, yeah. So I would invite you to join us, Chris, but we're about half an hour ago we were talking about winding the show up, so.
So another 2-3 hours we ought to be done. Yeah, I wouldn't buy.
He's been awake all night. If I'd known you'd been awake all night, I would have invited you to join us. So I'll see if I can find those, but I don't know if I got them. But no, I was just sort of toying around with what I had. But if I'd like to find that kit. It's got to be somewhere, isn't it? Someone's made it. But there's a load of skills in there that I've never done. They've got this metal doing the metallic on the wings and that, and it's done with like bits of tin foil. I know it's not that simple, but and that's something I've never done before. But if they're prepared to put it in the part work, it can't be impossible, can it?
No. You need to keep the stream going another 30 seconds.
That'll be 8. Do you know what? We'd have done a full-time job today. That's that. I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know if I should be disgusted. Mind you, it's not the longest stream I've done.
There we go.
A few years back,
8,
I did
9. Hey!
Yeah.
I got a minute to go, sorry, a bit ahead of time there.
A few years
1
back,
minute to
the 24-hour stream, and that was fun. But I think
24 hours.
Yeah, I did a 24-hour birthday stream, and it gets really, really, really hard, and then all of a sudden it's like, bring, I'm awake again, and off you go.
Yeah, it's like doing an all-nighter. You struggle up to about 3 o'clock, and then you get this adrenaline burst, and that takes you through to the end.
Yeah, but what I'd done was, because I was getting tired, I was getting really angry at the model that I was doing, and you always make mistakes somewhere along the lines, and when you're awake and rational, you're like, oh, I made a mistake, I'll do this. And I was starting to get a little bit at it, and I think I threw this model once, but I'd had the sense to have I'd got another model to start in case I didn't know how long it'd take me to do this painting, so that I'll have something else in case I finish it. It turns out I did the other model because I just got I got to the point where I hated this model I was doing. So I went, right, I'm putting it down, and then I started on something fresh. Right, sorry. Do you know how to make the sound better on a laptop or PCs? Mine needs sorting. Chuck it in the bin, buy another one. That's one way to do it, isn't it?
It's the easy way.
I think that's something that probably needs more exploring. In what way does the sound need improving? Is it quality? Is it sound cards? Is it your speakers? Is it bad sound on certain areas? Could just be plugging headphones in or something. So unfortunately, at 5 o'clock in the morning is probably not the time to sort it.
No.
Or I tell you what, Chris, you could have asked me that question when I tried to ring you this afternoon. You didn't answer me. So, right, yeah, okay. So, I don't think there's anything we haven't. Oh, I was just saying, the one thing about the stream that made me laugh was I had a cutting board or a workspace, probably about the same size as mine now. Had it all cleared at the start of the stream, where I'd got these bottles of paint out and then put it. By the time I'd finished the stream, I had a work area of about this big, because the rest was just all the bottles of paint I'd got out. I think I must have got every pot of paint I ever owned, and it was just, my desk was just absolutely full of paint. And because that's the thing with figure painting, you don't use one color for every coat, you use 3 colors, because you have the main color, the light shade, and the dark shade. And whereas we're very spoilt with aircraft, we use maybe 5 or 6 main colors. With figures, it's going to be 15 different colors for the same job. Right, let's have a look. Right, it seems off when I do my timers, and it goes funny a bit, like it freezes. I should have penned, yeah. But the sound is fine when out on YouTube. So are you saying that when you're making a video it sounds dodgy, but when you watch the playback it's fine? Is that what you're saying? I think we'll have to talk about it later on, Chris, unless one of these two fine gentlemen can help, just on the basis of that.
Sorry.
No, I think it's one of these. Yeah, there we go. Look. Speaking of signing off, it's time for bed. Thanks, Penny. No problems. I'm just glad I can keep people happy for a bit, and you made me happy by joining. It's been an absolute pleasure. Right, so guys, thank you so much for joining and making the show more interesting. It's been an absolute blast. Lovely to meet you for the first time, Paul.
Most welcome. Nice to meet you. As
pleasurable meeting you today, P40, as it was the very first time. And we'll probably always continue to. I love listening to you chat, P40. You've just got so much knowledge. Please don't ever unfriend me, will you?
No, I won't.
Right, so I'm going to do my usual. Well, I say I do my usual. It's been so long since I've done regular streams. I don't know what my usual is. But what we used to do was we would sign one person off, and then I'd take you off the stream, and then the next person would sign off, and then I'll sign off and finish the stream. So who wants to disappear first?
I'll go.
Go on then.
Good night. Well, there you go. Speak soon.
Enough, then.
Good night.
Okay, and it's... Oh, no, you didn't have to leave. Oh, bless him. Didn't mean you have to leave the stream, but fair enough.
Well, I hope everybody had a good time. I sure did. And maybe we'll do it again sometime. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm sure I'll find a day when I'm got nothing else to do. Right then, guys. So thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much to P40 for joining us. Thanks ever so much to Paul, who's disappeared from the stream altogether. He didn't need to do that, but yeah. So it's been an absolute pleasure, and I don't know when I'll do this again, but I'm sure I'll do it again sometime. I'm almost about to press the leave studio button. Right, so guys. Thank you for watching, and I'll catch you on my next stream. Take care. Bye.
Bye.